Chapter 601 Great Tao Concealment Fee and Celestial. Chapter 601 Great Tao Concealment Fee and Celestial. Han Ju waited nervously. How strong was the other party to scare a freedom sage to this extent? He was at least a great Tao existence. In the darkness, a huge object was surging. It was terrifyingly huge, as if it could devour everything. Han Ju used the simulation trial again. Chaotic deity, great Tao divine spirit, guardian of the chaotic order. It was indeed a great Tao divine spirit. At this moment, Li Zizai suddenly fled and vanished. The extremely dangerous aura vanished. It was probably chasing after Li Zizai. Han Ju's gaze landed on the great Tao of extreme origin again. Ever since he arrived, the light and darkness of the great Tao of extreme origin had changed, as if it was responding to him. Should he rush in, Han Ju could feel that the great Tao of extreme origin would not reject him. Now that there were no other living beings nearby, this was the best opportunity. Even if it didn't work, he could still leave. With that thought, Han Ju controlled Hidden Sect Island and rushed into the great Tao of extreme origin. Almost instantly, the great Tao of extreme origin shrank and the entire space fell into darkness. Inside the great Tao of extreme origin, Hidden Sect Island was bathed in a strong light. Detected the existence of the great Tao of extreme origin. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He immediately tried to absorb the great Tao of extreme origin. The great Tao of extreme origin was too huge. Han Ju couldn't absorb it directly. It seemed that he could only fuse it here. Han Ju began to fuse with the great Tao of extreme origin with a nervous mind. After a while, the great Tao of extreme origin emitted a light. Just like before, it illuminated the dark space. For the next period of time, Li Zizai and the chaotic deity did not return. The peace lasted for 860 years. Han Ju suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. A figure appeared outside the great Tao of extreme origin. This person's body was gathered with a black aura, and he wore a pure white mask. There was only one vertical eye on the mask, and his pupil spun around. Seeing this person, Han Ju's heart almost jumped to his throat. He immediately used the simulation trial to test the other party. Great Tao Concealment Fee and Celestial. Transcendent Tao Expert, Chaotic Fee and Celestial. Great Tao Concealment Fee and Celestial. Han Ju frowned. There was a great Tao Concealment Fee and Celestial among the Fee and Celestial Dharma idols he had cultivated so far. Why was this happening? Could it be that all 3,000 Fee and Celestials might exist somewhere? Han Ju was terrified. Who created this grand unity aspect? If it was the system, how did it create it? The great Tao Concealment Fee and Celestial didn't seem to see him. It observed for a while before leaving. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and continued to fuse with the great Tao of extreme origin. Can the great Tao of extreme origin block the prying from outside? Han Ju asked in his mind. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, I see. Relieved, Han Ju focused on fusing with the great Tao of extreme origin. 500 years later, Li Zizai returned again. His aura had weakened greatly. He was probably being hunted down by the chaotic deity. Even so, this fellow still dared to return. He really did not give up. Li Zizai stayed for a few months before leaving again. Han Ju began to enter seclusion fully. Anyway, he was in the second arena and was not afraid of attacks. Earth Immortal World, Reincarnation Space. In a dazzling hall, Yongdu and the 9 reincarnators stood side by side. In front of them stood a figure in a golden robe and a golden crown. Yongdu asked, "Overgod, why are you looking for us?" The golden-robed Overgod said, "The reincarnation space has developed until now and has already become stronger. It has been spied on by other spaces. I have agreed to fight with the other masters of space. You will encounter them in the next mission world. Your goal is to annihilate them." The 10 reincarnators were shocked and looked at each other. This was the first time they received such a mission. Are the other party's reincarnators very strong? Not bad. The recent missions are really not difficult. Isn't the reincarnation space the only one? HMPH, in that case, let's put down our grudges first. The reincarnators began to communicate. Yongdu did not interrupt. Yongdu thought of Han Ju. Could Han Ju be the mastermind of the other spaces? No, I can't think like that. Before that Lord instructed him, he had to do his best to show his talent in the reincarnation space. That Lord had chosen him because he definitely hoped that he would obtain an extremely high status and authority in the reincarnation space. The golden-robed master said, "It's not only you. The other overgods will also choose 10 reincarnators, totaling 120. I hope that one of you can obtain first place. At that time, I will reward you heavily." The reincarnators agreed in unison, all filled with confidence. In the 33rd heaven, the sages gathered in the universal hall. Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked, why hasn't fellow Taoist Han Ju done anything recently? Not long ago, he dreamed of Han Ju but couldn't capture him. He failed. Chu Zilai asked, Senior, what do you mean? The other sages also looked at Heavenly Venerate Zondu. He couldn't have gathered them just to ask about Han Ju, right? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, the Dark Sage King has sent me a letter of challenge. He said that he will definitely devour the Heavenly Tao in 10 billion years. He has already begun to bewitch the living beings of the immortal world and is preparing to launch a calamity first. He's so blatant. What do you think he's doing? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. Also, he already knows that we are going to choose a new sage and wants to sow discord. Sect Master Tianju nodded. Emperor Shao said, I think so, too. The Dark Sage King might be anxious. As long as I wait in the Heavenly Tao, he will be helpless. The reincarnation mystic realm is indeed controlled by the Dark Sage King. We should be careful. The Heavenly Tao is controlled by us. Why should we be afraid of him? The sages discussed. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's eyes were faint as he said, recently, the deity realm of the ruins of End has stirred up another battle to conquer the Tao Devils. This time, the one who lost was Senior 7 Tao Sage. I suspect that the Dark Sage King might be related to the Tao Devils. The sages' expressions changed drastically. They all had their own backing in the deity realm of the ruins of End. The 7 Tao Sage was the strongest existence in the deity realm of the ruins of End. If he lost, how could their backing be fine? Everyone, the Dark Sage King is attacking. We have to be wary. We plan to join forces to leave the Heavenly Tao and fight with him first. We will figure out his strength before making plans, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice. His voice was firm and irrefutable. For some reason, the sages thought of Li Mui and Chu Zilai's schemes. Could Heavenly Venerate Zondu also be plotting something like that? The longer he lived, the more afraid he was of death. This was the most suitable for a Heavenly Tao Sage. Thinking of this, the sages were vigilant. Heavenly Venerate Zondu saw through their thoughts and said, you don't trust Li Mui, but you don't trust me. If I want to scheme against you, I don't have to beat around the bush. Don't forget, I'm not a true Heavenly Tao Sage. I've long attained the Great Tao. I've only returned to control the human school for the time being and help increase the Heavenly Tao's providence. Fuxidian smiled and said, that makes sense. Fellow Taoist Zondu won't do that. Let's think about how to deal with the Dark Sage King. I heard that after the Dark Sage King devoured the little Heavenly Tao's providence, he could already hurt our Heavenly Tao fruit. Chapter 602 Chaotic Faction, 10,000 Years. Chapter 602 Chaotic Faction, 10,000 Years. In the depths of the chaos, time lost meaning here. Han Ju's OCD made him wake up on time after 1,000 years, which meant that another 1,000 years had passed. He was immersed in the Great Tao of extreme origin and could not extricate himself. Although he had created the Great Tao of extreme origin and had been comprehending it, he could only sense its power when he truly fused with it. It was a power that far exceeded the Heavenly Tao Sage realm. He was not restricted by any rules. Even the Heavenly Tao and Great Tao could not restrain him. This was the Freedom Sage realm. Han Ju had already grasped the basics and stepped into the process of fusing with the Great Tao of extreme origin. However, he couldn't estimate how long it would take for him to become a Freedom Sage. This process might take a long time. After all, it was not a minor realm. Han Ju teleported from the second Tao field to the 100-peak Immortal River. He walked around the fusang tree and observed his disciples. Half a day later, he returned to the second Tao field and continued his Tao integration. He did this to prevent the disciples from thinking that he had already left and give the other sages a chance to fan the flames. The Tao field could block sages, but it couldn't block their dreams. Han Ju quickly immersed himself in the Tao integration and forgot everything. In the darkness, countless meteors surrounded each other. In the center was a stone island. A black pillar of light with an unknown height on the island connected to the darkness. In front of the black pillar of light, Li Zizai knelt on the ground. Upon a careful look, a burly figure sitting could be seen seated on a stone chair in the pillar of light. The outline of the figure emitted a great pressure that was terrifying. Kneeling in front of this figure, Li Zizai did not even dare to look up. This great Tao is mysterious. Stop staring at it. Many old fellows watching in the depths of the chaos. You don't have a chance. A hoarse voice sounded. Li Zizai frowned and said in a low voice, I understand. The hoarse voice added, there's chaos in the deity realm of the ruins of End. The Tao devils are wreaking havoc. Go back and investigate. I suspect there's a conspiracy behind it. Ever since Pengu created the world, countless eras have passed. Be it the heavenly Tao or the great Tao, they can't completely occupy the chaos. This is not good. Li Zizai looked up. What do you think of the deity realm of the ruins of End? The deity realm of the ruins of End cannot be destroyed. The heavenly Tao world has been shrinking. Once the deity realm of the ruins of End is destroyed, the heavenly Tao will sooner or later be devoured by the chaotic faction. Everything Pengu has done will be in vain. The former chaotic darkness will return and we will all perish. Who is in the chaotic faction? I only know the chaotic deity. You will understand when you transcend the illusion. In the black light, the burly figure slowly stood up. Li Zizai looked up. The ghost mist figure said, "Find the primordial fiend celestial. The chaotic forces are looking for him. We have to find him first." With that, the black pillar of light shrank and vanished. Li Zizai turned around and left. Time passed. Year after year passed. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Hanju reached 110,000 years old, he didn't encounter any system choices. It would probably only be triggered once every 100,000 years. Thinking back, a long time ago, he had triggered the system choice once at the age of 10. Hanju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. His body was still filled with divine light, but it was no longer the light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, but the light of the great Tao. The fusion process was already halfway through. There was nothing unusual on the surface of the great Tao of extreme origin, but in fact, it was almost replaced by Hanju. In at most 10,000 years, Hanju would become a freedom sage and be outside the heavenly Tao. Hanju took the time to check his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by the heavenly Tao and was severely injured. Your good friend Yongdu was attacked by a mysterious race X7,629,201. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a deity realm cultivator of the Buddhist sect. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil and was severely injured. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has obtained. Cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Xu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. His Tao heart was damaged. Your good friend Emperor Shao. Why was Li Daokong attacked by the heavenly Tao? Could it be that the heavenly Tao spirit had already possessed the living beings of the immortal world? The number of times Yongdu was attacked was really exaggerated. After the dream ended back then, Yongdu developed a favorable impression of him. As time passed, his favorability kept increasing. Now, it had already increased to 5.5 stars. It was probably related to his experience. Hanju noticed that the sages were attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Looking down, all the sages were attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and were severely injured. Could it be that they were all attacked by the same enemy? Dark Sage King. Hanju could only think of this person. In short, his friends were doing well. No one had died. After the calamity ended, other than the million disciples of the 100-peak immortal river, all the living beings in the myriad worlds had never seen him. Therefore, Hanju's circle of friends was still very strong. All of them were experts who dominated an area, and it was very difficult for them to die. Hanju thought for a moment and sent a dream to Immortal Emperor Samsara. The dream began. Immortal Emperor Samsara was quite excited when he saw Hanju. He immediately knelt down and bowed. Master, you're finally looking for me. Have you encountered trouble recently? Targeted by the infinite space. The infinite space also has the backing of a sage. The sage of the human school told us to avoid him and not fight with him. However, the infinite space has always been targeting us. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Infinite space. The reincarnation space's form was imitated by some mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End, so they were not surprised. However, the infinite space was blocking his way. He had to think of a way to resolve this issue. Hanju asked, who is the sage behind the infinite space? Immortal Emperor Samsara said helplessly, I don't know. He was a high and mighty existence in the reincarnation space, but in front of a sage, he was only a pawn. The pawns couldn't see the situation outside the chessboard. Hanju said, what about the reincarnation space's interior? How's the development? More than 1 million reincarnators have already reached the immortal realm. It's not bad. Earth is worthy of being the inheritance of the Earth immortal world. We chose many outstanding reincarnators from the river of time. Some reincarnators were born with the providence of the human emperor. After stepping into cultivation, they were unstoppable. For example, Di Xin, Ying Zheng, Han Wudi, Li Shimin, Zhao Kuangyan, and so on. Immortal Emperor Samsara began to talk about the development of the reincarnation space. Hanju wasn't surprised that the Emperor of Han and the other emperors had the providence of the human emperor or the providence of the human emperor was not worth much. Even Xing Hongshuan had it. After all, it was only the providence of a race, let alone the fact that the humans were no longer part of the heavenly Tao race. From Immortal Emperor Samsara, Hanju learned that Yongdu was already one of the top existences in the reincarnation space. He was the most favored reincarnator among the 12 overgods under Immortal Emperor Samsara. The reason why he was not the first was that the human school had also nurtured a powerful reincarnator. They had fought with Yongdu many times and both sides had wins and losses. In short, they were on par. Hanju suddenly asked, when does the reincarnation space control the Earth Immortal world? Immortal Emperor Samsara said, there are no longer any races in the Earth Immortal world that can threaten us. It's just that the sage of the human school wants us to slow down. He's afraid of alerting the mysterious chaotic fiend celestial behind the science and even more afraid of alerting the ancestor of the Earth Immortal world, Zhen Yuanzi. Chapter 603 Nua, Taoist Destiny. Chapter 603 Nua, Taoist Destiny. Hanju had no objections to heavenly venerate Zondu's arrangements. Indeed, it wasn't good for the reincarnation space to develop too quickly. Currently, Hanju was busy attaining the Tao of Freedom Sage. Heavenly venerate Zondu was also severely injured by a mysterious mighty figure and had no time to fight against the Earth Immortal world's chaotic fiend celestial. Hanju asked Immortal Emperor Samsara to listen to the sage of the human school first. He was to pay more attention to the reincarnators and see who had the best potential. He planned to choose the next chaotic fiend celestial from the Earth Immortal world. Among the heavenly Tao sages, only Heavenly Venerate Zondu was paying attention to the Earth Immortal world. However, because it was far away, he wouldn't pay too much attention. The number of chaotic fiend celestial successors was limited. It was impossible for Hanju to let all 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials be possessed by living beings. A portion of them had to be derived from themselves. After chatting for a few hours, Hanju ended the dream and continued to fuse with the great Tao of extreme origin. In another 10,000 years, he would definitely become a freedom sage. Immortal world, reincarnation mystic realm. Han Tuo and Yi Tian were walking side by side. The two of them had relaxed expressions and were chatting and laughing. They were already deity realm experts now, and Yi Tian was extremely close to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Can you really revive the dead? After so many years, your parents have probably reincarnated more than 10,000 times. Yi Tian shook his head and said helplessly. His parents and wife had already become Han Tuo's obsession. It even affected his cultivation, so Yi Tian came with him. A mysterious expert lived in the reincarnation mystic realm. Back then, Han Tuo almost died here. A soul appeared above Han Tuo's head. It was the Calamity's Vengeful. Back then, he wanted to possess Hanju, but he was subdued by him. Now, Han Tuo was the master. After tens of thousands of years, the two of them had already become friends of life and death. They were not master and servant. Calamity's Vengeful had a solemn expression as he said, something's wrong here. Be careful. Yi Tian still respected Calamity's Vengeful. After all, this was a zenith heaven golden immortal and had the memories of the countless ghosts of the previous calamity. He always introduced the history and broadened their horizons. Han Tuo said, we're no longer the same as before. Nothing should happen. The three of them continued forward. According to his memories, Han Tuo came to the place he visited a long time ago and called the master of the reincarnation mystic realm. Soon, the mystic realm master's voice sounded. It's you again. After tens of thousands of years, the other party still remembered him. Han Tuo frowned slightly. At that time, the master of the mystic realm had taught him a lesson. Wait, something's wrong with him. Calamity's Vengeful suddenly shouted with a horrified tone. Yi Tian asked in surprise, what's wrong? His aura isn't that of a heavenly Tao life form. Calamity's Vengeful said in a low voice, his voice trembling. The master of the mystic realm chuckled. Is it formed by resentment? Interesting. Since you've seen through my identity, don't leave. A black crack suddenly appeared and quickly expanded. A huge cold eye appeared and stared at Han Tuo and the other two. Yi Tian immediately took out a golden staff and prepared to fight. In the depths of the chaos, the great Tao of extreme origin. Hanju opened his eyes again. 5,000 years had passed. He was getting closer and closer to success. Hanju suddenly discovered that another figure was staring at the great Tao of extreme origin quietly. He hurriedly used the simulation trial. Nua, great Tao sage, immeasurable emperor, creator of the human race. Why was she here? Nuwa was wrapped in a strong light, so Hanju didn't recognize her. Even if they were good friends, Hanju had no intention of going out to acknowledge her. He had always been vigilant against Nuwa. Hanju entered the simulation trial and fought with her. In the end, he was killed by Nuwa. He only lasted 5 minutes. A great Tao sage was indeed powerful. Hanju found it strange. Why could Nuwa jump from a heavenly Tao sage to a great Tao sage? She didn't need to transcend the freedom sage. Could it be that Nuwa had long been a freedom sage, but she had reduced her cultivation level to a heavenly Tao sage halfway through, like heavenly venerate Zondu and heavenly venerate Wufa? Hanju was puzzled. He didn't derive it. Anyway, he just treated Nuwa as a great Tao sage. After a long while, just as Hanju was about to continue his Tao integration, another figure appeared. It was on the other side of the great Tao of extreme origin and kept a distance from Nuwa. I didn't expect Nuwa to also have your eyes on this great Tao. Are we fated? A mocking laugh sounded. The two mighty figures did not sense that there was already someone inside the great Tao of extreme origin. Nuwa said calmly, I have no affinity with this great Tao. I just suspect that the birth of this great Tao is related to the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Hee, Empress is still so kind and worried about the chaos. What about you, Taoist destiny? Your supporter, Sage Fated Secrets, has already perished. You don't care about him at all, but you're here to care about the new great Tao. So be it if your unfilial disciple is dead, but this great Tao is fated with me. I advise you to forget it. Don't fight with me, or I'll be forced to not give the Tao ancestor's personal disciple face. Nuwa did not reply. The depths of the chaos fell silent again. Hanju was shocked. Sage Fated Secrets actually had such a background. He immediately used the system to check. Taoist Destiny, Great Tao Divine Spirit, Chaotic Fiend Celestial. There were only 2 labels, but they looked terrifying. It was even a Chaotic Fiend Celestial. As even, could it be formed by the Great Tao of Destiny? Hanju thought silently. Nuwa and Taoist Destiny stopped talking. After a long time, they left. Hanju continued his Tao integration. It had to be said that the depths of the chaos truly broadened his horizons. Although there was nothing here, it was a place where the strongest ruled. He wanted to fuse with the Tao as soon as possible and leave this high-level map as soon as possible. It was better to stay in the heavenly Tao immortal world. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall, the sages gathered. Heavenly Venerate Zondu, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, Sect Master Tianju, Fuxidian, and Emperor Shao had dark expressions. Empress Haotu sized up their expressions and understood. Empress Haotu said, since we can't defeat the Dark Sage King, we can guard the immortal world in peace. Not long ago, the Dark Sage King used the reincarnation mystic realm to capture the living beings of the immortal world. The son of the heavenly Tao and Hanju's son were also captured. Hearing this, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's eyes lit up. Hanju's son has been captured. He should be taking action, right? Chu Zilai shook his head. Not necessarily. Hanju doesn't care about his son at all. Otherwise, he would have long been taken into the 100-peak immortal river. If Hanju cared, he would have already sensed it. He didn't show up, which means that he's more afraid of the Dark Sage King than concerned about his son. Sigh, how can the damned Dark Sage King be so powerful? I contacted the teacher at the deity realm of the ruins of End. He said that he can't find the time to kill the Dark Sage King. The deity realm of the ruins of End is also facing great trouble. It seems that there's a huge faction behind the Dark Sage King. They are also attacking the deity realm of the ruins of End in the immortal world. That must be the case. However, I don't know what faction they are from. Our level is not high enough. Take care of the immortal world. The sages sighed. In the immortal world, they were high and mighty, comparable to the heavenly Tao. They were absolute experts. However, outside the heavenly Tao, they would be no different from all the living beings in the immortal world. They were all pawns that had to listen to their masters. Chapter 604 Breakthrough to the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, Creation Spirit Stone. Chapter 604 Breakthrough to the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, Creation Spirit Stone. More than 3,000 years passed. Hanju finally completely fused with the great Tao of extreme origin, and his body and soul transformed. His cultivation level had also reached the limit, and he could already sense the barrier of the Freedom Realm. As long as he broke through, he would be a freedom sage. Hanju naturally wouldn't stop. He wanted to break through in one go. In the depths of the chaos, the great Tao of extreme origin that illuminated the darkness suddenly shrank. The darkness devoured the light and everything fell into absolute darkness. The entire great Tao of extreme origin had already entered Han Ju's body. He first controlled Hidden Sect Island to move away from this place. He used the power of the traversal Fian Celestial and quickly jumped out of the depths of the chaos. After that, he began to break through. Less than 20 breaths of time after the great Tao of extreme origin vanished, figures appeared where it had originally been. What's going on? Why did this great Tao suddenly disappear? I can't deduce it. Who did it? That shouldn't be. This great Tao is unprecedented. We couldn't bring it away before. Could it be that an even stronger existence has appeared? It's said that the Dharma idol of the Tao ancestor has appeared in the immortal world. Could it be the Tao ancestor? If so, that'll be troublesome. These mysterious mighty figures discussed with solemn expressions. Han Ju was isolated by the system Tao field and was naturally not afraid of them calculating unless they surpassed the Tao creator realm. Several hundred years later, Han Ju finally stepped into the Freedom Sage realm by fusing with the great Tao of extreme origin. His entire being sublimated, his dharmic powers and soul also transformed. Unconsciously, he saw a long bridge formed by 7 colored light. The 2 ends were distant and endless. On the 7-colored bridge stood figures. They were all people who cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin. They faced the same direction like the sword cultivators on the Sword Tao River. Not only that, but Han Ju also saw the entire chaos in his previous and current lives. The magnitude of his vision was extremely subtle and indescribable. After a long time, Han Ju finally woke up from his breakthrough state. He slowly opened his eyes, and 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Detected that you have achieved the freedom realm. You have the following choices. 1. Preach the Tao in the chaos and spread the great Tao of extreme origin, causing it to become the leader of the 3000 great Tao. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao sage level guard. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao sage level guard, and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. What was the creation spirit stone? He thought for a moment and still chose the second option. After experiencing the depths of chaos, he felt that a freedom sage was not considered powerful. At the beginning of chaos, even more powerful existences were hidden. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a sage-level guard, and a creation spirit stone. Heavenly Tao sage-level guard. You can completely duplicate a heavenly Tao sage-level target in the simulation trial as a guard. He will listen to you. The guard cannot leave the Tao field for more than an hour. Otherwise, he will directly melt. Creation spirit stone. You can transform anything into a living being within a certain period of time. The living being created will listen to you. You can control their life and death through the creation spirit stone. Seeing the description, Han Ju immediately thought of the Fian Celestial Chi. He was just worried that he couldn't give birth to a chaotic Fian Celestial when the system sent him the creation spirit stone. He would try it when he returned. If it worked, the creation spirit stone would be his greatest asset in the future. Han Ju checked his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju. Lifespan, 126,455 1 octillion 2 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race, primordial Fian Celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, early stage of the freedom primordial chaos realm, perfect sage. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. His lifespan had increased by 100 times. How satisfying. Han Ju was in a good mood. He immediately sent a dream to Immortal Emperor Samsara and asked him to use the invocation technique. Although Immortal Emperor Samsara was puzzled, he still did it dutifully. Han Ju jumped out of Hidden Sect Island and put it into his sleeve. He then turned around and entered the black vortex that had appeared behind him. The spatial node of the invocation technique would follow Han Ju until the user cancelled his mystical power. Passing through the black vortex, Han Ju came to Immortal Emperor Samsara's hall. He turned around and saw that the black vortex was still there. Han Ju looked at Immortal Emperor Samsara and said, "Cancel the invocation technique." Immortal Emperor Samsara immediately followed. The black vortex shrank. Just as it was about to disappear, an extremely terrifying aura came. Han Ju's expression changed. This aura, chaotic deity, great Tao divine spirit. Fortunately, the black vortex closed in time and the terrifying aura vanished. Shocked, immortal Emperor Samsara asked fearfully, the aura just now was. He had never felt such a terrifying aura. Even if he went to the sage Dao field to listen to the Dao, the vast aura of the preaching sage was far from this. At that moment, immortal Emperor Samsara felt that he was already dead. Hanju said, nothing. Don't think about it, otherwise, the other party will remember you. The senses of the great Dao divine spirit were extremely terrifying. He could probably sense if anyone was thinking of him. Immortal Emperor Samsara took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Hanju felt that the little heavenly Dao of the earth immortal world was rejecting him, but this repulsive force was very weak. If he stayed any longer, the earth immortal world would directly shatter. Hanju disappeared after saying, it's fine. Continue cultivating. Hanju directly jumped into the depths of the sun and hid Insect Island inside. He then jumped into the island. Hanju decided to put the new guard in the second arena. He began to duplicate Li Mui. After Heavenly Venerate Wufa was enslaved, he returned to the Freedom Primordial Chaos realm, which was not within the realm of the Heavenly Dao Sage. The duplication began. Hanju teleported back to the 100-peak Immortal River. He sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, it was too dangerous. He didn't want to experience such a risk again. The chaotic deity has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Bastard, come and kill me if you have the guts. Hanju cursed in his mind when he saw the notification. The other party had developed hatred towards him for no reason. Very good. The Book of Misfortune had already accumulated dust. It should be used again. Hanju adjusted his state of mind and checked his emails. It had been a long time since he checked them. Email after email appeared in front of Hanju. Then, he suddenly frowned. Your son Hantuo was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your son Hantuo was ravaged by the power of darkness. His soul was damaged. Your son Hantuo was preached by a mysterious mighty figure. His Dao heart has been damaged. He looked up and discovered that Hantuo was not in the immortal world. Counting with his fingers, his expression changed slightly. He actually could not deduce where Hantuo was. I want to know where Hantuo is. Hanju immediately used the derivation function. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju wanted to see who took his son away. Immediately after, he entered an illusion. He opened his eyes to discover that he had arrived in a huge cage. Dozens of living beings were imprisoned in it. The largest was like a mountain leaning against the wall. Hantuo and Yitian sat in a corner, looking dispirited. Chapter 605 Dark Falling Prison, Sages Join Forces. Chapter 605 Dark Falling Prison, Sages Join Forces. Hanju frowned when he saw this prison. What was this place? A line of words appeared in front of him. Dark Falling Prison, a prison located in the Dark Forbidden Zone. It was created by the Dark Sage King. It is said that even sages will not be able to escape death if they enter this prison. How pretentious. Hanju secretly felt disdain. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded outside the prison. Prepare yourselves. The Sage King is about to preach the Tao. All of you vile beasts must not be negligent. Black tentacles suddenly emerged from the ground of the prison and wrapped around all the living beings inside. Hantuo's back was pierced by the black tentacles. He looked pained. Yi Tian cursed. What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you just trying to enslave us? Kill me if you have the guts. Don't give me a chance. If I escape in the future, your bodies and souls will be destroyed. Boom! A black lightning bolt struck down, shattering Yi Tian into pieces. Blood splattered all over the ground. Immediately after, another light descended and recovered his body. The other living beings were not shocked. They were numb to this already. They had all experienced this pain. They died and revived endlessly. The illusion shattered. Hanju continued to ask, if I attack with my fastest speed, can I insta-kill the Dark Sage King? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. There's hope. The system did not say yes, but it at least meant that Hanju could insta-kill the Dark Sage King in a normal situation. Is there anyone stronger than me behind the Dark Sage King? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Hanju remained silent. He wasn't surprised. One had to know that the Heavenly Dao sages all had powerful backgrounds. Under such circumstances, for the Dark Sage King to dare to bite the Heavenly Dao, he was definitely fearless. When the sages fought, there were even more extraordinary existences behind them. Hanju thought for a moment and asked again, why did the Dark Sage King capture these Heavenly Dao lifeforms? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju entered another illusion. He opened his eyes and came to a mysterious hall. The Dark Sage King stood in front of 3 majestic stone statues. He did not bend down. His back was straight. The deity realm of the ruins of End has already begun to descend into chaos. What are you going to do next? A mysterious voice sounded with an indifferent tone. The Dark Sage King replied, capture the person with the greatest providence in the heavenly Tao and turn him into my servant. When we attack the heavenly Tao in the future, let these servants be the vanguard and tear apart the heavenly Tao rules. How confident are you? Absolute. Alright, the chaos in the deity realm of the ruins of End this time has used the great dharmic powers of an ancient existence. Don't mess it up. Understood. The illusion ended. It was very short, but the information revealed was tremendous. The existence behind the Dark Sage King was actually still plotting against the deity realm of the ruins of End. I want to know what force is behind the Dark Sage King. Who led it? Hanju thought silently. This karma involves an existence that surpasses the system's limits. It cannot be deduced. So powerful, Hanju began to think about how to save Han Tuo. If it was in the immortal world, he could let him go. Now that Han Tuo had been captured by the Dark Sage King, if he did not attack, his son would most likely be gone. He could only teach Han Tuo the invocation technique. Hanju used the invocation Tao to summon Han Tuo. Although his identity would be exposed, Hanju couldn't care less. After thinking, he immediately sent a dream to Han Tuo. Then, he frowned. He couldn't send a dream. Hanju used the dark nightmare, but there was no reaction. It seemed that the dark falling prison was not simple. Wait, Hanju suddenly thought of the reincarnation mystic realm. The Dark Sage King captured him through the reincarnation mystic realm. Hanju could send someone to infiltrate the reincarnation mystic realm and be caught like Han Tuo. After thinking for a moment, he sent Liu Bei over. Liu Bei was his reincarnation avatar and later possessed the body of the Buddhist sect's victorious fighting Buddha. After so many years, his cultivation level had already increased to the 5 mystic divine origin. His potential was still a little lacking. When Hanju created the reincarnation avatar, his potential was also not good, so Liu Bei's improvement was very slow. However, as a pawn, it was definitely enough. Liu Bei entered the Taoist temple and knelt down. I'm sending you to the reincarnation mystic realm. Hanju told him what had happened. Although Liu Bei was nervous, he still braced himself and agreed. You have grasped the invocation technique. If you encounter danger, you can summon me. Since you already understand the mission, I will seal this memory before you leave. You only need to remember that once you are in the reincarnation mystic realm, if you encounter the Dark Sage King, you must summon me. I understand. Go. Hanju waved his sleeve and sent him out. Although Liu Bei was timid, he was very capable. Back in the netherworld, he had found Hidden Sect Island. Still worried, Hanju then sent a dream to Heavenly Venerate Zondu. The dream was a sea of clouds, the sky was vast and beautiful. Heavenly Venerate Zondu opened his eyes and saw that it was Hanju. His eyes lit up. Hanju didn't speak immediately. He was gambling that the one who had attacked the sages was the Dark Sage King. Now, the sages should be looking forward to him dealing with him. The Dark Sage King's appearance made the Heavenly Tao sages stand on the same side. Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked, you sent me a dream probably because of your son. The sages actually knew Han Tuo's identity, but they had not pointed it out in the past. They were not stupid. It was impossible for them to think of capturing Han Tuo to threaten Hanju. It was not realistic, and they would fall out with each other. It was very normal for him to sever the emotions and karma after becoming a sage. Hanju asked, do you want to deal with the Dark Sage King? Yes. Heavenly Venerate Zondu replied bluntly, let's join forces. The Dark Sage King's goal is the Heavenly Tao. He can't kill his way in for the time being, but he has been devouring the little Heavenly Tao in the chaos. When he truly has the strength to kill his way into the Heavenly Tao, we sages will not be his match. If we join forces to deal with the Dark Sage King, will we be plotted against by the existence behind him? He has a backing, so do we. Hanju remained silent. Heavenly Venerate Zondu thought for a moment and continued, we sages will contact the masters in the deity realm of the ruins of End and let them restrain the existence behind the Dark Sage King. In the past, they might have been worried, but recently, the existence behind the Dark Sage King has gone overboard and has already infuriated the mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End. This matter should be settled. He stared at Hanju and asked, if no other mighty figures interfere, can we join forces to kill the Dark Sage King? He was very aggrieved. He was originally a freedom sage, and dealing with the Dark Sage King was nothing difficult. However, now that he was restricted to the Heavenly Tao Sage position, he wasn't the Dark Sage King's match. Now, he could only place his hopes on Han Ju. This fellow was very strong and had even used his strength to attain the Tao. The Heavenly Tao Sages were not his match. In addition, if they joined forces, they might be able to kill the Dark Sage King. Han Ju stared at him and asked, "Can I believe you?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu said calmly, "If you don't believe it now, you will sooner or later. Your foundation should be the reincarnation of a chaotic fiend celestial, but it's the same for the Dark Sage King. He's still constantly absorbing the little heavenly Tao. You're becoming stronger, and so is he." Chapter 606 Creating the Chaotic Fiend Celestial. Chapter 606 Creating the Chaotic Fiend Celestial. To be honest, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's words made sense. Unfortunately, Han Ju was already stronger than the Dark Sage King. However, he didn't want to become a thorn in the side of the existence behind the Dark Sage King. He had to pull other factions along. It was best to reduce his presence in this battle. After you consider it carefully, inform me at any time. The Dark Sage King must be eliminated. At that time, we sages will go to the Dark Forbidden Zone together, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice. Han Ju nodded and cancelled the dream. He opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "Did Heavenly Venerate Zondu lie to me just now? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "No." Han Ju's expression softened. Chu Zilai and Heavenly Venerate Wufa had already been enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison. If the sages had any schemes, they would naturally tell him. Han Ju was still worried. He suddenly had a bold thought. Should he enslave all the sages other than Heavenly Venerate Zondu? No, too risky. Back then, enslaving Chu Zilai had offended Kundi and all the big shots in the deity realm of the ruins of End. It was not beneficial for this trip. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind and started to increase his strength. The grand unity aspect was necessary. Every Dharma idol he cultivated could increase his strength. 100 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation and strength had been raised to the limit, but he had only mastered 25 new Dharma idols. Compared to his previous breakthrough, it was much worse. Han Ju felt an unseen force suppressing his cultivation of the grand unity aspect. The new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols he had cultivated were the Danger Fiend Celestial, the Dark Chaotic Fiend Celestial, the Order Fiend Celestial, the Enlightened Fiend Celestial, the Barefoot Fiend Celestial, the Mad Flow Fiend Celestial, the Lawful Fiend Celestial, the Fulfilling Dream Fiend Celestial, the Great Compassion Fiend Celestial, the Clear Void Fiend Celestial, the Evil Purification Fiend Celestial, the Righteous Fiend Celestial, the Spirit Severing Fiend Celestial, the Tao Merit Fiend Celestial, the Three-Body Fiend Celestial, the Heaven-Crushing Fiend Celestial, the Unparalleled Fiend Celestial, the Weakness Fiend Celestial, the Defiance Fiend Celestial, the Great Night Fiend Celestial, the Black Hole Fiend Celestial, the Destruction Fiend Celestial, the Six-Eared Fiend Celestial, the Great Mystical Power Fiend Celestial, and the Seven-Colored Fiend Celestial. Han Ju began the simulation trial and first fought Li Zizai. A total of 249 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols appeared and killed Li Zizai in 3 breaths of time. Han Ju continued the simulation trial. After hundreds of times, he discovered that he couldn't erase Li Zizai. The power of freedom was too powerful and could protect his soul. Li Zizai's great Tao was illusory and very powerful. However, it was not the Fiend Celestial Dharma idol's match. Han Ju began to try not to use the grand unity aspect to fight. He used his Dharma treasure. He used the primordial judgment sword in his right hand and the killing Tao token in his left. He used all his defensive supreme treasures and fought with his mystical powers. An hour later, he killed Li Zizai. Not enough. Continue. Several years later, Han Ju's combat experience increased greatly. Without relying on the grand unity aspect, he needed at least 30 breaths of time to kill Li Zizai. It had to be said that in terms of explosive power, the grand unity aspect was the most ferocious. Han Ju checked the emails. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor received a lecture from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Yongdu was attacked by a mysterious race X 1,209,328. Your son Han Tuo fled the dark falling prison. Your good friend Liu Bei was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Zhang Dugu has released your good friend Primordial Yuan Phoenix. Your son Han Tuo has entered the deity realm of the ruins of End. Han Ju was stunned. Why did Han Tuo escape? He was already prepared to take the risk to save him. He pinched his fingers to deduce. After leaving the dark falling prison, he could capture Han Tuo's karma and deduce his situation. However, it involved the dark falling prison. He still could not guess what had happened previously. Is Han Tuo being watched by the Dark Sage King? Han Ju asked in his mind. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 10 billion was nothing, not for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw these words. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. The Dark Sage King didn't know him at all. Han Ju's son naturally didn't catch his eye. Capturing Han Tuo should be a coincidence. Since he was fine, Han Ju didn't take the risk. The matter of dealing with the Dark Sage King was pushed back. He had previously calculated that the Dark Sage King would take billions of years to enter the heavenly Tao. It was still very early to deal with him. After billions of years, Han Ju was confident that he could surpass the Great Tao. If the Dark Sage King could surpass Ancestor Shishan, how could he let him act recklessly? In the end, although the Dark Sage King was strong, he was inferior to a transcendent Tao expert and a great Tao divine spirit. He was still a pawn. Han Ju completely relaxed. He could finally look away. After 20,000 years, Marongchi had already transformed. Han Ju teleported to the second Tao field and let him out. Marongchi opened his eyes and discovered that he was not in the 100-peak immortal river. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he became excited. He could feel that his physical strength far exceeded before. This sort of potential that could be seen with the naked eye was too satisfying. He finally understood why mighty figures valued Junior's potential the most. Potential was too important. Marongchi knelt in front of him and kept kowtowing. Han Ju said, from today onwards, you will stay here. Do you know what your body is? Marongchi looked up and asked, what? Chaotic Fian Celestial. Marongchi's eyes widened. He had heard of the legend of the chaotic Fian Celestial. Could the mysterious power surging in his body be the legendary Great Tao power? Han Ju said, in the future, I will create even more chaotic Fian Celestials. All of them will cultivate here and leave after reaching the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. I want you to lead the chaotic Fian Celestials. Are you willing? More. Marongchi was shocked, and his breathing quickened. I won't let you down. Yes, I've already isolated you from the myriad worlds projection. You can stay here in peace from now on. Yes, Marongchi wasn't stupid. Han Ju wanted to nurture a force that even the hidden sect did not know. He was filled with admiration. As expected of Grand Master, he kept creating trump cards. After the hidden sect became stronger, there would indeed be unstable elements. Back then, the Tao sect ruled the world, but they still broke up under the eyes of the Tao ancestor. In addition, the chaotic Fian Celestial didn't have a chaotic physique, so it was inferior to the chaotic domain. The so-called chaotic domain was only created by the heavenly Tao. The chaotic physique was not at the level of the chaotic Fian Celestial's potential. Han Ju waved his hand and created a Taoist temple before entering. Marongchi did not disturb him. Instead, he wandered around. He had left Hidden Sect Island for 100,000 years. After being reborn, he had returned to his hometown and had a different mood. Han Ju took out the Creation Spirit Stone. The Creation Spirit Stone was as big as a human head and emitted a 7-colored light. It was extremely dazzling. He began to think about which chaotic Fian Celestial he would create. His first choice was the Strength Fian Celestial, but the legendary Strength Fian Celestial was Pengu. He was afraid that Pengu's image would attract too much trouble. He might as well choose a less influential Fian Celestial to create first. In any case, there would be more Creation Spirit Stones in the future. Chapter 607 White-Robed Person, Primordial Chaos Buddha. Chapter 607 White-Robed Person, Primordial Chaos Buddha. Dark clouds surged as the world was suppressed. The wasteland was endless. Han Tuo and Yi Tian were in a pile of rubble. The two of them were in a very dispirited state and were meditating to heal their injuries. Yi Tian opened his eyes and asked, where do you think we are? The Konei Chi here is extremely surging, but along the way, we rarely see living beings, and it doesn't seem like a small world. Han Tuo opened his eyes and said, I'm not sure, either. I'm still thinking about how we could escape. Don't you think it was too easy? It's as if someone led us here. Yi Tian frowned. Something was wrong. Be careful, we'll move in another 4 hours. I feel like something's watching us, Han Tuo said softly as he glanced at a small flag beside him. This was his Dharma treasure that could detect the approach of evil spirits. Yi Tian took a deep breath. Because Han Tuo was here, he did not panic. The two of them had experienced too many life and death situations together. They both felt that the other party was reliable. 4 hours later, the two of them left on time. At this moment, Han Tuo suddenly stopped and raised his hand to stop Yi Tian. Yi Tian stared ahead. Several kilometers away, a white-robed man sat in the air. He wore a stone mask and his white hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was almost ethereal. The two of them couldn't sense his aura, but they could see it. The two of them looked at each other and tacitly turned around to leave. They directly used their full speed and kept moving, quickly leaving this place. Several days later, the two of them stopped. The environment was still the wasteland that had developed their vision. Not far away, a skeleton was as huge as a mountain range could be seen. It was ghastly and terrifying. Damn it, are we trapped in an array formation? Why do we feel the same no matter where we go? Yi Tian cursed, almost breaking down. They were deity realm cultivators, after all. Flying for so long was enough for them to travel throughout the immortal world. However, here, they still couldn't find the direction to leave. They had tried to fly up, but the dark clouds in the sky were filled with killing intent. They blocked their dharmic powers, and they couldn't penetrate them. Han Tuo was also very anxious, but he couldn't panic now. He said, probably not. That skeleton can prove it. It's just that this place is too big. What place is larger than the immortal world? Yi Tian was moved and muttered, could it be the legendary deity realm of the ruins of End? The deity realm of the ruins of End? Isn't the deity realm of the ruins of End a chaotic space? Who knows? The two of them began to talk in low voices. Yi Tian seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked up. His pupils suddenly widened, and he subconsciously took out his Dharma treasure to prepare for battle. The mysterious white-robed man they had encountered a few days ago had appeared here. Han Tuo was also shocked. They no longer fled. If they could be caught, how could they escape? Han Tuo asked in a low voice, what do you want? The white-robed man was stunned. You can see me. Of course, Yi Tian said unhappily. If not for him not knowing the other party's strength, he would have long attacked. The white-robed man was silent. Han Tuo and Yi Tian were extremely nervous. Just as they were about to lose control, the white-robed man said, you have the aura of darkness on you. If you stay in the deity realm of the ruins of End, you will be expelled. Hurry up and leave. He waved his sleeve. Han Tuo and Yi Tian felt the world spin and felt dizzy. When they opened their eyes again, they came to a dark space. Yi Tian touched his head and gritted his teeth. We're out. Han Tuo did not answer. He frowned. Who was that fellow just now? At this moment, a huge suction force suddenly appeared in front of them and sucked them away. They couldn't resist even if they were at the deity realm. Darkness occupied their vision, and soon, they were on the ground. The two of them immediately stood up, stunned. They landed in a huge cage with dozens of living beings imprisoned beside them. An old monk said faintly, you've also returned. Stop struggling. You can't escape at all. The dark falling prison is near the deity realm of the ruins of End. You've already been tainted by the power of darkness. If you escape to the deity realm of the ruins of End, you will be expelled and then fall back here. Han Tuo frowned. In that case, why did he let us go? The old monk didn't say anything. Yi Tian asked, old man, you seem to know a lot. Do you know who trapped us? They had also tried to communicate with other living beings, but like them, the other living beings did not understand the dark falling prison at all. Calamity's vengeful's memories came from the calamity of the immortal world. He didn't know the dark falling prison. Dark Sage King, a mighty figure outside the heavenly Tao. He controls the dark forbidden zone, the old monk said slowly. How is he compared to sages? Not long ago, the heavenly Tao sages joined forces and returned in failure. They almost died. How can this be? Han Tuo and Yi Tian were moved. In their understanding, sages were the top existences. The old monk said faintly, so, give up. Since we can't escape, why don't we submit to the Dark Sage King and wait for the situation? Han Tuo and Yi Tian looked at each other. Then, who are you? Yi Tian couldn't help but ask. The old monk replied, Primordial Chaos Buddha. Have you heard of me? The two of them widened their eyes. How could they not have heard of the Primordial Chaos Buddha? However, why did he fall here? Primordial Chaos Buddha looked indifferent, but he was as curious as a cat. Why did this kid look so similar to his master? Could it be his son? Although he was a pseudo-sage, he couldn't deduce the karma of a sage. It was precisely because Han Tuo and Han Ju had similar looks that he took the initiative to speak. Yi Tian and Han Tuo were even more interested in the Primordial Chaos Buddha. The three of them began to communicate. 400 years passed quickly after Han Ju used the Creation Spirit Stone. He chose the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial because it was the first idol he cultivated. He had some emotional attachment to it. After fusing with the creation spirit stone, the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial's Phi and Celestial Chi had already condensed into a physical body. Its intelligence was also born. Hanju could clearly sense it. At most in 1,000 years, the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial would be truly born. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sent you a dream. Do you accept? Hanju, who was cultivating, was interrupted by this notification. He thought for a moment and chose to accept it. In the dream, Heavenly Venerate Zondu was the first to ask, "Fellow Taoist Han, what do you think? Give me a signal." Hanju asked, "Are you in a hurry?" Yes, the pseudo-sage we sent to suppress the reincarnation mystic realm was captured by the Dark Sage King. Now, the reincarnation mystic realm is already out of control. As long as the heavenly Tao lifeforms approach, they will be captured by the Dark Sage King. The Dark Sage King is still bewitching the living beings near the reincarnation mystic realm. Can't you sages seal it? No, our spells are directly isolated by the power of the heavenly Tao. We suspect that the heavenly Tao spirit that has disappeared for a long time might have found the Dark Sage King. We have to eliminate him as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable. For the first time, anxiety appeared on Heavenly Venerate Zondu's face. Hanju also realized that things had become serious. He didn't want the heavenly Tao to be destroyed. If that happened, he wouldn't have a place to stay. Have you already contacted the deity realm of the ruins of End? Yes, we'll wait for your agreement before deciding when to attack. Then attack. Chapter 608 Sage's Thoughts, Setting Off. Chapter 608 Sage's Thoughts, Setting Off. Earth Immortal World, Second Tao Field. Hanju, who had just finished chatting with Heavenly Venerate Zondu, appeared. He waved his hand and released the new Tao Field Guard. Li Mui's replica. From now on, your name will be Dong Zhou, Hanju muttered. Dong Zhou immediately thanked him for his name and left. Then, Hanju looked at Yongdu. This fellow had already stepped into the immortal realm. Now, he was backed by the 12 overgods under Immortal Emperor Samsara. Nothing bad should happen to him. Hanju began to screen other suitable candidates. Creating spirit stones were still very difficult to find. Who knew how long it would take for him to gather all 3,000 create spirit stones? Now, he needed 100,000 years to trigger the system's choice once. As for breaking through, it would only happen once every tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Hanju had to consider a lot about choosing the Phi and Celestial candidates. His gaze pierced through the river of destiny of the Earth Immortal World, observing the past, the present, and the future. Observing a person's fate could show their character and actions. 27 years later, Hanju chose 5 candidates and taught them the heavenly cycle body tempering technique. He no longer cared about them after that. The first stage of becoming a Phi and Celestial candidate was to survive. If they couldn't survive here, how could they be a chaotic Phi and Celestial? Hanju hoped that they had a firm and mature heart before becoming chaotic Phi and Celestials and had their own path to take. Hanju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River and looked at Han Yu. Ever since Li Daokong started his slaughter, Buzhou Divine Mountain had been tainted by the demons as a dangerous place. Few living beings came to worship it. The entire Divine Mountain was very quiet. Han Yu was already a Grand Unity Golden Immortal and was cultivating in a corner of Buzhou Divine Mountain. Hanju's interest in him suddenly decreased. He was tired of seeing this face. In any case, this kid had already found a backing. He would let nature take its course in the future. Hanju thought silently. In the past, he had wanted to use Han Yu to provoke Han Tuo, but ever since he had gone to the depths of chaos, he knew that the world outside the heavenly Tao was still very large. Han Tuo's opponent would naturally appear. There was no need for him to nurture him. Hanju looked at the heavenly race. The heavenly race was the hidden sect's greatest support target, so Hanju naturally paid attention to them. Recently, there had been something wrong with the providence of the heavenly race. The heavenly Tao was faintly rejecting it. Hanju counted with his fingers and went silent. It turned out that although the heavenly race had become the representative of the immortal gods, they did not carry out their duty. Ji Shanshan was busy fighting and expanding the heavenly race's territory, but he had forgotten to care about the living beings under them. When all living beings encountered calamity, they cried for the heavenly race but did not receive a reply. It was fine for tens of thousands of living beings, but when this number increased, the people wouldn't be able to live anymore. If all living beings suffered, it would shake the heavenly race's providence. Although the current immortal world was prosperous, it lacked the most important thing. Rules. Heavenly rules. Before the heavenly Tao was restarted, the myriad worlds in the universe used humans as the foundation. Good and evil were the dividing lines. Their sins were deep and they went to the netherworld to atone for their sins. They accumulated good karma for a long time and established themselves as immortals. Apart from the lack of clear rules, there were also some unbearable things committed in the heavenly race, including the hidden sect disciples. This was something that couldn't be eliminated. Hanju only watched and had no intention of interfering. The mortal world was filled with vicissitudes, and all living beings had all sorts of forms. Sages couldn't control every mortal. Hanju only needed to see the overall situation. If the heavenly race he supported became evil, he would correct it. If he couldn't, he would destroy it and support the new members. At this moment, Hanju suddenly understood the mentality of those sages in the past. The sage sects had been destroyed several times before being reorganized. Could it be related to what he wanted? Hanju shook his head and laughed. He stopped thinking about it and started cultivating. Although he had become a freedom sage, he couldn't become proud and forget to cultivate. No matter how talented he was, he had to cultivate diligently and not waste time. Year after year passed. Another 700 years passed in a flash. Heavenly Venerate Zondu suddenly sent Hanju a dream, interrupting his cultivation. That day, Hanju set off for the 33rd heaven. He didn't alert the others of the hidden sect. In the Universal Hall, when Hanju arrived, the other sages were already waiting. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was expressionless. Chu Zilai, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Fuxitian, and Emperor Shao nodded slightly at him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu stood up and said, "The deity realm of the ruins of End has already begun to take action. We should leave. This battle must end quickly to prevent any accidents." The sages nodded and disappeared from the Universal Hall. They arrived at the Dark Forbidden Zone, quickly moving through. The aura of a sage was something that the Dark Forbidden Zone could not conceal. Hanju mixed into the crowd and didn't lead the way or end it. Chu Zilai suddenly said, "My subordinate, Primordial Chaos Buddha, was captured by the Dark Sage King. I don't know if he's still alive." The moment he spoke, the other sages also spoke. All the sages had their subordinates captured. The Dark Sage King had offended them all. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate looked at Hanju and asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, tell us. What are your chances?" The sages turned their heads. They had already joined forces to deal with the Dark Sage King before and were not his match. The greatest variable in this operation was Hanju. Hanju's speed of killing Li Mui was faster than the Dark Sage King defeating him. Of course, this was also related to the order. Li Mui was severely injured by the Dark Sage King first before giving Hanju a chance. No matter what, he was definitely the strongest sage in the immortal world. Hanju said, "I've never met the Dark Sage King. How can I give a clear answer?" Chu Zilai understood what he meant and said, "Don't pressure fellow Taoist Han. When we really fight, we still have to pretend to ignore him. Only then can we give the Dark Sage King a fatal blow." Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "In this battle, I will use the power of freedom. My chances of winning are greater than last time." The sages smiled. With Heavenly Venerate Zondu's words, they were even more confident. Then, they began to talk about the immortal world. Darkness fell. Han Tuo and Yi Tian leaned against each other and looked at the new prisoners shouting not far away. They had mocking smiles on their faces. Yi Tian smiled. "I suddenly recalled the way others looked at us when we got here." "I see." Han Tuo sighed. "I'm almost used to it." In the past few years, they had often heard the Dark Sage King preach the Tao. Their cultivation levels had increased very quickly, and Yi Tian could become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal at any time. "Looks like we all have to work under the Dark Sage King, but it's alright. In any case, the Dark Sage King is also stronger than the sages." Yi Tian smiled teasingly. Han Tuo nodded. Time could erase everything. After the prisoners adapted to the dark power and began to become stronger, their mentality also changed. No wonder those old prisoners ignored them. "You want to give up on the heavenly Tao?" A voice suddenly sounded in Han Tuo's mind, startling him. This voice was not the voice of Calamity's Vengeful, but the white-robed man they had encountered in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Han Tuo looked around, wanting to capture the other party's existence, but he couldn't see him at all. "Stop looking. I'm in your body," the white-robed man spoke again, causing Han Tuo to fall silent. "What happened?" Han Tuo asked in his mind, "What are you doing?" The white-robed man said, "I want to kill the Dark Sage King and replace him. Are you willing to help me?" Chapter 609 Without becoming a sage, there will be nothing in the end. Chapter 609 Without becoming a sage, there will be nothing in the end. Kill the Dark Sage King. Replace him. Han Tuo fell silent after hearing the white-robed man's words. The other party definitely had something to ask of him. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to target him. The white-robed man's voice sounded again. The Dark Sage King preached the Tao to you only because he wants to use you. I can become your hope to make a comeback. Han Tuo's eyes flickered as he asked in his mind, what do you need me to do? Let me occupy your body. Impossible, Han Tuo immediately rejected. It was impossible for him to give his body to someone he didn't know. What was the difference between that and his current identity as a prisoner? I'll only be temporarily occupying your body to resist the Dark Sage King. Impossible, find someone else. Han Tuo rejected him again. After that, he ignored the white-robed man. No matter how the other party persuaded him, he wasn't stupid enough to hand over his body. Yi Tian noticed something wrong with his expression and asked what it was. Han Tuo sent a voice transmission to say what the white-robed man had told him, causing Yi Tian to be furious. Ignore him. Even if you give him your body, how can you kill the Dark Sage King who's stronger than a sage? Yi Tian sent a voice transmission. Han Tuo nodded. After that, the white-robed man no longer disturbed him. In the darkness, the evil heavenly emperor traveled quickly. He landed on a floating island. This island was vast, and a bone forest could be seen on it. It was like a group of ferocious demons and ghosts, looking sinister and terrifying. The evil heavenly emperor landed in front of a huge stone tablet and asked, "What's the matter?" The stone tablet was surrounded by a black aura. A voice sounded, "The heavenly Tao sage will attack again. This time, I will kill him. You will obtain a primordial purple chi." Hearing this, the evil heavenly emperor looked up and asked in surprise, "Really?" "Yes, stay and see how I kill a sage." The voice in the stone tablet was the Dark Sage King, the king of the Dark Forbidden Zone. The evil heavenly emperor wouldn't question his words. The Dark Sage King was indeed terrifying. The strongest sage of the heavenly Tao, Li Mui, was not the Dark Sage King's match either. However, the evil heavenly emperor felt that something was very strange. These sages clearly only dared to stay in the heavenly Tao. Why would they suddenly come and find trouble with the Dark Sage King? That was courting death. After leaving the heavenly Tao sage's strength would be weakened. Before that, I'm willing to preach the Tao to you. Are you willing to accept it? The Dark Sage King's voice sounded again. The evil heavenly emperor was stunned, and his heart tightened. So the trap was waiting for him here. The Dark Sage King had already said more than once that he wanted to preach the Tao to the evil heavenly emperor. The two of them were clearly not master and disciple, but he still wanted to preach the Tao. It made the evil heavenly emperor feel that it was a trap, and he instinctively resisted. This time, the Dark Sage King used the primordial purple chi to lure him. He knew that if he rejected, the primordial purple chi would probably not land in his hands. If I don't become a sage, there'll be nothing in the end. Evil heavenly emperor looked up and said, I'm willing to accept it. He had left the immortal world for 6 years. Han Ju and the sages were still traveling through the Dark Forbidden Zone. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned. Why haven't we found him yet? The other sages frowned and felt that something was strange. They hoped that Heavenly Venerate Zondu would give them an explanation. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, I'm not sure, either. His aura has been moving and can't be accurately captured. Perhaps he has a bad feeling. After all, those at the deity realm of the ruins of End have also taken action. Han Ju frowned. If he couldn't even find the enemy, what could they fight? The past 6 years had been extremely tortuous for him. He felt that a mysterious mighty figure could jump out of the darkness to kill him at any time. Heavenly Venerate Zondu suddenly stopped and closed his eyes. Han Ju felt a vast aura descend on him, making him vigilant. This vast aura, Great Tao Divine Spirit, or Transcendent Tao Expert. Han Ju often fought with Ancestor Shishin in the simulation trial and had a certain understanding of this aura. The sages stopped. Not only Han Ju, but the other sages were also very nervous. Their nervousness came from the Dark Sage King. The previous battle had traumatized them. After a while, Heavenly Venerate Zondu opened his eyes and said, found it. He immediately charged forward, the sages following closely behind. The sages constantly tore through space and pressed forward. The Dark Forbidden Zone was not as simple as just darkness. There were also many dimensions in the space. There were many dimensions hidden in the darkness, independent or overlapping. It was complicated. Several hours later, the sages stopped. The space here was still extremely dark, but a huge floating island was ahead. It looked very abrupt in the darkness. A huge stone tablet on the island emitted purple light and flickered. Hanju swept his sage sense over with a strange expression. There were 2 auras on the island. One was a freedom sage with a powerful aura, and the other was a pseudo-sage. His aura was extremely similar to this freedom sage, like a clone. This pseudo-sage was the Heavenly Emperor Hanju knew. He should be called the evil Heavenly Emperor now. The Dark Sage King is just ahead. Prepare for battle, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice. The sages immediately parted and surrounded the huge floating island to prevent the Dark Sage King from escaping. Hanju moved silently while his gaze landed on the evil Heavenly Emperor. The divine light emitted by the sun and moon yin-yang protection wrapped around his figure, preventing the evil Heavenly Emperor from recognizing him. In front of the stone tablet, the evil Heavenly Emperor opened his eyes and looked over. The figures of the sages landed in his eyes, and his eyes were filled with extreme hatred. If not for the sages plotting against him, how could he have wandered around and ended up in such a miserable state? I didn't expect so many new sages to appear after the heavenly Tao changed. The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled mockingly. His voice was not loud, but he believed that the sages could hear him. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned in anger when he saw him. He was about to speak when a terrifying aura erupted. Tisk tisk, you guys are really not afraid of death. A sneer sounded. The black aura on the stone tablet quickly condensed into a figure. It was the Dark Sage King. Black chi surrounded him as if he was an evil king hidden in the extreme darkness. His eyes were cold and exuded an aura that made even sages palpitate. Hanju used the hidden function of the system to suppress his cultivation to the heavenly Tao Sage realm, so the Dark Sage King didn't sense any threat. He only felt that these sages were coming to die. Dark Sage King, quickly release the heavenly Tao lifeforms, Fuxidian said with a solemn tone. The Dark Sage King laughed. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. In that case, I'll let the heavenly Tao living beings see how you die. Once his voice landed, far away in the dark falling prison, Han Tuo, Yi Tian, and the primordial chaos Buddha heard his voice and opened their eyes. They saw a projection floating in midair in the cell, showing the confrontation between the sages and the Dark Sage King. Yi Tian frowned. He's really a sage. Some sages had once opened the Tao field and asked the Tao Seeker to listen to the Tao. Han Tuo and Yi Tian remembered 2 of them. Heavenly Venerate Zondu pulled out a sword from his sleeve. A Taiji painting that emitted endless light rose from his back and illuminated the dark space. Dark Sage King, since you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for being impolite. Kill him, Heavenly Venerate Zondu shouted. The other sages took out their Dharma treasures and used their mystical powers on the floating island. Hanju also pretended to take out the primordial judgment sword. His true goal was to insta-kill the Dark Sage King during the chaos. I can't waste time. He had to resolve this quickly and escape. Chapter 610 Battle of the Sages. Chapter 610 Battle of the Sages. The sages, mystical powers landed on the floating island almost instantly. Black light quickly expanded from the island and isolated all the mystical powers before it was destroyed. The Dark Sage King raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. Countless Dharma treasures suddenly flew out from the darkness like a torrential storm and swept towards the sages. Chu Zilai sat on the golden lotus and transformed into 100 million feet tall golden Buddha. His arms drew a circle, and 10 million arms appeared. He waved his palm in all directions. The wind stirred by the power of the sages made the evil Heavenly Emperor on the island unable to withstand it. Even with the Dark Sage King's protection, he still felt that he could turn into dust at any time. Emperor Shao transformed into his demonic body. His long hair fluttered wildly. He held a crimson spear and directly entered the island. He held the spear and attacked the Dark Sage King. Sect Master Tianju took out 4 magic swords and formed a sword formation that hung high above the floating island. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate cast spells with both hands and kept chanting. Golden halos descended from the sky and suppressed the floating island. Heavenly Venerate Wufa attacked. He held his sword and kept scattering sword chi, wanting to break through the black light protecting the floating island. A river appeared above Fuxidian's head. Roaring figures flew out and pounced at the floating island. Hanju used his mystical power, unparalleled sword chi. Countless sword chi interwove together and emitted a dazzling sword light that forcefully shattered the black light. Yes, the Dark Sage King's gaze landed on Hanju, clearly surprised. He was clearly a heavenly Tao sage. Why could he break through his dharmic powers? Could it be that the reason why these sages dared to come again was because of this person? After the black light shattered, the floating island appeared. The sages continued to use their mystical powers. The Dark Sage King fought the sages alone. He destroyed the sages' mystical powers with his right hand and pulled out a huge lightning whip from the darkness with his left hand to lash at them. Caught off guard, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was the first to be struck. His body exploded and his sage soul was also severely injured. Fortunately, he was a heavenly Tao sage and quickly condensed his body. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Emperor Shao's body was wrapped in demonic chi as he charged in front of the Dark Sage King. His long spear stabbed out and thousands of spear shadows burst forth, piercing through the Dark Sage King and piercing into the depths of the darkness. "You're far inferior to the devil ancestor and Luo Hu," the Dark Sage King said disdainfully and pointed at him. Boom! Emperor Shao felt as if he had been struck by an invisible force. He couldn't help but retreat. A black hole appeared behind him and devoured him before shrinking. Heavenly Venerate Zondu raised his sword. The Taiji painting rose behind him. Black and white light circled and quickly mixed into a ball. Heavenly Venerate Zondu split into 2 clones. 3 pure ones. The Dark Sage King was moved. He immediately waved his sleeve and moved the evil Heavenly Emperor out. The evil Heavenly Emperor quickly left the floating island and looked at the sage battlefield that was getting further and further away. At the same time, in the dark falling prison, all the prisoners were shocked by the battle in the projection. The speed of a sage was too fast. All sorts of mystical powers were at his fingertips. Even Han Tuo and Yi Tian, who were at the deity realm, were dazzled. Even through space, that terrifying holy might made them tremble in fear. "Is this a sage? Do you see? The sage of our Chan school has come to save us. Hee, isn't our human race's sage also here? Isn't Fuxidian a sage of our demon race? How can he be a human race sage? Looks like we have a chance to be saved." The prisoners became excited and the dark falling prison became noisy. Han Ju's supreme treasure descended on the floating island with the Dark Sage King's dharmic powers. He walked towards the Dark Sage King and shrank the ground into an inch. He took 2 steps and arrived in front of him, slashing down with his sword. The Dark Sage King raised his hand to block, but the barrier formed by his dharmic powers was easily broken. Emperor Shao, who had just freed himself from the black hole, attacked again. He said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Han, I'm counting on you." He transformed into a black beam of light. With the spear tip in front, he attacked with unstoppable force. The Dark Sage King leapt and easily dodged. The Dark Sage King raised his arms and muttered something. Thunderclouds appeared above the floating island and countless black lightning descended on Hanju and Emperor Shao. Suppressed, Hanju placed his arms above his head, looking like he couldn't withstand it. Emperor Shao was even worse. He was suppressed to the ground by the black lightning. The lightning transformed into shackles and locked him down. The Dark Sage King smiled disdainfully. Heavenly Venerate Zondu, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Chu Zilai, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Sect Master Tianju, and Fuxidian continued to attack. This was the battle of the sages. It was difficult to defeat them in a short period of time. Even if the Dark Sage King suppressed the Heavenly Tao Sage, he couldn't easily kill him. The sages were under a lot of pressure. They didn't expect Hanju to be unable to withstand the Dark Sage King. Now, they could only fight. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's 3 pure ones formed 2 extremely powerful Dharma idols. They quickly arrived in front of the Dark Sage King and were destroyed by their swords no matter what mystical power he used. "This is Laozi's Dharma idol." The Dark Sage King's eyes narrowed as he was occupied by madness. "HMPH, even with the help of an ancient sage, all of you will die today." The Dark Sage King shouted domineeringly. A terrifying wind stirred around him and destroyed Laozi's Dharma idol. Turning to look at Heavenly Venerate Zondu and standing proudly, he smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Zondu, you're stronger than before. However, I wasn't serious earlier. Next, I'll let you see my great mystical power. All of you can stay and submit to me." He laughed impudently. Terrifying power surged from the darkness in all directions and entered the Dark Sage King's body. Emperor Shao threw his spear, but it was blocked by the dark power. The sages were moved. They all felt that the Dark Sage King's power was increasing steadily. At this moment, Hanju suddenly appeared behind the Dark Sage King. The 2 Fian Celestial Dharma idols above his head waved their palms at him. Imprisonment Fian Celestial. Barrier Fian Celestial. The power of 2 Fian Celestial stopped the Dark Sage King. This time, Hanju used his full strength. The Dark Sage King was shocked. How is this possible? The power of the barrier Fian Celestial directly severed his connection with the darkness and forcefully interrupted his speed of becoming stronger. Fian Celestial Dharma idols quickly condensed above Hanju's head. Heavenly Constellation Fian Celestial. Strength Fian Celestial. Combat Fee and Celestial, Unbeatable Fee and Celestial, Giant Fee and Celestial. Dozens of Fee and Celestial Dharma idols entered Hanju's body as soon as they appeared. He also waved his palm. Primordial Divine Rage. It could combine the power of many Fee and Celestials and fuse them together to form a powerful mystical power. After breaking through to the Freedom Sage realm, the number of Fee and Celestials Hanju could fuse increased greatly. He fused with Fee and Celestial Dharma idols that had powerful physical strength. With a palm strike, the Dark Sage King was instantly annihilated. The Dark Sage King has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Hanju ignored the notification and waved his palm again. Before his body condensed, he destroyed the soul of the Dark Sage King. No, the Dark Sage King roared hoarsely, his tone filled with fear. The evil Heavenly Emperor, who was leaving the battlefield, only felt the dark power wrapped around him disappear. Hearing the Dark Sage King's voice, his expression changed drastically. How is that possible? The sages killed the Dark Sage King. Chapter 611 Hope in Despair. Chapter 611 Hope in Despair. Hanju used the primordial divine rage again to prevent the Dark Sage King from escaping. Several times later, the floating island had already turned into dust. The dark space was filled with Hanju's vast and scorching dharmic powers. The sages were dumbfounded, even Heavenly Venerate Zondu widened his eyes. The Dark Sage King was dead. Impossible. Furthermore, he was forcefully killed and had no ability to resist. Hanju used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. After confirming that the Dark Sage King was not around, he checked his interpersonal relationships and couldn't find the Dark Sage King's portrait. He heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the sages and said, "It's time to save the heavenly Tao lifeforms." The sages came back to their senses and used their mystical powers to capture the location of the Dark Falling Prison. When the Dark Sage King perished, the projection in the Dark Falling Prison vanished. The prisoners were stunned. They didn't see clearly and didn't know what had happened. Han Tuo and Yi Tian looked at each other in confusion. Mortals couldn't even see the battle of the sages clearly. At this moment, black pillars of light descended from the sky and landed on every prisoner in the Dark Falling Prison. Han Tuo was wrapped by the black pillar of light and could not move. The dark power in his body began to boil, seeping into his bloodline and soaking into his soul. What's happening? Han Tuo was shocked and extremely terrified. Facing this power, he felt that his body no longer belonged to him. Yi Tian was also terrified. They could clearly sense that they were transforming. They didn't know if it was good or bad. Boom, the Dark Falling Prison began to shatter. The bottom shattered and all the prisoners fell into the endless darkness. On the other side, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate suddenly grabbed the evil Heavenly Emperor and smiled disdainfully. "I didn't expect you to actually seek refuge with the Dark Sage King. You're courting death." The evil Heavenly Emperor was extremely angry. He glared at South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and did not explain. "Let him live." A voice floated over, causing the evil Heavenly Emperor to widen his eyes. This voice was Hanju's. He turned around and saw the mysterious sage shining with divine light staring at them. Their eyes met. The evil Heavenly Emperor couldn't see Hanju's expression and felt extremely complicated. The small tree he had once protected was already huge. It was even rooted on the sage camp that he hated. He was flustered. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned and was about to speak when Hanju said, "Give me face." Hearing this, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's expression changed, and he instantly smiled. "All right, since fellow Taoist Han has spoken, how can I not give you face?" He released his hand and turned to leave, joining the other sages in finding the Dark Falling Prison. The evil Heavenly Emperor looked at Hanju from afar in silence. Hanju said, "I can protect you. Are you willing to join me?" The evil Heavenly Emperor shook his head. "There's no need. I've already become mortal enemies with the Heavenly Tao. In the future, when the darkness and the Heavenly Tao fight, I'll also let you live." With that, the evil Heavenly Emperor turned around and left. Hanju showed a frown. The evil Heavenly Emperor's words made him instinctively develop killing intent. He still had to rely on the Heavenly Tao to block powerful enemies, so he naturally did not want the evil Heavenly Emperor to be enemies with the Heavenly Tao. However, he suppressed this killing intent. He couldn't attack the Heavenly Emperor. He turned around. The two of them were like father and son in the past. Not long ago, the Heavenly Emperor also protected Hanju so forcefully and followed all his requests. Hanju didn't mistreat the Heavenly Emperor. If not for his interference in fate many times, the Heavenly Emperor would have died in the calamity. When Hanju turned around, he understood something. So what if he was a sage? This was fate. Han Ju could capture the evil heavenly emperor into the primordial heavenly prison, but what was the point? At most, the evil heavenly emperor would obey him completely. It couldn't erase his hatred towards the heavenly Tao. Han Ju sighed in his heart and stopped thinking about it. He immediately sent a dream to immortal Emperor Samsara and asked him to use the invocation technique so that he could escape at any time. The dream ended quickly after Han Ju said this. Immortal Emperor Samsara didn't even have time to ask. For the next period of time, immortal Emperor Samsara followed Han Ju's instructions and kept using the invocation technique. A black vortex appeared behind Han Ju and followed behind him. The sages were surprised when they saw it. They didn't dare to ask or even check with their sage sense, afraid of offending him. The scene of Han Ju forcefully killing the Dark Sage King was still vivid in their minds. The remaining power was still there, and they were also very afraid. Since Han Ju could kill the Dark Sage King, killing them was naturally nothing difficult. They weren't as powerful as the Dark Sage King. In the darkness, Han Tuo's consciousness slowly woke up. He felt that he was constantly falling, as if he was falling into an abyss. What's going on? Am I going to die? Han Tuo thought numbly. I can save you as long as you're willing to let me occupy your body. The mysterious white-robed man's voice sounded again. If this continues, you will be devoured by the Dark Sage King's dark power. You will become the inauspicious evil of the Dark Forbidden Zone. This is the only way. Hearing the other party's urging, Han Tuo still did not answer. He was reviewing his life. He had experienced excitement, regret, pain, and satisfaction. Perhaps he should end it this way. His only regret was that he had yet to revive his parents and wife. After 100,000 years, it was already wishful thinking for Han Tuo to find their souls. Perhaps death is the true release. Han Tuo thought bitterly. At this moment, a beam of light pierced through the darkness and shone on him. The light entered Han Tuo's eyes and awakened the hope in his heart. He saw a hand reaching for him. That is, Han Tuo's pupils slowly widened in disbelief. A figure appeared behind that hand, a figure that was already blurry in his memories. Father. The blurred face in the depths of his memories became clear. Han Tuo was extremely excited. He wanted to speak, but he could not. Han Ju put him into his sleeve expressionlessly. The dark falling prison collapsed, causing a strong spatial fluctuation. The sages had sensed the spatial fluctuation and found the dark falling prison. After saving the heavenly Tao lifeforms, the sages gathered. Han Ju quietly stepped into the dark vortex of the invocation technique and disappeared. Where's fellow Taoist Han? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked in surprise. Chu Zilai said, fellow Taoist Han has already left. Let's also leave so that the existence behind the Dark Sage King won't find trouble with us. Alright, the sages immediately fled. Before Han Ju left, he sent a voice transmission to Chu Zilai and Heavenly Venerate Wufa, telling them to escape quickly. The sages quickly traveled through space. They were no less nervous than Han Ju and were also worried that they would be killed by the mysterious mighty figure. As he traveled, Fuxian sighed. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Han to be so powerful. He's probably already achieved the Freedom Realm. The sages' expressions became complicated. They watched as Han Ju became stronger step by step, surpassing them and leaving them behind. This shock was indescribable. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, it must be the Freedom Sage Realm. It seems that fellow Taoist Han has a powerful background that we can't see through. He didn't believe that Han Ju cultivated to this stage by himself. This fellow is definitely a mighty figure. Chapter 612 Dark Sage King's Backing. Chapter 612 Dark Sage King's Backing. No matter what, by killing the Dark Sage King, the Heavenly Tao will be spared. Heavenly Venerate Zondu changed the topic. He had worked with Han Ju and didn't want the other sages to be afraid and hostile towards him. Since ancient times, there had been several times when a sage had been too strong and was surrounded by other sages. Of course, Heavenly Venerate Zondu felt that these sages weren't Han Ju's match. He was just afraid that they would die. That's right, as long as we kill the Dark Sage King, anything is fine. Why do I feel that we're not needed anymore? Why not? If not for us asking our seniors to take action and coming personally, how would fellow Taoist Han dare to come? He would think that it was a trap. Tisk tisk. Fellow Taoist Han is so powerful, but he's so cautious. How strange. It's good to be cautious. Han Ju never takes the initiative to become enemies. He was forced to take action. This is something worth learning. If we unite and strengthen the Heavenly Tao, our cultivation levels will definitely increase. Perhaps it will be a better outcome if sages don't fight among themselves. The sages communicated as they ran. Han Ju appeared in front of Immortal Emperor Samsara and asked him to immediately end the invocation technique and cut off the black vortex. Immortal Emperor Samsara did as he was told, then asked curiously, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Han Ju said, "We were fighting just now." "With who?" "An existence that surpasses the heavenly Tao sages." Immortal Emperor Samsara was stunned. He suddenly recalled the last time he used the invocation technique, that terrifying aura. What kind of existence was Han Ju? After Han Ju asked Immortal Emperor Samsara to cancel the invocation technique, he came to the second Tao field. The chaos deity's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Great, time to use the Book of Misfortune. Han Ju cursed silently. The great Tao divine spirit guarding the chaotic order was actually the Dark Sage King's backing. He didn't think too much about it. In any case, the chaotic deity was only a great Tao divine spirit and couldn't enter his Tao field. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju let Han Tuo out. Han Tuo lay on the ground unconscious. Han Ju waved his hand and pulled out a soul. It was the white-robed man Han Tuo had encountered in the deity realm of the ruins of End. This was only a soul fragment. The white-robed man had a solemn expression as he asked, "Who are you? You can actually kill the Dark Sage King. Do you know who's behind him?" Han Ju directly killed him. Since it was not his main body, something would happen if he kept it here. Kundi's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Laozi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. 7 Tao Sage has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. Jade Bodhi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Nuwa has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. Karma Heaven has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Hatred notifications began to appear in front of Han Ju. He was stunned. A total of 26 mighty figures had developed hatred towards him, many of which were names that had appeared in Chinese mythology. What happened? Han Ju was shocked. He checked the portraits of these mighty figures and heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that there was no Tao creator. To be safe, Han Ju still used the derivation function. Can the mighty figures who developed hatred towards me just now break through the array formation of my Tao field? 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju completely relaxed. After calming down, he figured it out. Could it be that these mighty figures were behind the Dark Sage King? Then, why did these mighty figures still help them, the sages, restrain the existence behind the Dark Sage King? Self-directed drama. Han Ju was terrified. Could it be that the mighty figures wanted to use the Dark Sage King to shatter the heavenly Tao? Why was this happening? Han Ju couldn't figure it out. Dijin sent you a dream. Do you accept? When Han Ju saw this notification, he didn't agree immediately but asked, "Will I be in danger if I accept his dream?" 150 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Relieved, Han Ju accepted Dijin's dream. In the dream, the two of them stood above the clouds. Dijin stared at him and asked in a low voice, "When did you attain the Freedom Realm?" To prevent the mighty figures from thinking of the great Tao of extreme origin, Han Ju couldn't help but say, "To be honest, I was originally at the Freedom Realm. Han Ju is only part of my training in the immortal world in this life." Dijin frowned. If what Han Ju said was true and they didn't see through him before, didn't that mean that Han Ju's main body might be stronger than them? Han Ju pretended to be calm. Dijin was still his good friend, and there was no hatred for the time being, so Han Ju wanted to hear what he had to say. "You killed the Dark Sage King. This is not good," Dijin said faintly. Han Ju said, "I killed him for the heavenly Tao. The other sages begged me to help. I believe the mighty figures of the deity realm of the ruins of End will protect us." Dijin said, "Indeed. Are you really only protecting the heavenly Tao? What else?" Dijin stared at him. Han Ju also had a guess, but he didn't say it, as if he didn't know that 26 mighty figures were hostile towards him. If the heavenly Tao is in danger in the future, don't do anything. We have arrangements in place. With that, Dijin ended the dream. In reality, Han Ju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "Is Dijin also one of the Dark Sage King's backing?" 150 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Han Ju's heart sank. As the reason these mighty figures self-directed this drama to destroy the heavenly Tao to overthrow the Tao ancestors' lineage. Han Ju could only think of this reason. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Being targeted by so many mighty figures was not a good thing. Hanju's only advantage was the Tao field. He couldn't go out easily in the future. Those mighty figures didn't know that he had already guessed the truth and might not directly fall out with him. At most, they would be wary of his identity. Dijin was the best example. Hanju was confused. What was going on? Empress Nua sent you a dream. Do you accept it? Accept. Hanju entered the dream again and saw Nua. The dream was the mountain range of Bujo Divine Mountain. The scenery was magnificent. Nua asked, Hanju, what's your relationship with the Tao ancestor? Indeed, it was another suspicion. Hanju said, it's fine. Why do you ask? He pretended to be puzzled. I only killed the Dark Sage King. Why did all the seniors come to visit me in my dreams? Did I kill the wrong person? Nua shook her head. No, you killed the right person. It's just that your strength surprised us. Who are you trying to fool? I've already deduced your conspiracy. Hanju frowned. Isn't it good that I'm powerful? I can protect the heavenly Tao. That's right, but why do you have the Bujo Divine Mountain? Back then, the Bujo Divine Mountain was broken by the ancestral Magus, and the remaining mountain was taken away by the Tao ancestor, Nua asked with deep meaning. Chapter 613 Father and Son Reunite, Choice. Chapter 613 Father and Son Reunite, Choice. Regarding Nua's doubts, Hanju was enlightened. The Bujo Divine Mountain is the item of the Tao ancestor. Previously, when I was wandering the chaos, I met a mysterious senior. He said that we were fated to meet and gave me the Bujo Divine Mountain. I didn't expect could he be the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor is still alive. Hanju paused and exclaimed again. He had already used his strongest acting skills. Nua frowned slightly. I see. I will discuss this with other mighty figures. If the Tao ancestor looks for you in the future, remember to tell me. The Tao ancestor is not simple. He is not as good as the rumors say. With that, Nua hurriedly cancelled the dream. Hanju opened his eyes. I hope the Tao ancestor can scare off these guys. Hanju thought to himself. The Tao ancestor was indeed still alive. A long time ago, he had even developed a favorable impression of him. Although the favorability was very low, he could confirm his existence. The Tao ancestor's name was still dark in Hanju's friends list. His true appearance could not be seen, which showed how mysterious he was. Then again, the plot between the deity realm of the ruins of End and the heavenly Tao could completely be seen as a battle between the Tao ancestor and the mighty figures. The reason why the Tao ancestor was called the Tao ancestor was that he was the ancestor of the great Tao. After Pengu killed the 3,000 chaotic Fian Celestials, the Tao ancestor was the first to attain the Tao and was also the first to preach the Tao. All the cultivators in the future could be considered his disciples. Pengu was the first mighty figure to split the world apart. The Tao ancestor was the first mighty figure to preach the Tao. All of them had immeasurable supreme merit. Just as Hanju was thinking, Hantuo slowly woke up. Seeing him, he hurriedly got up. Hanju didn't use the sun and moon yin-yang protection because the battle had ended. However, his body was still covered by the freedom divine light, and Hantuo couldn't see his true appearance. Who are you? Hantuo asked warily. He recalled the person he saw before he fainted. He saw his father. Was that an illusion? Hanju said, who do you think I am? Hantuo was moved. This voice Hanju used the voice he had in the past. It didn't have any sage aura. Father, how is that possible? Hantuo immediately knelt on the ground with a surprised and shocked expression. Hanju didn't restrain the light on his body and stared at him calmly. After a long while, Hantuo finally calmed down. He gritted his teeth and asked, are you a sage? Then you. Hantuo subconsciously wanted to ask Hanju why he didn't save his mother, or rather, Hantuo's own wife. However, just as he was about to speak, Hantuo suddenly thought of the Han family. Hanyu had also questioned him like this back then. He recalled his state of mind at that time. The anger in his heart seemed to have been extinguished by a basin of cold water. He became dejected. Why not save her? Because the difference in cultivation and status was too great. They pursued different things. Hantuo had given birth to a son only to train. He had never treated his mortal wife and children as family from the beginning. He only wanted to live a mortal dream. In the end, he felt pity and taught his children cultivation techniques. This led to the birth of the Han family and the end of the clan. Was this why Hanju gave birth to him back then? Thinking of this, Hantuo was confused. He suddenly felt that everything had lost its meaning. He didn't dare to blame Hanju because he was the same. However, he couldn't accept this situation. What was he pursuing? If his existence was valuable, wouldn't the Han family also have its own value? Looking up at Hanju, Han Tuo thought of Han Yu and panicked. All his words turned into a pool of stagnant water. Hanju slowly said, "It seems that you've thought it through." Han Tuo clenched his fists in his sleeves and gritted his teeth. The surprise of being saved and reuniting after a long time was already occupied by his anger towards himself. "Actually, your mother is still here. I can revive her at any time," Hanju suddenly said. Han Tuo suddenly looked up, pleasantly surprised. "As for your wife, that's your own business." Hanju's next words made his mood sink again. Han Tuo suddenly felt ashamed. He understood. He didn't really rely on opportunities to survive until today. Why was the King of Hell willing to help him? Why didn't the sect master of the Jia school kill him? Why did so many mighty figures treat him as if they were old friends? It was all because of Hanju's relationships. Hanju could still save the wife he had in the mortal world, but he, Han Tuo, had long forgotten about her. Compared to Hanju, Han Tuo felt that he was completely inferior in all aspects. He felt ashamed. At this moment, Han Tuo didn't dare to ask for anything anymore, and he even didn't know what to say. Gratitude, blame, such things were meaningless. Hanju said, "I originally wanted to wait until you became a pseudo-sage before recognizing you. However, the Dark Sage King captured you." Han Tuo lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Sorry. He wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to hide in. At this moment, he suddenly felt a hand land on his head. He subconsciously looked up and discovered that Hanju had already retracted his divine light. He touched his head and looked at him. Although Hanju was expressionless, his actions made Han Tuo's suppressed emotions erupt instantly. His eyes instantly turned red. "Father." Han Tuo wanted to call him father again, but he felt that he had no right. "Don't think too much. What you have to think about now is how to proceed from now on," Hanju said calmly. Han Tuo took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. He asked, "What do you think?" He was no longer a child. It was impossible for him to pounce into Hanju's arms and act spoiled. The feeling of flesh and blood couldn't stop the embarrassment of reuniting after a long time. "Choose for yourself." Hanju's words came back, making Han Tuo have to think. He knew that his choice this time would decide his future cultivation path. Since Hanju saved him, he could definitely choose to cultivate under his father's protection. However, for some reason, he suddenly thought of Han Yu. Back then, he had wanted to protect him, but Han Yu had rejected him. Han Yu had even said that he wanted to surpass him. At that time, he had only felt that it was funny. Han Tuo laughed at himself. Hanju and him, he and Han Yu, looked after each other from generation to generation. Their relationship was like a mirror. Wait, could it be that Hanju saved Han Yu? He had heard from the King of Hell that a mighty figure had saved the Han family. Han Tuo widened his eyes with a complicated expression. His father did this because he wanted to use Han Yu to educate and warn him. Han Tuo had completely figured it out. He looked up with a firm gaze and said, "I want to walk my own path. Let me go. I will create a world that belongs to me. When I attain the Tao, I will repay you for birthing and nurturing me, as well as the opportunities I got." Hanju said, "You can also become a sage under me as long as you can endure endless loneliness." "No need. As your son, if I want to be respected, I have to prove myself." "Fine." Hanju didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and pointed at Han Tuo's forehead. Boom! Han Tuo felt his mind explode, and his consciousness fell into a daze. Hanju introduced the great Tao of extreme origin into his mind and preached the Tao to him. The current him had already fused with the great Tao of extreme origin. There was no need to speak anymore, because he was the great Tao of extreme origin. Chapter 614 Potential Released, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's Ambition. Chapter 614 Potential Released, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's Ambition. Not only did Hanju teach Han Tuo the great Tao of extreme origin, but he also wanted to completely release his potential. Perhaps Han Tuo's bloodline potential did not match his, but it was definitely stronger than all the living beings in the heavenly Tao. Hanju stared at him and muttered, "Don't disappoint me. I hope you can become the second primordial Fian Celestial." A strong light burst out from Han Tuo's body. It was dazzling. At the same time, in the second Tao field, Dong Zhou and Marong Qi felt an aura rapidly becoming stronger. "That's another chaotic Fian Celestial," Marong Qi muttered curiously. He didn't go to watch to avoid disturbing Hanju. Ever since he had become the combat fiend celestial, Marongchi had been cultivating at a tremendous pace. He was far stronger than before. He was very excited and enjoyed every day of cultivation. He finally understood why Hanju liked to cultivate so much. This feeling of becoming stronger was more wonderful than any experience in the world. 10 years passed in a flash. Hantuo slowly woke up. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Hanju, who was emitting divine light. He was still so high and mighty. With Hanju's help, Hantuo had already removed the dark power in his body. He officially stepped onto the great Tao of extreme origin and his potential had completely awakened. Hantuo clearly felt that everything had changed. The world in his eyes became clearer. The flowing and invisible Konei Chi flowed in front of him like rivers. This feeling, excited, Hantuo hurriedly kowtowed to Hanju. "Thank you, father," Hantuo said in a low voice, his voice trembling. He could feel his potential transforming. With a breath, he could absorb Konei Chi and increase his cultivation. Too terrifying. Was this the great Tao of a sage? Hanju didn't even open his eyes as he said, "Try your best to stay in the immortal world in the future. Don't go out. There are many existences stronger than me outside the immortal world watching. You have inherited my bloodline and will be targeted by many mighty figures." Hantuo nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Where's Yi Tian?" "He's my sworn brother." "You?" As a sage, Hanju definitely knew the people around him. "I didn't save him." "Why? He's the son of the heavenly Tao. To be precise, he's a pawn created by the heavenly Tao spirit. The heavenly Tao spirit is the intelligence born by the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao has a spirit, it will definitely be a calamity. You understand this logic, so it's impossible for me to save Yi Tian. If he grows up, he will only harm the immortal world." "You should have already sensed his bloodlust," Hanju said indifferently. Hantuo was stunned. "I see. No wonder I couldn't catch up to him no matter what." Hantuo smiled bitterly, but his eyes were still very firm. "He has his backing. You don't have to worry. Cultivate here for now. You're not allowed to leave," Hanju said. Although Hantuo's potential was freed, he was not strong enough. Hantuo asked, "When can I leave?" "When you reach the Zenith Heaven realm." "Zenith Heaven?" Hantuo raised his eyebrows. With his current potential, it was not difficult for him to reach the Zenith Heaven realm. At this moment, Hanju suddenly disappeared. Hantuo was stunned. He stood up and wanted to walk out of the Taoist temple to take a look, but he still stopped. "No, I can't let him down." Hantuo sat down again and started cultivating. On the other side, Hanju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. He looked up and saw that the sages had already returned and were gathered in the Universal Hall. After thinking for a moment, he jumped out of the immortal world and appeared at the Universal Hall outside the 33rd heaven. Sensing his aura, the door to the Universal Hall opened. Hanju walked into the hall and came in front of the sages. "Fellow Taoist Han, you've finally appeared. We thought you hadn't returned. Damn it, we were attacked on the way back. Fellow Taoist Fuxidian is gone. Who is behind the Dark Sage King? I'm not sure. I keep feeling that the Heavenly Tao's danger isn't over." Hearing the sages' words, Hanju glanced at them. Other than Fuxidian, the other sages were all injured. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's expression was very ugly. Hanju asked, "Are your injuries very serious?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "A powerful force suppressed our Tao hearts. It will take us a long time to recover." For a time, the hall fell silent. Hanju asked, "Have you contacted your seniors in the deity realm of the ruins of End?" "What did they say?" "They want us to focus on managing the heavenly Tao. Don't think too much about it." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate sighed. Hanju observed their expressions and couldn't see through their thoughts. "I want to know if they know that the Dark Sage King was instructed by the deity realm of the ruins of End." Hanju asked silently in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Hanju mourned. So these people were also pawns and were kept in the dark. It was normal. They were heavenly Tao sages. If something happened to the heavenly Tao, they would all be buried with it. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had descended later. If he knew about the schemes of the mighty figures, he would probably not come even if they beat him to death. In that case, I can use them. Hanju thought silently. No matter what, they were on the same side in the matter of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "We can't control the matter of Fuxidian. We should think of a way to increase the heavenly Tao's providence. The stronger the heavenly Tao is, the safer we will be." The sages nodded and dispersed. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sent a voice transmission to stop Hanju from leaving. After the other sages left, the door to the universal hall closed. Something's wrong. We have to hurry up and obtain the earth immortal world and nurture it into the heavenly Tao, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice. Hanju asked, you're a freedom sage with deep experience. Why did you descend as a heavenly Tao sage? Heavenly Venerate Zondu sighed. The great Tao immeasurable calamity is about to arrive. I'm worried about the heavenly Tao and the human race. Were you not arranged to be here? Of course. Otherwise, how can I let go of the grudge of you killing Li Mui? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said snappily. The emotions he suddenly displayed pulled his relationship with Hanju closer. Heavenly Venerate Zondu added, I already have a preliminary guess regarding the great Tao immeasurable calamity, but I can't verify it for the time being. The reason why I'm targeting the earth immortal world is that I'm afraid that the heavenly Tao will die. If that day really comes, we can still move all the heavenly Tao beings to the earth immortal world, just like how the Tao ancestor created the immortal world in the past. Hanju's impression of Heavenly Venerate Zondu changed. Not all cultivators only worked hard for the strongest. They had other ambitions. The two of them began to discuss how to develop the reincarnation space. The greatest resistance to the reincarnation space's development now was the chaotic fiend celestial and the infinite space hidden in the earth immortal world. Behind the infinite space was a sage. He had severed 3 corpses to attain the Tao. He was stronger than a heavenly Tao sage, but he was inferior to a sage who had used his own strength to attain the Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was once a freedom sage. Hanju was also a freedom sage now, so they didn't have to worry about the infinite space. They had to eliminate the chaotic fiend celestial first. Chapter 615 Peak of Bujo. Chapter 615 Peak of Bujo. After returning to the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He discussed with Heavenly Venerate Zondu for 2 hours and finally decided to wait for the reincarnation space to develop for a period of time before forcing the chaotic fiend celestial to appear. Hanju didn't deduce where the chaotic fiend celestial was. Unlike Heavenly Venerate Zondu, he was only interested in this matter and didn't have to do anything. Therefore, he was not as anxious as the other party. The matter of killing the Dark Sage King attracted the hatred of 26 mighty figures. For the next period of time, he had to keep a low profile. He decided to keep a low profile for thousands of years before cursing these guys. Hanju opened the emails and looked at the changes in his circle of friends recently. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has inherited the inheritance of your enemy, the Dark Sage King. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Yongdu was attacked by a mysterious race X392092. Your good friend Chu Zilai was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Fuxidian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and died. Your good friend Fuxidian was resurrected by your enemy, Nua. He became a freedom sage. Ko, your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has been enlightened by your good friend, the Tao ancestor. His cultivation has increased greatly. Evil Heavenly Emperor. Seeing his situation, Hanju sighed silently. The evil Heavenly Emperor had a path to take. Little did he know that the backing of the Dark Sage King was the backing of the Heavenly Tao sages. After so many twists and turns, the evil Heavenly Emperor was still a pawn and couldn't break through the cages of those mighty figures. Looking down, Hanju saw what happened to Fuxidian and had a bad feeling. With Fuxidian dead, a more overbearing sage would definitely descend next. Just like the previous Heavenly Venerate Wufa, there would be internal strife among the sages again. When the next Heavenly Tao calamity arrived, the sages would fight among themselves, and it would be very difficult for them to unite. Hanju had already deduced the plans of the mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End, but he couldn't say it. His only advantage was that those mighty figures didn't know that he already knew the truth. Hanju wanted to use this to break them up. It was impossible for these mighty figures to be absolutely united. After reading the emails, Hanju continued cultivating. He was waiting for the opportunity to curse. It had been a long time since he had lasted cursed. He missed it. It was time for the Dark Forbidden Lord to appear again. Netherworld, by the Yellow Spring. Yang Tiandong was meditating when Empress Haotu appeared above the Yellow Spring. Sensing her aura, Yang Tiandong hurriedly opened his eyes and bowed. Empress Haotu asked, I've already investigated. I still don't know who attacked you. Recently, the defense of the Netherworld has been strengthened. The sages left the immortal world not long ago to deal with the Dark Sage King. Sage Fuxidian has sacrificed himself. The crisis of the Heavenly Tao might only begin now. The Netherworld is the lowest level of the Heavenly Tao. It might become a breakthrough point for the unknown enemy. Yang Tiandong frowned. Empress, my cultivation level is very weak. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to protect the netherworld. Don't worry, I will let the 18 kings of hell return. They are all Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. This is also the greatest power that the netherworld has accumulated. 18 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Yang Tiandong's eyelids twitched. So powerful. He heaved a sigh of relief, but he was also a little worried. The return of the 18 ancient kings would definitely affect his status. Would he be killed? Empress Haotu continued, I will leave the immortal world for a period of time next. Discuss everything with the great king of hell. He has a wide network and can deal with all situations. Understood. Empress Haotu vanished, and Yang Tiandong stood up to leave. On the way back, Yang Tiandong was worried. He felt that something big was about to happen. On the other side, the immortal world was still circulating on its own. The battle of the sages had not spread. The living beings saved by the sages were still imprisoned in the Sage Dao field. It was only because they had the power of darkness that they had to be completely eliminated to make the sages feel at ease. In the past tens of thousands of years, the most famous mighty figure in the immortal world was Great Loose Heaven. He held the top position in the Heavenly Dao Providence board and controlled the first mortal world. The Loose Heaven sect he created was spread throughout the immortal world and its power increased day by day. Ever since the Buzhou Divine Mountain had become a dangerous place, Li Daokong's reputation had also plummeted. It was unknown who had secretly spread the news that he was once the eldest disciple of the human school. For a time, the label of bloodthirsty and traitors fell on Li Daokong. He didn't defend himself and did as he pleased. Thus, Li Daokong's development was not good, but the Holy Mother sect supported by the hidden sect developed very smoothly. They recruited countless female disciples. In addition, Huang Zuntian often took care of them. The alliance of the two schools was extremely helpful to each other. The heavenly race also sent immortals to visit the Holy Mother sect from time to time. The Holy Mother sect had already become a major force. After tens of thousands of years, all the living beings in the world had already forgotten about the hidden sect, but their power on the surface was already very terrifying. On this day, the Buzhou Divine Mountain welcomed a human cultivator. He wore a green robe and looked imposing. His face was not too outstanding. He had a grand unity earth immortal cultivation and was not considered powerful. After entering the mountain, he rushed to the top. When he was halfway up the mountain, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended, almost killing him. Go back. Li Daokong's voice sounded extremely indifferent. The green-robed man gritted his teeth and said, I'm a human cultivator, Meng Xiao. I didn't mean to disturb you, senior. I want to ascend the highest peak in the immortal world and complain that the immortal gods are unfair. His eyes were determined without any fear. Then go to the 13th heaven. Don't disturb Buzhou's peace. Li Daokong's voice sounded again with a hint of impatience. Meng Xiao knelt down and cupped his fists. The humans are not allowed to go to the 13th heaven. I can't meet the heavenly ancestor, so I can only come to the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Legend has it that if I can stand at the top of the Buzhou Divine Mountain, I shout out at the 33rd heaven. This is the only way. I hope that senior can allow it. Otherwise, I can only die under you. I have nothing to worry about in this life. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, instantly charring Meng Xiao black and causing him to roll down the hill. However, he quickly stabilized himself and stood up trembling. He continued to climb up. Blood began to seep out of his charred body. Meng Xiao looked like a ghost, but his eyes were still bright and determined. Senior, please, allow. As Meng Xiao ascended the mountain, he spoke with a trembling voice. His voice was weak and not as loud as the wind. The Buzhou Divine Mountain fell into silence. Tacitly agreeing, Li Daokong no longer stopped him. Several months later, the severely injured Meng Xiao finally arrived at the top of the Buzhou Divine Mountain with much difficulty. The top of the mountain pierced through the sea of clouds. Meng Xiao knelt at the top of the mountain and gasped for breath. The sunlight shone on him, and his injuries had already recovered. He used a spell to clean his body and changed into a clean robe, but he was in a bad state. His face was pale and his body swayed. Meng Xiao looked up and slowly raised his right hand. He had never felt the heavens being so close to him. He gritted his teeth and raised his head to shout, I, Meng Xiao of the human race, denounce the heavenly god general of the heavenly race. He slaughtered the men and humiliated the women of my race. The immortal gods are unfair. Heavenly ancestor, please uphold justice for us. Chapter 616 Chaos in the Heavenly Race, Fang Liang appears. Chapter 616 Chaos in the Heavenly Race, Fang Liang appears. I, Meng Xiao of the human race, denounce the heavenly god general of the heavenly race. He slaughtered the men and humiliated the women of my race. The immortal gods are unfair. Heavenly ancestor, please uphold justice for us. I, Meng Xiao of the human race, denounce the heavenly god general of the heavenly race. He slaughtered the men and humiliated the women of my race. The immortal gods are unfair. Heavenly ancestor, please uphold justice for us. Meng Xiao shouted again and again, his voice becoming louder and louder. After 3 times, he became hysterical. 13th heaven. In the heavenly race hall, the gods gathered. Ji Shanshan was listening to the immortals report the recent battle situation of the heavenly race on the ground. The famous race and demon race joined forces, causing the attacks of the heavenly race to be blocked. At this moment, Ji Shanshan suddenly heard Meng Xiao's voice. He frowned. He wasn't the only one. The other immortals also heard it. The Buzhou Divine Mountain was Pengu's backbone. It connected the heavens and the earth. Meng Xiao's voice was conveyed to the 33rd heaven. The heavenly troops reporting became softer and softer. He also heard Meng Xiao's voice and felt the strange atmosphere in the hall. The heavenly soldier looked up at Ji Shanshan. Ji Shanshan waved his hand gently, and the heavenly soldier immediately bowed and left. Send for the heavenly god general, Ji Shanshan said expressionlessly. The current him was already the heavenly ancestor. His cultivation was even a pseudo-sage, looking mighty. An immortal god immediately went to find the heavenly god general. Not long after, the heavenly god general arrived. He knelt in the hall and bowed to Ji Shanshan. Fang Liang and the divine general also came. The heavenly god general was one of the 3 divine generals of the heavenly court in the past. Fang Liang was also the heavenly emperor, so he naturally came. The heavenly god general said in a low voice, "Heavenly ancestor, this person is slandering me. I've never been to the human race." He was very angry. Meng Xiao's accusation had embarrassed him. "Oh, someone is pretending to be you?" Ji Shanshan asked. The immortals counted with their fingers and could deduce that Meng Xiao's family had indeed been slaughtered. However, they couldn't guess who had done it. They guessed that the other party had used a special Dharma treasure to isolate deductions. The heavenly god general gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not sure. I'm willing to investigate." After the heavenly Tao restarted, the immortal world lacked order. The heavenly race was a heavenly Tao race and was high and mighty. Many immortals and gods had acted recklessly. However, Ji Shanshan couldn't be bothered to bicker with them. It was too troublesome. However, the situation was different now. Meng Xiao was shouting at the top of the Buzhou Divine Mountain. The mighty figures of the other heavens had probably heard it. Perhaps the sages had also heard it. If this matter was not resolved properly, it would definitely affect the heavenly race. An old immortal stood up and said, "Heavenly ancestor, according to what I know, a heavenly general under the heavenly god general has indeed descended into the mortal world in the last 1,000 years and gone to the human race recently." "Who?" Ji Shanshan asked. The heavenly god general seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed drastically. He looked up and kept winking at the old immortal. The old immortal ignored him and continued, "Heart refinement heavenly general. Heart refinement heavenly general." The immortals were in an uproar. Ji Shanshan frowned. The heavenly god general said angrily, "I was the one who arranged for heart refinement heavenly general to go to the human race. The human race he went to was harmed by the dragon race. He went to protect the human race." The old immortal chuckled and slowly retreated, rejoining the group of literature immortals. The divine general frowned and stared at the heavenly god general. "Really? Really?" The heavenly god general gritted his teeth. He paused for a moment and continued, "If the heavenly ancestor insists on blaming me, it can only be considered my negligence. I gave the villain a chance to scheme. I'm willing to bear the responsibility." Fang Liang teased him. Heart refinement heavenly general's father is an elder of the Jia school. He has also heard of a sage preaching and can be considered a disciple of theirs. Is the heavenly god general afraid of offending him? Jia school elder, disciple of a sage. These 2 identities made the atmosphere in the hall even more oppressive. The immortals did not dare to speak. Ji Shanshan had relied on the power of the hidden sect to reorganize the heavenly race. Now, he was already in charge. However, the power of the other sects in the heavenly race had not completely retreated. Ji Shanshan also needed connections and did not go overboard. What the heart refinement heavenly general had done could be said to have torn apart the dark side of the heavenly race. He wasn't the only person who had done evil, nor was he the person with the greatest sins. Ji Shanshan frowned. He secretly regretted it. All these years, he had been busy dealing with the demons and taking in all the races in the immortal world, ignoring the rules. It couldn't be helped. At the beginning of the establishment of the heavenly race, the internal forces were complicated. Ji Shanshan couldn't care less. After he gained control, he couldn't care less at all. Those immortals who had been loyal to him had their own sins. It was very difficult to eradicate them all. In the end, Ji Shanshan actually didn't care about the rules. He had been a genius of the Holy Land since he was young and had never seen the suffering of the mortal world. Later, when he entered the heavenly court, with Han Ju's relationship, he had also been doing well. Along the way, Ji Shanshan only knew that strength was the key. I am willing to shoulder this responsibility alone, the heavenly god general said in a low voice. Unlike Ji Shanshan, he didn't have the hidden sect's support and couldn't offend the heart refinement heavenly general. Furthermore, the heart refinement heavenly general had also fought for many benefits for him. Ji Shanshan's expression darkened as he fell into deep thought. Fang Liang said, now that the immortal world is flourishing and hundreds of schools are preaching, the sage sects have already begun to talk about rules and morals. Our heavenly race is the leader of the myriad races. How can we not set the heavenly rules? This matter might be a good opportunity for the creation of the heavenly rules. Heavenly Ancestor, you must severely punish the heart refinement heavenly general as a warning. Many immortals immediately agreed to his suggestion. Ji Shanshan looked at Fang Liang in surprise. Fang Liang had a solemn expression. The heavenly god general said in a low voice, Vice Patriarch, I was really the one who did this. I was just trying to be lucky and didn't admit it. The divine general had a disappointed expression as he said, Heavenly god general, you've disappointed me too much. If this is true, you will be my enemy from now on. Don't forget, I'm from the human race. Human race? Hee, you're in the heavenly race now. The heavenly god general looked at the divine general disdainfully and mocked him. Many immortals in the hall looked at the divine general with hostility. Most of the immortals of the heavenly race were humans before the calamity, but they were already part of the heavenly race now. The divine general's words were equivalent to the officials of the current dynasty speaking for the previous dynasty. It was a huge taboo. For a time, the hall was divided into two factions and began to bicker. The heavenly race has indeed hidden too many sins. It's time to sweep them clean. Hee, how? Back then, you fought the demons and the aftermath of the battle killed hundreds of thousands of people. Is that considered a sin? That's right, it's fine if we want to set the heavenly rules. We shouldn't dwell on past issues. Otherwise, the heavenly race will definitely be in chaos. It's just a matter of position. The heavenly race has yet to truly rule the immortal world. Establish heavenly rules. Ridiculous. Is the famous race listening? Are the demons listening? Are the sage sects listening? It's indeed not a good time. Let's wait a little longer. The Jia school is behind the heart refinement heavenly general. Ji Shanshan frowned in frustration. He suddenly realized that the heavenly race, which seemed to be under his control, was not united. The immortal emperors of the hidden sect shut up and did not take sides. They all knew that Fang Liang was Han Ju's grand disciple. Ji Shanshan and Han Ju's identities had yet to be exposed. Under such circumstances, they were more willing to support Fang Liang. Ji Shanshan said, we have to call Meng Xiao up first. We'll listen to him and see if it's the heavenly god general's doing. The moment he spoke, the immortals quietened down. Ji Shanshan glanced around and said, Dragon General, fetch Meng Xiao. Wait, let the divine general go. Fang Liang suddenly interrupted. He glanced at the divine general, who immediately moved. Chapter 617-7 Establishing the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 617 Establishing the Heavenly Tao. Ji Shanshan did not refute Fang Liang's arrangements. He only looked at him with deep meaning. These two former friends had become quite distant over time. In the past, Ji Shanshan was Fang Liang's subordinate. Now the tables had turned. How could they be united? Before long, the divine general brought Meng Xiao into the hall. This was the first time Meng Xiao faced a group of gods, but he was not afraid. He walked to the heavenly god general's side and sized him up. The heavenly god general knelt in the center of the hall, clearly related to his accusation. However, he was disappointed. This was not the heavenly god general he knew. Did this god slaughter your race? Ji Shanshan asked. Meng Xiao shook his head. No, it's the heavenly god general. He's the heavenly god general. Impossible. The heavenly god general I saw controlled the heavenly fire. Meng Xiao retorted, and his eyes instantly reddened. He thought that the immortal gods had found a scapegoat to cover up this matter. However, this was a blood feud. How could he let it go? When the immortals heard that, they knew that it was really the heart refinement heavenly general who had committed the sins. Ji Shanshan had no choice but to summon the heart refinement heavenly general. The immortals were watching. This matter had to be dealt with openly. 5 minutes later, the heart refinement heavenly general arrived. He was burly and bare-chested. A golden crescent iron ring floated behind him. It was surrounded by flames, like a fire god. The Heart Refinement Heavenly General knelt down and bowed, not even looking at Meng Xiao. "It's you." Meng Xiao gritted his teeth as he looked at the Heart Refinement Heavenly General, wishing he could tear him into pieces. However, he did not lose his mind. He wasn't the Heart Refinement Heavenly General's match. If he attacked rashly, the latter would take the opportunity to kill him. Wouldn't that give the immortal gods a chance? In Meng Xiao's opinion, the immortals were all evil. The reason why he had complained on the Buzhou Divine Mountain was not only to see the heavenly ancestor but also to tell all the mighty figures in the world that they would gather and pressure the heavenly race to not dare to attack him. "This person's name is Meng Xiao. He accused you of slaughtering his family. Is that true?" Ji Shanshan asked expressionlessly. The Heart Refinement Heavenly General denied it. "How is that possible? I saved his family under the demons' noses. I was even injured because of this." He turned to look at Meng Xiao with a disappointed expression. "Mortal, why are you slandering me? It's you. You still want to deny it?" Meng Xiao almost died of anger. His injuries were affected and blood flowed down his dry lips. "Give up. You can't accuse me successfully. You're dead. I won't let you go." The words of the Heart Refinement Heavenly General entered Meng Xiao's ears. He was extremely arrogant, but Meng Xiao discovered that the other immortals were indifferent. Voice transmission. Meng Xiao fell into despair. Could it be that his hatred could not be avenged? At this moment, Fang Liang raised his hand and took out a jade slip. "I have a treasure. If I absorb Meng Xiao's and the Heart Refinement Heavenly General's blood, it can show their karma. We will know if it's true or not." Whoosh! The immortals were in an uproar. They didn't expect Fang Liang to be so firm. He wanted to challenge Ji Shanshan. Ji Shanshan clearly did not want to blow this matter up, but Fang Liang wanted to. The Heart Refinement Heavenly General's expression turned extremely ugly. He stared at Fang Liang, not understanding when he had offended this low-profile heavenly race vice leader. Meng Xiao looked at Fang Liang in surprise. He didn't expect the heavenly race to have a kind immortal god. Ji Shanshan sent a voice transmission to Fang Liang. "What's wrong with you? This matter can't be blown up. Otherwise, how can the heavenly race maintain our reputation? Besides, the background of the Heart Refinement Heavenly General is not simple." Fang Liang pretended not to hear and said, "Patriarch, the heavenly race controls the immortal gods. The immortal gods are not only powerful, but they also have a responsibility. The heavenly Tao has been restarted for 100,000 years. It's time to set up the heavenly rules. Even if this matter gets to the sages, they won't object. The difference between good and evil was established when the Tao ancestor taught the Tao. This is also the basic rule of the heavenly Tao. If the immortal gods ignore good and evil, they are ignoring the heavenly Tao." Hearing this, Ji Shanshan's face turned ashen. Fang Liang really wanted to go against him. The hall was silent. The immortals did not dare to interrupt. After a long while, an immortal emperor of the hidden sect said, "Patriarch, let the vice leader investigate." The moment he spoke, the other immortals of the hidden sect agreed. Ji Shanshan's expression turned even uglier. He couldn't take it lying down. In the Taoist temple of the 100-peak immortal river, Han Ju cultivated for another 10 years. He opened his eyes and read the emails. He discovered that nothing major had happened in his circle of friends recently, so he looked outside the immortal world. He first looked at the Holy Mother sect. The Holy Mother sect developed very well. Li Yao became a boss who did not do anything. She was in seclusion all year round. As the Holy Mother sect grew stronger, the Providence helped increase Li Yao's cultivation level. She became stronger and stronger. Han Ju looked at Han Yu next. Han Yu wasn't at Buzhou Divine Mountain, but at the 13th heaven. Han Ju counted with his fingers with a strange expression. It turned out that Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang had fallen out because of Meng Xiao's tragic case. For example, the internal affairs of the heavenly race were in chaos. The immortals were divided into two factions, arguing about whether to punish the Heart Refinement Heavenly General. Li Daokong suddenly brought Han Yu to the sky and expressed his support for Meng Xiao, hoping that the heavenly race could seek justice for him. Before this, Meng Xiao was restricted to a palace in the heavenly race and was tortured, but he did not lower his head. Li Daokong's arrival freed Meng Xiao from torture. Han Ju had no intention of interfering. The humans were no longer part of the heavenly Tao race. There were even worse situations than Meng Xiao. Such an encounter was nothing. He could understand Ji Shanshan, who cared more about power and authority. However, he was a little disappointed. Ji Shanshan seemed to have lost his bottom line. At the same time, he had his own opinions about Fang Liang. Fang Liang had been enduring for so many years. He suddenly acted not only because of his good intentions. He was probably trying to build momentum for the Tao ancestor, who would eventually return to participate in the game of the heavenly Tao. If Fang Liang successfully avenged Meng Xiao, his name would definitely shake the immortal world. The humans would all submit to him, and it would even affect the other races. If the rules of good and evil could be established, the heavenly Tao would truly embark on the right path. Clearly, Fang Liang had already obtained Li Daokong's support. Although Li Daokong was arrogant, he favored the humans because he was once the eldest disciple of the human race. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that the sage behind the heart refinement heavenly general's father was Sect Master Tianju. Sect Master Tianju lived outside the 33rd heaven. He didn't seem to know about this and didn't interfere. If he didn't attack, with Li Daokong's help, Ji Shanshan would definitely compromise. It seemed that the heavenly race was about to undergo a drastic change. Han Ju shook his head and closed his eyes to cultivate again. In the following period of time, Meng Xiao's case spread throughout the immortal world. The heavenly race had a headache over this matter and had no outcome. The news spread, causing all the living beings in the immortal world to start discussing it. Fang Liang stood above the righteous cause and obtained the support of most living beings. 5 years later, Ji Shanshan lowered his head and severely punished the heart refinement heavenly general. He executed the heavenly punishment and released Meng Xiao. This matter caused all living beings to cheer. Fang Liang's name also resounded in the myriad worlds. He directly took in Meng Xiao, completely capturing the heart of the human race. I, Fang Liang, have inherited the Tao ancestor's legacy. I'm willing to follow the will of the Tao ancestor and reconstruct the rules of the heavenly Tao, restoring order to the murky world. All living beings believe in good and punish evil severely. I'm willing to cultivate for the peace of the heavenly Tao and establish the heavenly Tao. All living beings can enter the heavenly Tao and expel your sins. Fang Liang's voice suddenly resounded through the myriad worlds. A vast and immense heavenly Tao merit descended into the 13th heaven. Chapter 618 Cursing Again, Betting on Lifespan. Chapter 618 Cursing Again, Betting on Lifespan. In the Taoist temple of the 100-peak immortal river. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed. Good move, good kid. As expected of the Tao ancestor. He deduced that the reason why Meng Xiao's matter had blown up was that Fang Liang had secretly added fuel to the fire. Just as this matter ended, Fang Liang had established the heavenly Tao and his providence had reached its peak. On the heavenly Tao providence board, Fang Liang entered the top 10 from the top 1000. He had established the heavenly Tao under the heavenly Tao and actually did not commit a taboo. The Tao ancestor had definitely interfered. After establishing the heavenly Tao, what would Fang Liang do next? At this moment, Li Xuanao came to visit him. Han Ju let him in. After entering the temple, Li Xuanao knelt in front of him and said, Sect Master, the heavenly race has changed. Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang have broken up. Who should the hidden sect support? Han Ju asked, who do you think you should support? Li Xuanao said in a low voice, Fang Liang is your grand disciple and Li Daokong supports him. Fang Liang is reasonable in this matter, so we should support him, but Fang Liang is using the Tao ancestor's name and is a little rebellious. Is he still a member of the hidden sect? Han Ju smiled faintly. Then, do you want me to support Ji Shanshan? Ji Shanshan has no bottom line. He's numb and heartless. I suggest that you support another hidden sect disciple and fight for the position of heavenly ancestor. Li Xuanao took a deep breath and spoke seriously. He knew that he had crossed the line, but if he wanted to be Han Ju's strategist, he had to dare to raise his opinion. Otherwise, what could he do? Run errands? Send messages? After Li Xuanao voiced his suggestion, he was very nervous. Han Ju said, that makes sense. Then, who do you think is better to support? Li Xuanao replied, of course, it will be up to you to decide. Han Ju fell into deep thought. Li Xuanao felt that it was about time and immediately bowed and left. Han Ju smiled. This fellow was really good at knowing his own status. What he said was indeed reasonable. Be it Ji Shanshan or Fang Liang, they were no longer suitable to be his pawns. However, there was no need to be anxious about this matter. If he asked Ji Shanshan to give up the position of heavenly ancestor now, he would definitely disagree. When Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang fought until the heavenly race was exhausted, that would be the best time to become the ancestor of the new heavenly race. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. After reaching the Freedom Realm, he still had to work hard and strive to reach the Great Tao Sage Realm as soon as possible. Then, it would be the Great Tao Supreme and Tao Creator. He wanted to walk towards the strongest stage step by step. He wanted to be comparable to the Tao ancestor or even surpass him. Even the powerful Tao ancestor would be plotted against by the mighty figures of the deity realm of the ruins of End. Even if he was as strong as the Tao ancestor, Hanju didn't feel safe, so he could only surpass him. Time passed. The heavenly race's internal strife caused the immortal world to also begin to stir. To some ambitious mighty figures, this was a perfect opportunity. The demons could catch a breather again. Previously, they had to face the pincer attack of the heavenly race and the Jia school. They were torn apart and struggling at death's door. Now, they finally had a chance to escape the situation and develop their forces again. The sages didn't seem to be interested in this internal strife. Sect Master Tianju even specially invited the cultivators of the world to listen to the Tao outside the 33rd heaven. Just like that, another 1,000 years passed. On this day, the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial was successfully nurtured. Hanju teleported to the second Tao field and released it. The heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial had a burly figure. Its body was black and white. It had a dragon head and a human body. It had 4 wings on its back and had a sinister expression. As it breathed, it emitted a scorching aura. This was a chaotic Phi and Celestial. It looked more terrifying than any living being in the world. The newly born chaotic Phi and Celestial already had the strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal. When the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial saw Hanju, he immediately knelt down and cupped his fists. This bow was not the Phi and Celestial's bow, but the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial could comprehend the world when it was born, so it used the bow that Hanju was familiar with to express his intentions. Hanju smiled. In the future, you will stay here and cultivate. Don't fight with others. You are all of the same lineage, understand? Understood. The heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial replied with a hoarse and deep voice. Because of the creation spirit stone, he listened to him. Hanju waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. After walking out of the Taoist temple, the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial and Dongzhou met. The two of them did not greet each other, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Han Tuo, who had been watching from the Taoist temple, couldn't help but ask, "Father, who is he?" The heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial's aura was truly terrifying. He had never encountered such a terrifying aura, making him feel as if he was facing his natural enemy. "Don't ask. Cultivate well," Hanju said indifferently. He asked the system, "Can you separate the simulation trial and let the living beings in the second arena obtain the authority to enter the simulation trial alone without meeting the living beings in the main Tao field?" Activating the simulation trial function of the second Tao field. Successful activation. Hanju smiled. That was more like it. The chaotic Phi and Celestials were inherently warlike. When the number of chaotic Phi and Celestials increased, they would all meditate in seclusion. It was almost impossible. Hanju had to let them unleash their fighting desire. Han Tuo curled his lips when he heard Hanju's words. HMPH, I'll nurture a powerful force that belongs to me sooner or later. Han Tuo thought silently. Before he acknowledged Hanju, he had heard that the hidden sect was unfathomable and had many experts. He also wanted to be like Hanju, high and mighty. He didn't need to do anything personally. Hanju looked at Yongdu and the other Phi and Celestial candidates. They were still developing well. He was still most concerned about Yongdu. Apart from his identity as a reincarnator, Yongdu's status in the Earth Immortal World's universe was also extremely high. He was already the #1 war god in the galaxy. Yongdu did not develop his own faction. He had always been alone and would not enjoy himself usually. He was always cultivating. His temperament was not bad. Hanju thought in satisfaction. He couldn't use Yongdu for the time being, so he didn't contact him. He returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. He was the only one in the Taoist temple. After the strange deity returned, he wandered outside the Taoist temple and rarely returned, so he was very quiet most of the time. Hanju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and took out the Book of Misfortune. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed the surface of the Book of Misfortune affectionately. "How many years have I not used you?" The current Book of Misfortune was already a freedom numinous treasure. In the immortal world, it was the strongest Dharma treasure. His first target was the chaotic deity. Hanju began to curse the chaotic deity. This fellow had developed hatred towards him. He could see the portrait in interpersonal relationships, so Hanju could easily let the Book of Misfortune capture the chaotic deity. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. Every second, he lost 100 million years. 10 billion years. 100 billion years. A trillion years. 10 trillion years. 20 trillion years. Hanju's lifespan decreased rapidly. Looking at the absurdly long number on his attributes list moving gradually, he was still a little shocked. However, this was normal. The chaotic deity was a great Tao divine spirit. His lifespan continued to decrease. 50 trillion years. 100 trillion years. 200 trillion years. 300 trillion years. Han Ju's hand began to tremble. This fellow was too ruthless. He didn't even curse successfully. Han Ju wanted to admit defeat. Should he give up? No, he had to be close. Let's hit a quadrillion years first. Chapter 619 Dark Forbidden Lord creates a storm. Chapter 619 Dark Forbidden Lord creates a storm. In the depths of the chaos, a huge meteor floated in the void and murky darkness. On the meteor was a mighty black shadow meditating. It was the chaotic deity. The chaotic deity was surrounded by an ancient and mysterious black aura. It was difficult to tell its true body. He suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of cold eyes appeared in the black chi as if they could see through time and fate. Who's cursing me? I can't even deduce it. The chaotic deity muttered to himself. He pinched his fingers to deduce. He could only deduce a book and not the person who used it. This curse was very strong. The chaotic deity first thought of the curse and celestial, but it had not been born since the death of Pengu who split the heavens. Who was cursing him? The chaotic deity thought of many people and could not be completely certain. The curse power was still strengthening. The chaotic deity had no choice but to use his dharmic powers to resist the curse. At this moment, the curse power suddenly increased. Previously, if it was described as a stream, it was now as violent as a torrent. It was unstoppable. How can this be? Shocked, the chaotic deity began to resist with all his might. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at his attributes panel. 700 trillion years, 800 trillion years, 900 trillion years. Damn it, if breaking a quadrillion years was not enough, Han Ju would directly give up. In front of him, other than his attributes panel and emails, there was no information about the chaotic deity. When Han Ju's lifespan was deducted to more than 980 trillion years, he finally saw an email. Almost instantly, he stopped. Because of your curse, your enemy, the chaotic deity, has a chaotic Tao heart and the power of order has weakened. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the great Tao divine spirit, such a crazy curse only made his Tao heart chaotic. Even his mental demons did not appear. Han Ju began to rest. Several days later, he recovered. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Kundi. None of the mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End could escape. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan decreased again. He also opened his attributes panel and emails and stared at them. He did not believe that this guy was stronger than the chaotic deity. The chaotic deity controlled the chaotic order. It sounded stronger than Kundi. In the deity realm of the ruins of End, dark clouds surged. Above the endless wasteland stood a straight mountain. The top of the mountain shone with golden light. It was a dazzling temple. Spirit Mountain, Thunderclap Monastery. At the top of Thunderclap Monastery, 2 white-haired Taoists were meditating side by side, each sitting on a lotus throne. One of the dignified Taoists opened his eyes and frowned. Strange, I'm being cursed. He was Kundi. The other Taoist was called Jia Yin. Kundi and Jia Yin had assimilated after the creation of the world. They were as close as brothers. Later, they established the Western sect together, which was also the predecessor of the Buddhist sect. They had always followed the Tao together and could not be differentiated. Jia Yin asked, "Have you deduced it?" Kundi shook his head. "I can't deduce it. I can only deduce a book." A book? Jia Yin frowned. They were great Tao sages. After being cursed, they actually could not deduce the other party's existence. In other words, the other party was very likely stronger than them. Wait, a book? Could it be the Dark Forbidden Lord of the Immortal World? Kundi frowned. He had heard Chu Zilai mention the Dark Forbidden Lord. Jia Yin said, "Isn't the Dark Forbidden Lord Li Mui or the sect master of the hidden sect?" Li Mui is already dead. He can only be the sect master of the hidden sect. Kundi said, "Is he that strong? Although he's a variable that the Tao ancestor has determined, he can't be stronger than us, right?" That makes sense. He has never admitted that he's the Dark Forbidden Lord. He even said that he has been cursed before. In that case, the Dark Forbidden Lord should be from the deity realm of the ruins of End. In that case, his actions in the previous calamity were to destroy the heavenly Tao. Oh, you mean that the Dark Forbidden Lord is among the other great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End? That's right. I really can't figure out why the Dark Forbidden Lord was in the previous calamity of the heavenly Tao. Kundi fell into deep thought. He felt that Jia Yin's words made sense. Jia Yin changed the topic. If the Dark Forbidden Lord wants to destroy the Heavenly Tao and the sect master of the hidden sect protects it. Kundi did not reply. He felt that Hanju couldn't escape suspicion. 5 days later, Kundi's expression changed as he said in surprise, "Oh no. The curse has strengthened. How can it be so powerful?" He began to circulate his energy to resist. Jia Yin frowned. If the curse alone could injure Kundi, how strong was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju didn't know that he was being suspected. He was cursing with all his might. 100 trillion years, 200 trillion years, 300 trillion years, 500 trillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Kundi's Tao heart was damaged. IRN. Hanju immediately stopped. That's it. He was really far inferior to the chaotic deity. Hanju rested again. Next, he planned to target the immortal world and confuse the deity realm of the ruins of N's mighty figures. The next day, he began to curse the heavenly Tao sages, cursing them for a day each. It couldn't be helped. If he cursed for 5 days, these sages might directly collapse. Hanju jumped to the 33rd heaven and came to the Universal Hall. He sent a voice transmission to all the other sages. The door to the Universal Hall opened. Hanju walked into the hall, and Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Han, what is it?" Hanju didn't say anything. The divine light covered his body, preventing Heavenly Venerate Zondu from seeing his expression. Not long after, the other sages arrived. They were uneasy. This was the first time Hanju summoned them. Did something happen again? "Who's cursing me?" Hanju said in a low voice. A violent pressure descended and enveloped the entire hall, startling all the sages. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you were also cursed." "Me too." The other sages all echoed him. "I've also been cursed for a day." Why were we all cursed? Someone must be acting. Could it be because of the Dark Sage King? It's possible. Fellow Taoist Fuxidian has already died. There's one less Heavenly Tao sage. We can't panic. The sages were also furious. They had all been cursed by a mysterious curse and were extremely unhappy. Hanju glanced at Emperor Shao. This fellow had pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord before. Emperor Shao was also very angry. He was really the best actor. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "Fellow Taoist Han, we were all cursed. We can't panic at this juncture. Don't you think it's too coincidental? We were cursed the moment we killed the Dark Sage King." Hanju retracted his aura and said, "I hope it's not you guys. The Heavenly Tao is in trouble. You asked me to help. I have a clear conscience towards you and the Heavenly Tao. I just want to cultivate well. If you provoke me, don't blame me for not showing mercy." With that, he disappeared. The sages' expressions were ugly. Hanju was really not giving them face, but they didn't dare to retort. Heavenly Venerate Zondu scanned them and said, "I hope fellow Taoist Han is wrong. The current Heavenly Tao needs our help. Don't ruin things for your own schemes." The sages nodded. They were all guessing who was cursing behind his back. He even dared to curse Hanju. If they didn't fight side by side earlier, with Hanju's personality, he might have directly killed them. The sages shivered. Chapter 620 to 0 Heavenly Emperor's Will, Things Have Changed. Chapter 620 Heavenly Emperor's Will, Things Have Changed. In the current immortal world, who dares to curse Hanju? Isn't that courting death? There's only one possibility. The other party must be the Dark Sage King's backing. Think about it carefully. The Dark Forbidden Lord and the Dark Sage King are clearly related. Chu Zilai said in a low voice. As Hanju's servant, he had to speak up for him. Heavenly Venerate Wufa added, "That's right. If we sages break up with Hanju, who will benefit the most?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu sighed. "It seems that we have to contact the deity realm of the ruins of End and investigate the background of the Dark Sage King. The Dark Forbidden Lord is famous for his curses. The previous calamity disturbed the situation and caused the Heavenly Tao to collapse. It had no choice but to restart. Now, it's sweeping over again. We have to be careful. The Heavenly Tao can't withstand a second restart." Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Chu Zilai. The other sages were the same. In the previous calamity, Sage Fated Secrets had used the Tao destruction mystical power to eliminate all living beings, causing the providence of the Heavenly Tao to be directly severed at the waist. Now, only Chu Zilai knew the Tao destruction mystical power. If Chu Zilai betrayed them, he was afraid. Chu Zilai snorted. "Don't look at me like that. I won't act recklessly." Soon, the sages dispersed. The arrival of the Dark Forbidden Lord cast a shadow on their hearts. After returning to the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and heaved a sigh of relief. His acting was amazing. Han Ju planned to curse after a while. This curse session consumed more than 1.5 quadrillion years of his lifespan. Although he had an octillion years of lifespan, it was indeed very draining. It seems that it's still too difficult to use the Book of Misfortune to curse the Great Tao sages and Great Tao divine spirits to death. I can only think of a way to let them fight among themselves. Han Ju thought silently. No matter what, he felt that he had already done the details very well. There was no need to be anxious. Time passed and thin rivers flowed. The 26 mighty figures could forget about living well. Han Ju closed his eyes and entered his cultivation state again. On the other side, ninth heaven, Fang Liang walked into the numinous palace and looked at the already desolate palace. He sighed endlessly. Li Daokong, Han Yu, the divine general, and Meng Xiao followed closely behind. Many immortals stood outside the hall. They were all under Fang Liang. Li Daokong frowned. It was unknown what he was thinking. Fang Liang turned around and looked at Han Yu. He smiled and said, "Young friend Han Yu, do you want to enter my heavenly Tao as a deity?" Han Yu looked too similar to Han Ju. He had calculated that this kid was Han Tuo's descendant and might have Han Ju supporting him from behind. Han Yu turned to look at Li Daokong. Li Daokong was his master and he listened to him. All these years, he had really learned something. In the past, the heavenly race was high and mighty. He couldn't come into contact with them at all. Following Li Daokong, the heavenly race's leader and vice leader wanted to rope him in. He worshipped Li Daokong to the extreme. Master is really powerful. Li Daokong said, "Fang Liang, you created your own heavenly Tao and even used the Tao ancestor as your name. Whose side are you on now?" Fang Liang was silent. The divine general did not interrupt. He was following Fang Liang, anyway. Fang Liang said faintly, "I want to become the Tao ancestor. When I control the heavenly Tao in the future, I won't forget Grandmaster's kindness." HMPH. Li Daokong snorted and left. Han Yu hurriedly followed. Fang Liang did not ask him to stay. He had chosen his own path. The person he respected the most was still Han Ju, but he didn't want to stay under him because too many disciples were more outstanding than him and were more favored by Han Ju. If he wanted to stand at the peak of the immortal world, he had to walk his own path. Otherwise, without Ji Shanshan, there would still be Murong Qi, Dao Sovereign, Zhang Yi, Zhao Xuanyuan, Su Qi, and other personal disciples who accompanied Han Ju all year round. Furthermore, he didn't want to rely on the power of the hidden sect. He wanted to nurture a force that belonged to him. The divine general said, "Will offending the hidden sect?" Fang Liang said, "Not really. In the future, I will think of a way to repair the relationship between the heavenly Tao and the hidden sect." The divine general nodded and did not say anything else. He could no longer see through Fang Liang, but he knew that if not for him, he wouldn't be here. Next, prepare to recruit heavenly Tao disciples. In the past, the heavenly court would become the heavenly Tao's Tao field. To the outside world, we declared that the heavenly race is working for the heavenly Tao and still want to rope in the immortals in the heavenly race, Fang Liang instructed. The divine general understood and immediately went to make arrangements. Above the sea of clouds, Li Daokong rode on a cloud with a dark expression. Han Yu held back the entire way and couldn't help but ask, "Master, isn't it a good thing that Heavenly Emperor Feng stood up for Meng Xiao? I heard that the hidden sect supported many factions. It's not considered betraying the hidden sect for Heavenly Emperor Feng to create the heavenly Tao, right?" "What do you know? He carries the name of the Tao ancestor. The sect master of the hidden sect is a sage. If he becomes the Tao ancestor, what identity will the sect master of the hidden sect have? He's offending his superior and doesn't know what's good for him." Li Daokong snorted. He was extremely dissatisfied with Fang Liang. If not for his support along with the immortals of the hidden sect, would Ji Shanshan have admitted defeat? However, just as he made Ji Shanshan bow his head, Fang Liang announced his independence. Wasn't he offending them? "In the future, you are not allowed to interact with heavenly Tao disciples. If you are discovered, I will directly expel you from the sect." Li Daokong said coldly, scaring Han Yu so much that he hurriedly agreed. Han Yu looked like Han Ju. Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang would definitely think of a way to rope him in. Li Daokong glanced at Han Yu, not knowing what Han Ju's attitude was. However, he believed that Han Ju was definitely paying attention to Han Yu. Otherwise, when the Han family was wiped out back then, Han Ju wouldn't have acted. Han Yu thought that his master was angry. He smiled apologetically and started to please him. Li Daokong enjoyed it as if Han Ju was fawning on him, causing his rock-like Dao heart to jump in joy. Back then, he really wanted to take Han Ju as his disciple. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and started to preach the Dao to the hidden sect disciples. The hidden sect disciples had yet to react when his Dao voice sounded. The disciples in all corners of the 100-peak immortal river entered a state of epiphany. It was extremely magical. 100 years passed quickly. Almost all the disciples had broken through, including Dao Sovereign, who was at the front. The current Han Ju represented the great Dao of extreme origin and was completely different from before. After the lecture, Han Ju came to the second Dao field. Han Tuo was already at the sixth mystic divine origin realm and was only a step away from the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. His potential had been completely unlocked. He was even more ferocious than Yi Tian. Han Ju prepared to help him reach the zenith heaven realm and then kick him out to prevent this fellow from exposing the Fi and celestial force he was nurturing. Without waiting for Han Tuo to open his eyes, Han Ju directly preached the Dao to him and guided him to reach the zenith heaven realm. 300 years later, Han Tuo successfully broke through to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm and was reborn. Before he could react, he was sucked into Han Ju's sleeve. Han Ju returned to the main Dao field and threw Han Tuo out of the 100-peak immortal river. After landing, Han Tuo opened his eyes and looked at the 100-peak immortal river. He was stunned and immediately understood. Back then, Han Tuo thought of the scene when he came to visit the hidden sect a long time ago. Things were really different now. This was the second time he had been chased away, but this time, he was grateful. He didn't blame Han Ju. He chose to walk his own path. Han Ju was already taking great care of him by helping him reach the zenith heaven realm. Han Tuo knelt down and kowtowed, then turned around and left. Under the fuzang tree, the black hell chicken clicked its tongue in wonder. Master's son is already at the zenith heaven realm. He's really not simple. The other personal disciples opened their eyes and looked at Han Tuo outside the 100-peak immortal river with different expressions. Chapter 621 Reincarnation of the Fi and Celestial. Chapter 621 Reincarnation of the Fi and Celestial. Han Tuo's rise stimulated the personal disciples. Currently, most of the personal disciples were stuck at the deity realm and couldn't cross the zenith heaven threshold. Han Tuo cultivated later than them and was actually walking in front of them. This was too stimulating. On that day, Xing Hongxuan came to visit Han Ju. After entering the temple, she immediately pestered him. "Husband, I can't wait anymore. Let me give birth to your child," Xing Hongxuan said coquettishly. She no longer had the bearing of an expert. In front of Han Ju, she was always like a little girl. Han Ju said angrily, "What? Aren't you afraid of trouble? How can it be troublesome? Lock him in the 100-peak immortal river and don't let him out. He won't cause trouble, really." Han Ju hesitated. However, cultivation time was indeed boring. It would be fun if he could have another son. The difference in bloodline strength between him and Xing Hongxuan was too great. It was very difficult for them to have children. Back then, when he had a child with Qingluaner, he had spent a lot of effort to maintain Han Tuo's bloodline. In order for Xing Hongxuan to be able to withstand his second child, he would suppress the power of his bloodline. The inheritance was limited, and the child he gave birth to might not be as strong as Han Tuo. Of course, that was not the case. Unconsciously, there was a power that restricted the bloodline inheritance, causing it to weaken generation after generation. Perhaps it was the great Dao's restraint. Otherwise, what would happen if more and more chaotic Fi and Celestials appeared and destroyed the chaos? In order to divert Xing Hongxuan's attention, Han Ju began to preach the Dao to her and helped her increase her cultivation first. In the Earth immortal world, on a huge planet larger than the sun, there were countless tall buildings and flying transports. The rainbow light of technology interwove above the planet. On the top of a building that was more than 10,000 stories tall, Yongdu stood in front of the glass window and looked down at the city. After so many years, Yongdu's aura became stronger and stronger. His eyes were sharp and terrifying. A black shadow appeared in the darkness of the room, revealing a pair of double pupils. "Have you thought about it?" the black shadow asked. This was Immortal Emperor Samsara's voice. Yongdu turned around and said expressionlessly, "I don't even know who you are. How can I consider it?" The mysterious person in front of him had pestered him for months, making him extremely annoyed. However, he couldn't hurt the other party at all, so he could only endure. Immortal Emperor Samsara said, "I can't reveal my identity, but if you agree to this, you will obtain a huge opportunity. Your cultivation level has not increased for a long time, right? Perhaps you are invincible in the Milky Way, but in the entire Earth immortal world, do you really think you are very strong? Yongdu was silent. Immortal Emperor Samsara continued, go to the infinite space. If you succeed, I will support you to control the infinite space in the future. Yongdu frowned. I'm inferior to you, but compared to the reincarnators of the infinite space, I'm much stronger. How can I mix in with them? I will arrange a mission for you. You will pretend to go against the reincarnation space and slaughter the reincarnators. I will then take the opportunity to expel you and sever the providence of the reincarnators. Then, I will send the reincarnators to hunt you down. The infinite space will pay attention to you for a long time and will definitely rope you in. Immortal Emperor Samsara said casually, the infinite space has already been surpassed by the reincarnation space. Their reincarnators are inferior to ours. I've already discovered that the infinite space will poach our reincarnators next. They definitely won't miss you. Yongdu asked in a low voice, don't I have a choice? I won't force you, but you've always wanted to become stronger. This is your chance. Yongdu clenched his fists and fell into a dilemma. He suddenly thought of Hanju, the mysterious person who had taught him the heavenly cycle body tempering technique. With his current lifespan, how could he live for 100 million years? He might die before he even saw that mysterious mighty figure. He had heard that mighty figures cultivated in seclusion and dreamed of an era. Yongdu gritted his teeth. All right, I accept it. 100 years later, Xing Hongshuan walked out of Hanju's Taoist temple in satisfaction. Although he didn't agree to have children, he would definitely not reject her when she reached the pseudo-sage realm. Hanju had never lied to her. He always kept his word. Oh, he had lied to her 130,000 years ago. Every time Xing Hongshuan thought of her first encounter with Hanju, she felt that it was wonderful, like a love story in legends. At the same time, Hanju teleported to the second Tao field and let the Crimson Fox out. After 30,000 years, the Crimson Fox had completely transformed into the giant Fian Celestial. Seeing Hanju, the Crimson Fox felt as if a lifetime had passed. It hurriedly knelt down. It was still the little fox from before, but its aura was already completely different. Thank you for your kindness, Master. The Crimson Fox said excitedly. Its body trembled. It could already sense the power of the chaotic Fian Celestial. Hanju called Marongqi and the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial in. You're all chaotic Fian Celestials. In the future, I will create even more chaotic Fian Celestials. At that time, I will need you to lead the management. I have already given you the authority to enter the simulation trial alone. You can spar inside. Before you become completely stronger, I will not let you out, Hanju said as the three chaotic Fian Celestials sized up each other. The chaotic Fian Celestials wouldn't feel close to each other. They were natural enemies. This was also the reason why giant god Pengu killed 3,000 Fian Celestials to attain the Tao back then. It was not about killing each other, but killing the enemy to attain the Tao. With Hanju's orders, the three chaotic Fian Celestials naturally wouldn't kill each other. Even if they didn't like each other, they would only resolve it in the simulation trial. For example, Marongqi and the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial had fought tens of thousands of times. They had both lost and won countless times. Marongqi asked curiously, Grand Master, how many chaotic Fian Celestials are you preparing to create? Hanju said, 3,000. Let's restore the glory of the Fian Celestial era. 3,000 chaotic Fian Celestials. Marongqi and the other two were shocked. Then, Hanju waved his hand and gestured for them to leave. He should observe the Fian Celestial candidates next. In the depths of the chaos, the chaotic deity sat on a huge meteor. A mirror floated in front of him. The edge was like stone and looked ancient. In the mirror was a starry sky with dozens of stars. Another chaotic Fian Celestial has been born. What's going on? Why can't I find it? The chaotic deity muttered to himself, feeling uneasy. Recently, the chaos had changed drastically. First, the mysterious new Great Tao had disappeared. Then, he had been injured by a curse and 3 chaotic Fian Celestials had been born. After the creation of the world, there were only a few chaotic Fian Celestials left. Another chaotic Fian Celestial might not be born in 10 billion years. The recent abnormality made the chaotic deity smell the aura of the Great Tao immeasurable calamity. The Tao ancestor once said that the Great Tao immeasurable calamity might occur when the primordial Fian Celestial leads the chaotic Fian Celestials to sweep through the chaos. Who is the primordial Fian Celestial? The chaotic deity muttered to himself in confusion. He couldn't see through it, deduce it, or figure it out. After a while, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Kundi. Kundi was the first to ask, Fellow Taoist, are you also being cursed? The chaotic deity asked, What do you want to ask? After he was cursed, he had specially asked some mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Even Kundi, who he hated the most, knew about this. Kundi said in a low voice, I'm like you. The one who cursed us is called the Dark Forbidden Lord. Chapter 622 Heavenly Emperor Attaining the Tao, Hanju's Chess. Chapter 622 Heavenly Emperor Attaining the Tao, Hanju's Chess. Dark Forbidden Lord, what has he got to do with the Dark Forbidden Zone? Is he an inauspicious deity? The chaotic deity asked curiously. He was not surprised. Kundi said, I'm not sure either, but the Dark Forbidden Lord is the greatest mastermind behind the restart of the Heavenly Tao. Because of him, our arrangements in the Heavenly Tao have been completely destroyed. Now that he's targeting the deity realm of the ruins of End and the chaos, this is not good. I suspect that the Dark Forbidden Lord is the primordial fiend celestial. The chaotic deity fell silent. He began to deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord. He couldn't guess who the Dark Forbidden Lord was. He could only guess the impression the living beings in the immortal world had of him. After a long while, the chaotic deity said, in your opinion, where is the primordial fiend celestial hiding? The chaos was too big. The immortal world, the heavens, the dark forbidden zone, the deity realm of the ruins of End, the ancient desolate, the depths of the chaos, and so on. Even the chaotic deity who controlled the chaotic order couldn't see all the corners. Kundi said, immortal world. It must be the immortal world, and it's related to Hanju. I even suspect that he's the Dark Forbidden Lord and that he's the primordial fiend celestial. His potential is too ridiculous. If he's not the reincarnation of a mighty figure, he can only be the primordial fiend celestial. Hanju. The chaotic deity began to deduce Hanju. He was stunned. A 130,000-year-old freedom sage impossible. Ever since the chaotic deity's birth, he had never seen such talent. Back when Pengu appeared, he had also cultivated for a long time before attaining the Tao. Something was wrong with this kid. The chaotic deity's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 6.5 stars. 6.5 stars. Hanju was shocked. The highest emotional value he had ever seen was 6 stars. However, ever since the primordial heavenly prison had appeared, a max favorability had appeared, and it was not 6 stars. In Hanju's opinion, 6 stars of hatred was already irreconcilable. 6.5 stars. Even if the great Tao was destroyed, hatred would still remain. Ridiculous. Killing intent burst out from Hanju's eyes. He had to eliminate the chaotic deity. However, it was very difficult for him to kill the other party now. Even if the chaotic deity wanted to kill him, it was impossible unless Hanju left the heavenly Tao. Hanju made up his mind never to leave the heavenly Tao again. He adjusted his state of mind and continued cultivating. Several hundred years later, he finally completed 1,000 years of seclusion. Hanju was already 131,808 years old. In terms of age, he was already an old monster. After his seclusion ended, Hanju opened the emails and checked his recent friends. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor obtained the Dark Sage King's Tao fruit. He used his strength to attain the Tao and became a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has absorbed the heavenly Tao spirit. His cultivation has increased greatly and his providence has increased greatly. Your good friend ancestor Shishan was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your descendant Han Yu was attacked by a mysterious deity realm cultivator and was severely injured. Your disciple Ji Shanshan received guidance from your good friend Emperor Shao and learned a mystical power. Your good friend Empress Haotu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Shi Dudao has obtained the primordial purple chi. His providence has increased greatly. The heavenly emperor had used his strength to attain the Tao. Hanju sighed when he saw this message. This was definitely a path of no return. The Dark Sage King was only a pawn. The heavenly emperor had inherited his identity as a pawn. He would definitely suffer in the future. However, after meeting him that day, Hanju knew that the evil heavenly emperor was already too far gone. His hatred for the heavenly Tao sages was deeply rooted, and he even wanted to destroy the heavenly Tao. Although the evil heavenly emperor had taken the wrong path, Hanju didn't want to eliminate him. Because the evil heavenly emperor had treated him well before and did not have any hatred towards him even now. The emails that followed were also very exciting and had a lot of information. The heavenly Tao spirit that had disappeared for a long time was actually obtained by Fang Liang. It was probably the Tao ancestor's plot. Ancestor Shishan was cursed. Interesting. This meant that someone was really using the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord to cause trouble. It should be from the deity realm of the ruins of End. The heavenly Tao sages still hoped that ancestor Shishan would protect them, so why would they curse him? Below, Hanju was attracted by Shidu Dao. Primordial purple chi. It was most likely Fuxidian's primordial purple chi. Nuwa had begun to take action. Hanju thought for a moment and sent a dream to Shidu Dao. The dark nightmare forcefully pulled Shidu Dao into the dream without any reaction time. In the dream, Shidu Dao suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing Hanju covered in divine light, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He remembered him. The great freedom heaven imprisoning palm that Hanju had taught him was vast and profound. He was still cultivating it. Hanju said, "Did a sage contact you?" Shidu Dao had a 5-star favorability towards him. He wanted to test if this 5-star favorability represented loyalty. Hearing this, Shidu Dao hesitated for a moment and said, "That's right. They also gave me a primordial purple chi. As for who it is, I can't say. Senior, please forgive me. You want to become a heavenly Dao sage? Who doesn't want to become a sage?" Shidu Dao replied matter-of-factly. He had been stuck at the perfected pseudo-sage realm for too long. His Dao attainment was about to become his mental demon. Hanju said, "When will you attain the Dao?" It was fine for Shidu Dao to attain the Dao. He would first test the waters and see what kind of changes the new sage would bring to the heavenly Dao. "I'll attain the Dao in the next 10,000 years, Shidu Dao said in a low voice. He paused for a moment and asked, "Senior, what do you think of me?" "Why do you ask? I understand that after attaining the Dao, I will definitely have to pick a side. The sage who gave me the primordial purple chi is also not kind. Join me. As long as you don't harm the world and kill people from different sects, I won't have too many requirements and restrictions on you. What I pursue is the great Dao, not power. Power is only for convenience," Hanju replied very casually, but Shidu Dao's eyes lit up. Shidu Dao was also such a person. He pursued strength and not power. This was also the reason why he was independent. However, becoming a sage would definitely lead him astray because he needed to fight for Providence to become stronger. "I look forward to your performance after you become a sage." With that, Hanju removed the dream. He only needed to maintain a good relationship with Shidu Dao. If this fellow wanted to stab him in the back, he could just throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. To put it bluntly, the current heavenly Dao was Hanju's territory. Whoever dared to provoke him would either die or become a slave. He was only afraid of forcing the mighty figure in the deity realm of the ruins of End into a corner, so he kept a low profile. Hanju opened his eyes and muttered, "Shidu Dao is the next sage. Then, it's time for Li Daokong to attain the Dao." He had a primordial purple chi and a great Dao purple chi in his possession. It was enough to let Li Daokong become a sage. Li Daokong was a very important step for him and was also the hidden sect disciple he valued the most. Before joining the hidden sect, Li Daokong had already proved his strength. While the other geniuses were still famous for their potential, Li Daokong had already made others ignore his potential. After Li Daokong obtained the Bujo Divine Mountain, his cultivation level had been steadily increasing. He had already reached the late-stage pseudo-sage realm, but he was still a step away from the perfected pseudo-sage realm and couldn't break through. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Li Daokong and asked him to return. The next day, Li Daokong arrived at the 100-peak Immortal River, and Hanju moved him into the Taoist temple. Li Daokong bowed respectfully. Although he didn't know why Hanju was looking for him, it must be something important. Hanju said, "It's time to attain the Dao." Dao attainment. Li Daokong was stunned. He didn't expect this. Then, his breathing quickened. "I can already attain the Dao. You're still lacking a little. Cultivate beside me first and reach the perfected realm. I'll let you attain the Dao." Hanju said calmly as if sages were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Wait patiently, more chapters will be updated soon. Chapter 623 Dao Attainment. Dao Attainment. Chapter 623 Dao Attainment. Dao Attainment. Thank you, Sect Master. Li Daokong suppressed his excitement. He knew that Hanju would help him become a sage, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Since ancient times, which sage had not experienced several calamities? They were as old as epochs. Li Daokong was definitely young compared to his peers. Hanju closed his eyes and activated the great Dao of extreme origin to drown Li Daokong. Even as a pseudo-sage, Li Daokong couldn't resist the freedom sage's thoughts. His body stiffened and he subconsciously meditated, entering a state of Dao comprehension. Hanju didn't need to especially preach the Dao to Li Daokong. He only needed to dissipate the great Dao of extreme origin and continue cultivating. Time passed. Single quote. Year after year passed. The Heavenly Tao Providence Board was always changed. Ever since Fang Liang established the Heavenly Tao, all the living beings in the immortal world had sought refuge with him. Even the mortal worlds of the heavens had traces of Heavenly Tao disciples. His providence had increased. One day, he suddenly occupied the top of the Heavenly Tao Providence Board, kicking great, loose heaven down. Everyone was in an uproar. The Heavenly Tao had become the most famous sect in the world. More and more disciples wanted to join it. Fang Liang accepted all who came, but if they still committed sins after entering the Heavenly Tao, he would punish them severely, causing the Heavenly Tao to be even more righteous. From the looks of it, Fang Liang was very likely to become a new sage. Fang Liang and Great Loose Heaven fought for glory, causing all living beings to ignore a name. Shi Du Dao. Ever since he had obtained the primordial purple chi, Shi Du Dao's providence had been rapidly increasing. He had silently entered the top 10. 4,000 years passed. I am Shi Du Dao. I have used the invincible Dao to attain the primordial chaos Dao fruit. My title is Sage Du Dao. I have created an invincible domain. Those who step into it can obtain the protection of my providence. Boom! The heavens of the immortal world trembled. All living beings felt a vast pressure envelop the world. Looking up, all living beings saw a pillar of light that connected the world and shot into the sky. It was unknown how high it was. It was Shi Du Dao. Shi Du Dao, who had successfully attained the Dao, slowly rose among the heavenly Dao merit. All the living beings in the immortal world knelt down to the sages and wanted to obtain their favor. Passing through the layers of sky, the mighty figures hidden in the various layers came to congratulate him. Shi Du Dao was expressionless as he comprehended the heavenly Dao sage's Dao fruit. Is this a sage? Shi Du Dao sighed in his mind. No wonder they said that everyone below the sages was an ant. Once he became a sage, he felt that he had far exceeded his previous state. In the past, if he appeared in front of him, he could crush him with a finger. He suddenly found it ridiculous. In the past, he still dared to challenge sages. Fortunately, sages were bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would have long died. Soon, Shi Du Dao arrived outside the 33rd heaven. The sages came to congratulate him. Regardless of seniority, Shi Du Dao had successfully attained the Dao and was on the same level as them. Countless years later, they still had to manage the heavenly Dao together. 100 Peak Immortal River. Inside the Taoist temple. Li Daokong frowned unhappily. He didn't expect Shi Du Dao to attain the Dao first. For tens of thousands of years, the two of them had often fought. Although it was not a death grudge, they were definitely not on friendly terms. In the entire immortal world, very few people could be Li Daokong's match. Shi Du Dao was one of them. Apart from the three pure sacred ancestor, Shi Du Dao was undoubtedly the #1 person below the sages. Even Li Daokong had to admit it. Han Ju said, "It's your turn." Not long ago, Li Daokong had broken through to the perfected pseudo-sage realm and was waiting to attain the Dao. Han Ju took out a primordial purple chi. This primordial purple chi had been absolutely purified. Li Daokong could use it without worries. Do I need to make a great promise? Li Daokong took the primordial purple Q and asked carefully. Han Ju said, "There's no need. The Buzhou Divine Mountain has already given you great providence. You can attain the Dao with your strength, but you're still a heavenly Dao sage. You're just stronger than the other merit sages." Li Daokong's cultivation path had absorbed too much heavenly Dao providence. After attaining the Dao, he couldn't sever his relationship with the heavenly Dao. He could only be a heavenly Dao sage. Han Ju was different. His cultivation didn't rely on the providence of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao merit he obtained was preserved by him alone, so his cultivation had nothing to do with the heavenly Dao. As for the Fuzang tree's spirit chi, it was even more unrelated to the heavenly Dao and was isolated by the Dao field. Begin absorbing the primordial purple chi. I'll preach the Dao to you and help you, Han Ju instructed. Li Daokong immediately adjusted his state of mind. The great Dao of extreme origin led Li Daokong into a state of Dao comprehension again. Han Ju had already attained the Dao and knew how to attain it. He used the great Dao of extreme origin to guide Li Daokong's dharmic powers to a breakthrough. Achieving the Dao was not an ordinary breakthrough, but a huge leap in the essence of life. It required time. In the vast universe, a huge planet stood alone in a corner. On the planet, yellow sand filled the air. There was no water. The sky was covered by sand, like the scene of the end of the world. Yongdu sat halfway up the mountain. The sand was repelled by an invisible force when it approached him. He was severely injured. A huge hole had been opened in his chest, and his white bones were revealed. The wound was extremely terrifying. At the edge of the wound, a strange blood aura prevented his injuries from healing. Yongdu gasped. His eyes were murky and he was silent. At this moment, the space in front of him began to twist like a vortex. A figure slowly appeared. A figure of light could only be seen. It looked like a human and could not be seen. Yongdu said, "Do it. I have nowhere to run." With that, he closed his eyes. He accepted his fate. The mysterious figure teased him. Yongdu, as expected of one of the strongest reincarnators in the reincarnation space. "Why did you betray the reincarnation space?" Yongdu snorted. "That's right. You said that I'm the strongest reincarnator, but what am I in the reincarnation space? I still fight like an ant and never stop doing missions. Once I break the rules, I'll still be punished. What's the point of me living? Today, you better kill me. Otherwise, I'll kill every reincarnator I see. Until there's no one left in the reincarnation space." His tone was filled with ruthlessness. The mysterious figure was silent. After a long while, the mysterious figure asked, "I'll give you another chance. If you bow your head to the reincarnation space, I can help you speak and let you contribute to the reincarnation space again. Don't forget, if not for the reincarnation space, you would have long been buried. How can you live for so long and enjoy your current status and power? Your status in the reincarnation space is low, but your status in the Earth immortal world is not. People can't forget their roots." Hearing this, Yongdu cursed. "Screw your mother and the reincarnation space. Kill me if you want to." He was so angry that he cursed in the manner of earthlings. The mysterious figure couldn't help but laugh. "All right, then die." Yongdu looked like he was about to die. His neck stretched out straight. However, the mysterious figure did not kill him. The mysterious figure suddenly changed the topic. "Looks like you're really determined to leave the reincarnation space. Very good, then join our infinite space. As long as your contributions are high enough, I can even let you escape the vortex of doing missions and become a high and mighty god." Yongdu's eyes widened in shock. The mysterious figure waved his hand and healed his injuries. "Do you really want to die? Don't you want to continue taking revenge on the reincarnation space?" the mysterious figure asked. Yongdu was silent. A few seconds later, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right. I'll join the infinite space." Chapter 624 Two Sages of the Hidden Sect. Chapter 624 Two Sages of the Hidden Sect. Time passed quickly. Another 1,000 years passed. Hanju meditated on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and started to check his emails. Your good friend Yongdu received guidance from a mysterious sage. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has successfully fused with the heavenly Tao power and grasped it. Your son Han Tuo has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Shi Dudao was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Heavenly Venerate Wufo was cursed by a mysterious curse. Hanju frowned. Why did Han Tuo leave the immortal world? Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce and sighed. The reason why this kid left the immortal world was to save Yi Tian. He didn't even want his life anymore. Hanju wasn't easy to judge. Everyone had someone they valued the most. If Han Tuo was caught by a great Tao sage, it was impossible for Hanju to save him. Hanju had already instructed that if Han Tuo still dared to go out, he had to be responsible for his actions. He continued to read the emails and discovered that recently, all the sages had been cursed by a mysterious curse, except him. Why am I not being cursed? Hanju asked in his mind. The Tao field can isolate the curse karma. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. So that was the case. The Tao field was really stable. I want to know, who's cursing the sages? Hanju continued to ask in his mind. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Immediately after, many faces appeared in his mind. Kundi, great Tao sage, immeasurable emperor, founder of the Buddhist sect. Because you severed his karma with Chu Zilai, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Emperor Shao, mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal, heavenly Tao sage, disciple of the Tao ancestor, one of the ancestors of the devil race. Current favorability, 3 stars. Karma heaven, great Tao divine spirit, formed by the great Tao of karma. Later, it was controlled by ancestor Shishan and was deprived of the great Tao origin. Therefore, it hates the heavenly Tao. Because you stopped its plans to destroy the heavenly Tao, it has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Undying Tao, transcendent Tao expert, immeasurable emperor, one of the first living beings after the splitting of the heavens. Because he was expelled by the heavenly Tao in the immeasurable calamity, he views the heavenly Tao as his enemy. He heard that you stopped the heavenly Tao from being destroyed and developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 2 stars. Han Ju was speechless. He didn't expect there to be 4 people pretending to be him. They were all existences comparable to the great Tao. This was also a good thing. It meant that these mighty figures were not completely united. Han Ju looked at Li Daokong. He was about to succeed in attaining the Tao. His body had already become a sage. His soul was only a step away from completely transforming. Han Ju was a little excited. Li Daokong was the first sage he had nurtured. 76 years later, a vast heavenly might enveloped the myriad worlds. I am Li Daokong of the hidden sect. Today, I have used my strength to attain the Tao and obtain the Tao fruit of a sage. I will protect the disciples of the hidden sect and control the sect's order. I will fulfill my duty as a guardian. Everyone was in an uproar. Another person had successfully attained the Tao. All living beings were not unfamiliar with Li Daokong because he had always been at the top of the heavenly Tao Providence board. However, they didn't expect sages to be born one after another. The strangest thing was that in the past, sages would make great promises and swear to the heavenly Tao. Li Daokong actually swore to the hidden sect. The hidden sect surfaced again. The various forces in the immortal world were shocked. That day, Li Daokong came to the 33rd heaven and opened the Tao field. The other sages rushed over to congratulate him. Shi Dudao's expression was very ugly because Li Daokong had always been pestering him. He had finally become a sage, but he didn't expect Li Daokong to catch up again. Indeed, the first thing Li Daokong said when he saw Shi Dudao was, "HMPH, there's still no clear winner between us. We'll continue in the future." Shi Dudao was silent and did not answer. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate sighed. 2 sages have already appeared in the hidden sect. Disciple nephew Daokong, you have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the heavenly Tao in the future. Li Daokong was no stranger to the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, and Chu Zilai. Li Mui's eldest disciple's talent had once made them extremely envious. Until today, they still felt that Li Daokong's potential was top-notch. Li Daokong said, "Of course. I'll usually imitate the sect master and cultivate in peace. You don't have to worry that I'll act recklessly." The sages nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that since Li Daokong had just attained the Tao, he would want to be bold towards the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, he was like Han Ju, an ascetic. Although the hidden sect had infiltrated the various major factions, it did not control the heavenly Tao. This was also one of the reasons why the sages did not scheme against the hidden sect. Of course, the most important reason was that they couldn't win. There's only one seat left. The 9 sages will gather and the providence of the heavenly Tao will be perfected. Only then can we cultivate in peace, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said. Shi Dudao asked in surprise, aren't there already 9? South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Chu Zilai, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Zondu, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Shi Dudao, Li Daokong, and the Sect Master of the Hidden Sect. There were exactly 9 of them. Sect Master Tianju shook his head. Fellow Taoist Han is not a heavenly Tao sage. Although he lives in the heavenly Tao, he's not restricted by the heavenly Tao's providence. They had also found this strange. How did Han Ju do it? He attained the Tao in the heavenly Tao but was not restricted by it. Shi Dudao was silent. He was now even more curious about the sect master of the hidden sect. Han Ju had contacted him as the Dark Forbidden Lord, so he didn't know the hidden sect master. In addition, the Dark Forbidden Lord has recently targeted us. If you are cursed and can't hold on, you must seek our help. The current heavenly Tao can't withstand the replacement of a sage, Heavenly Venerate Zondu reminded. Dark Forbidden Lord, Shi Dudao's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, sorry, I might have to take the Dark Forbidden Lord's side. Although his primordial purple chi was not given to him by the Dark Forbidden Lord, the sage who had given him the primordial purple chi was probably not doing it out of good intentions. Compared to the hypocritical sage, he liked the Dark Forbidden Lord more. The sages chatted for a while more before going their own ways. 300 years later, I am the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court and the creator of the Heavenly Tao sect, Fang Liang. Today, I will attain the Tao and nurture the sage's Tao fruit. I will set up the order of the Heavenly Tao and distinguish between good and evil. I will lead all living beings to the right path. Fang Liang's voice suddenly resounded through the myriad worlds and shocked all living beings again. Another sage was born. The sages were shocked. They didn't expect Fang Liang to become the last heavenly Tao sage. Immortal world, loose heaven sect. Inside a palace. A black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? Shouldn't it be me? He was great loose heaven. The sages had promised to help him become a sage. He had always thought that he was stable. To become a sage, he had to have the primordial purple chi. Since the sages wanted to give him the last primordial purple chi, he would definitely become a sage. In the end, Great Loose Heaven's first reaction was that they had fooled him. No, he had to seek justice. Great Loose Heaven immediately moved towards the 33rd heaven. At this moment, the sages were gathered in the Universal Hall. Other than Li Daokong and Shi Dudao, the sages of the older generation had all arrived. What's going on? How did Fang Liang attain the Tao? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked in a low voice. Things became strange. A primordial purple chi appeared in front of them. Chapter 625 Chapter 625 Chapter 625 49 Li Daokong's primordial purple chi should be from Hanju. Li Mui died in Hanju's hands. Previously, the sage of the human school died. The primordial purple chi had always been in Li Mui's hands. Now, I can't find it. It can only be in Hanju's hands. Who did that Shi Dudao's primordial purple chi come from? It can only be from Empress Nua and Fuxidian. The former's primordial purple chi has long disappeared, and the latter died in the dark forbidden zone. The primordial purple chi can't be found at all, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in a low voice. He scanned the other sages and continued, in that case, Shi Dudao's primordial purple chi can only come from Empress Nua. Someone among us must be secretly supporting Shi Dudao. Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Chu Zilai, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, and Heavenly Venerate Zondu were silent. The atmosphere became subtle. Emperor Shao said, even if someone is plotting, it's impossible for them to be honest. What we should find out now is why Fang Liang can attain the Tao. Fang Liang's primordial purple chi can't be from Hanju, right? Ever since Fang Liang established the heavenly Tao, his providence has become further and further away from the hidden sect. It's equivalent to betraying it. It shouldn't be Hanju. Even if it's him, where did he get so many primordial purple chi? The sages frowned. They suddenly couldn't see through the heavenly Tao's situation. Ever since the Dark Sage King appeared, they had felt very passive and had lost the absolute control of the past heavenly Tao sages. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, there are only 9 primordial purple chi. This saying actually comes from the Tao ancestor. It just so happens to correspond to the 9 heavenly Tao sages. However, have you ever thought that before the birth of the heavenly Tao, there was the primordial purple chi? Why are the two so coincidental? Heavenly Venerate Wufa asked, you mean that there are more than 9 primordial purple chi? That's the only way. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sighed. He began to feel helpless. After coming to the heavenly Tao, he wanted to show off and lead the heavenly Tao to become stronger. However, now, even the sage position had become mysterious. He felt that he had already fallen into a game of chess that he couldn't escape. Heavenly Venerate Zondu continued, did you sense that something was wrong with the deity realm of the ruins of End? We killed the Dark Sage King, but the deity realm of the ruins of End was not very happy. They even treated us coldly. The sages were moved. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's eyes widened. You too. Emperor Shao frowned. The other sages also had ugly expressions. They were good at plotting and could easily figure it out. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. No matter how strong the Dark Sage King was, he wasn't stronger than the mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End. If those mighty figures really had the intention, they could directly attack him. Why create a heavenly Tao calamity? At this moment, Great Loose Heaven's voice came from outside the hall, sages, Great Loose Heaven requests an audience. His tone was very impolite, making one feel that he was restraining his anger. Sect Master Tianju said, how can we answer to him? The Heavenly Tao Providence Board has become a joke now. It's also slapping our faces. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said calmly, let him in. In the Taoist temple of the 100-peak Immortal River. Hanju had a strange expression. He was also puzzled. How did Fang Liang succeed? The primordial purple chi he had given Li Daokong was obtained from Li Mui's calculations. He had yet to use the great Tao purple chi he had obtained from the system. Could it be that there was more than one primordial purple chi? In the past, when the Tao ancestor was still around, the heavenly Tao had 9 heavenly Tao sages. What about the Tao ancestor? Tao ancestor definitely had one since he was also a sage. I want to know how many primordial purple chi there are. Hanju asked silently. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 49. So much. Han Ju's eyes widened. He continued to ask, other than those I know, where are the remaining primordial purple chi? It involves an existence that surpasses the system's limits. It cannot be deduced. Tao ancestor. Han Ju remained silent. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was like him, silently nurturing a transcendent force? It was very likely that when the Tao sect broke up in the past, the Tao ancestor could clearly stop them, but he didn't. His mentality was probably the same as his. Han Ju was nurturing the Phi and celestial force. There was also the hidden sect. Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang had broken up in the heavenly race, so he didn't take it to heart. They were on different levels and had different goals. Han Ju suddenly felt that the Tao ancestor was plotting. No one knew why the Tao ancestor had disappeared. He was clearly still alive, but he had never appeared. He had let the mighty figures of the deity realm of the ruins of End scheme against the heavenly Tao. What was he plotting? Han Ju felt the pressure. If the Tao ancestor wanted to kill him, the Tao field couldn't stop him. Han Ju took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. The Tao ancestor had no reason to kill him. Han Ju suspected that his variable identity was deliberately arranged by the Tao ancestor to restrain the other sages. Knowing that he was a variable, the sages first tried to rope him in and then targeted him. Forget it. I'll just work hard to become stronger. Han Ju thought silently. The Tao ancestor didn't appear, perhaps because he was restricted by an unknown existence and might be having a hard time. Yeah, hopefully. After Fang Liang became a sage, the Heavenly Tao Providence board became a joke. All living beings no longer trusted it. The mighty figures at the top of the list gave up fighting for Providence. The number one great loose heaven had been beaten to attain the Tao. It was truly ridiculous. Fang Liang's Heavenly Tao sect quickly expanded. His disciples quickly exceeded 10 million. They were all living beings with cultivation levels and formed a powerful force in the immortal world. In contrast, the heavenly race was silent because of Fang Liang's rise. The immortals were very afraid of offending him, so they didn't dare to support Ji Shanshan. No matter how strong Ji Shanshan was, he was only a pawn supported by a sage. Fang Liang was a sage. Time passed. As the heavenly race fell silent, many forces suppressed by them began to stir again. The situation in the immortal world changed. At the same time, in the depths of the distant dark forbidden zone, Han Tuo and Yi Tian were experiencing a life and death pursuit. The two of them moved quickly. They stopped under a huge meteor. Yi Tian took out 2 talismans and stuck them on Han Tuo and himself. The two of them held their breaths and stayed close to the meteor, not daring to breathe. A terrifying figure flew out from the darkness. Its body was shaped like a rotting fish. In its bloody mouth, every tooth was as big as a mountain. It had 4 pairs of bone wings and as it flapped, it stirred up a murky wind. Not sensing Han Tuo and Yi Tian, it quickly left this area. Han Tuo heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Yi Tian and cursed with a voice transmission. How did you provoke it? If not for Han Tuo arriving in time, Yi Tian might have died in the stomach of the dark beast. In order to find Yi Tian, Han Tuo had spent too much time. He had experienced many difficulties along the way and couldn't help but feel a little resentment. Yi Tian had an innocent expression as he sent a voice transmission. It stole my treasure. What treasure? A purple chi. I can feel that by absorbing that purple chi, I will be reborn. What purple chi? Could it be the legendary primordial purple chi used to attain the Tao? Han Tuo's tone was filled with mockery. He knew Yi Tian. This fellow was actually fighting with the dark beast just now. He clearly could not win, but he still insisted on pestering it. Stupid. Yi Tian was excited. What if it is? Chapter 626-6 Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. Chapter 626 Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. Is there something wrong with your head? Do you want to die? Han Tuo cursed. His sudden outburst shocked Yi Tian. In the past, the two of them had a relationship that made Yi Tian more like his elder brother. After not seeing him for many years, Han Tuo had come to save him again, so he was very humble. Yi Tian curled his lips. This is a chance to become a sage. I discovered that the dark forbidden zone is more suitable for me than the immortal world. Here, the strong are the strong, and the weak are the weak. It's not like the immortal world. If I win, the other party might have a backing. It's so frustrating. Han Tuo frowned. What do you mean? You don't plan to return? Why should I go back? In the past, in the immortal world, I always felt like I had no choice. Although I'm talented, I always feel that something is controlling me from the unknown. After coming to the dark forbidden zone, this feeling disappeared. This is definitely a paradise for experts. They grow up in slaughter and seek opportunities in danger. Han Tuo, don't you realize that I've already reached the zenith heaven realm? Yi Tian said excitedly. Han Tuo rarely saw him so excited. He had clearly just experienced a soul-stirring pursuit. Han Tuo wanted to say, I've already reached the zenith heaven realm. Yi Tian continued, the immortal world has already formed a fixed hierarchy. The teachings of the sages are eternal. Even if you and I attain the Tao, we will still be controlled by the heavenly Tao. Don't you want to walk your own path? Do you want to continue growing under the contributions of your predecessors? His words touched Han Tuo deeply. He thought of his father. If he grew up in the immortal world, it might be very safe, but it was impossible for him to surpass Han Ju. If even Han Ju didn't dare to leave the heavenly Tao, didn't that mean that there was an existence stronger than Han Ju outside the heavenly Tao? Then, there would naturally be stronger opportunities. Han Tuo was convinced. Yi Tian knew what he was thinking from his eyes. He added, kill that beast first and snatch the primordial purple chi. In the future, who among us will reach the perfected pseudo-sage realm first and become a sage first? How about that? Han Tuo gritted his teeth. All right, the two of them began to pursue the dark beast. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation level had increased a little, but there was still a long way before he could break through. He opened his eyes and started to preach the Tao to the hidden sect disciples. The great Tao of extreme origin covered them, and hundreds of thousands of disciples immediately entered a state of Tao comprehension. He checked his emails as he preached. As he read, an email attracted his attention. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was expelled from the heavenly Tao. Ancestor Shishan was expelled from the heavenly Tao. Han Ju's heart trembled. Ancestor Shishan was the strongest protective umbrella of the heavenly Tao. Previously, when the Tao heavenly devil attacked, it had taken advantage of Ancestor Shishan's departure. Was something going to happen next? Han Ju looked at the 33rd heaven and suddenly discovered another sage. Heavenly Venerate Zondu, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, Shi Dudao, Li Daokong, and Fang Liang. Other than the 9 sages, there was also another sage. In other words, there were already 10 sages in the 33rd heaven. Including Han Ju, there were 11 sages in the heavenly Tao. The reason why Han Ju was not expelled by the heavenly Tao was that he was born in the heavenly Tao and had obtained a huge amount of heavenly Tao merit. Sages outside the heavenly Tao couldn't directly descend into the heavenly Tao unless they suppressed their cultivation realm and exchanged for the heavenly Tao's providence to become a heavenly Tao sage. Who was this? Han Ju was puzzled. From the looks of it, the limit of the heavenly Tao was not the 9 sages. No, why was the providence of the heavenly Tao so much stronger? Han Ju was suddenly moved. Compared to 1,000 years ago, the heavenly Tao's providence was like a stream turning into a river. It was not even inferior to the heavenly Tao before the calamity. He counted with his fingers and discovered that it was related to Fang Liang. Fang Liang's heavenly Tao providence was too strong. It was stronger than all the other heavenly Tao sages combined. Is this kid cheating? Han Ju thought of the Tao ancestor and felt that it was reasonable. The current Fang Liang was already completely on the Tao ancestor's side. It was normal for him to be supported by the Tao ancestor. Han Ju thought as he explained. 100 years later, Han Ju came to the 33rd heaven. He came to the sage's Tao field and used the simulation trial to test. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. Perfected Heavenly Tao Freedom Sage, Immeasurable Emperor, Golden Crow Ancestor, Primordial Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Tao Freedom Sage. Han Ju was shocked and immediately left. He came to the Universal Hall and visited Heavenly Venerate Zondu. After entering the hall, the two of them sat opposite each other. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sighed. His tone was filled with emotions and helplessness. Han Ju asked why he sighed. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, you should have already discovered the new sage. Originally, this sage position should have been given to the Great Loose Heaven. However, there is a new arrangement in the deity realm of the ruins of End. It's the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. This person is the second person to rise in the calamity after the splitting of the heavens. I have no choice but to call him senior. His brother is an existence comparable to the Great Tao. We sages have no choice but to give him face. Han Ju asked curiously, whose primordial purple chi did you give him? He had always been curious about who the remaining primordial purple chi in the hands of the sages belonged to. Sage Faded Secrets and Sage Janan had died in exchange for Heavenly Venerate Wufa and Heavenly Venerate Zondu. Li Mui had given the primordial purple chi in his possession to Li Daokong. One of the primordial purple chi in Empress Nua and Fuxidian had been given to Shi Du Dao. The remaining one was nowhere to be seen. The two of them had already died and should not be seen. The Dao ancestor's primordial purple chi, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said helplessly. Dao ancestor. No wonder the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage could reach the perfected Freedom Sage realm. No wonder his arrival was silent, and Han Ju, who was in seclusion, couldn't sense it. Han Ju showed a frown. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, this primordial purple chi has been fused by the Dao ancestor in the Heavenly Dao. It can allow the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage to maintain a cultivation level that surpasses the Freedom Sage. However, like us, he's restricted by the Heavenly Dao. After leaving the Heavenly Dao, his cultivation will be affected. It's said to be freedom, but it's actually not. It's just that his cultivation level is as strong as the Freedom Realm. Why didn't you keep such a powerful primordial purple chi for yourself? Han Ju asked in surprise. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was also a Freedom Sage and used ordinary primordial purple chi. His cultivation had to be damaged. Heavenly Venerate Zondu shook his head. This primordial purple chi is in Ancestor Shishin's hands. Before the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage came, Ancestor Shishin left. It's said that Ancestor Shishin and the elder brother of the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage are good friends. I can't have such a relationship. Han Ju frowned. He knew that Ancestor Shishin had been expelled from the Heavenly Dao. Could it be that Dijin had attacked him? However, was Dijin stronger than Ancestor Shishin? Heavenly Venerate Zondu changed the topic. Fang Liang has recently been roping in the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, and Chu Zilai. The situation outside the 33rd heaven will change. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and stood up. I'll go see him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu nodded and did not stop him. Han Ju went to the Heavenly Dao Palace. The door opened, and Han Ju cautiously activated all his supreme treasures. After entering the hall, he saw Fang Liang, who was dressed in a white robe and had white hair. His body shone, but it did not completely conceal his true appearance. His expression was indifferent and his temperament was extraordinary, making others not dare to profane him. Chapter 627 Resolution of the Heavenly Dao, Submission of a Pseudo-Sage. Chapter 627 Resolution of the Heavenly Dao, Submission of a Pseudo-Sage. Fang Liang slowly stood up and bowed to Han Ju, calling him Grand Master. Han Ju came in front of him and asked, "You still acknowledge me?" Fang Liang said, "I'll acknowledge you forever. If not for you, I wouldn't be here today." In Fang Liang's heart, Grand Master's kindness is the greatest. Han Ju asked, "Then, can you tell me why you want to rope in other sages?" Fang Liang was silent. Han Ju said, "The battle of the sages has nothing to do with me. However, if it affects the Heavenly Dao, I will also help. I want to cultivate in peace. The Heavenly Dao can protect me from being disturbed." Fang Liang sighed. "What I'm doing is precisely to support the Heavenly Dao. Grand Master, you should already know. These sages are actually puppets with the deity realm of the ruins of End controlling them. If we can't sever karma, the Heavenly Dao will always be the puppets of the deity realm of the ruins of End. I want the Heavenly Dao to escape its shackles. This is also the Dao ancestors' will." With that said, Fang Liang's eyes became firm. He had changed after becoming the Heavenly Emperor. The reason why he changed was that he had no choice. He felt the same as the previous Heavenly Emperor. Even if he stood at the peak of the immortals, he was still a puppet in the hands of the sages. Many times, they wanted to do something for the Heavenly Dao, but when it involved their benefits, they had no choice but to give up. This feeling was of extreme grievance. Han Ju asked, "The Dao ancestor is already dead. If not for his death, how could he be called a will?" Yes, the reason why the Dao ancestor disappeared was to destroy an extremely terrifying existence. That terrifying existence wanted to devour the Heavenly Dao and the Great Dao. After the will left behind by the Dao ancestor chose me, it told me that the deity realm of the ruins of End has already been infiltrated by that terrifying existence. If the deity realm of the ruins of End devours the Heavenly Dao and releases the countless terrifying things imprisoned in the ancient desolate, the next to suffer will be the chaos, Fang Liang said in a low voice. I also wanted to tell this to the deity realm of the ruins of End, but I almost died in the dark forbidden zone. After that, I understood that the deity realm of the ruins of End is unreliable. If I want to save the Heavenly Dao, I have to rely on my own efforts. Grand Master, I know that you only want to cultivate in peace. I don't want to drag you into the problem, but please don't stop me. I'm already determined to dedicate myself to the Dao and risk my life for it." Fang Liang's tone was determined and no longer as indifferent as before. Hanju silently used the derivation function and consumed 4 billion years of his lifespan to see that Fang Liang was not lying. From the looks of it, he really cared about the heavenly Tao. Perhaps this was also the reason why the heavenly Tao chose him. Hanju said, "I hope you can do what you say. What do you think about the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage?" The Tao ancestor was not dead, but he told Fang Liang that he wasn't. Hanju felt that things might not be that simple. However, he couldn't say it clearly. The current Tao ancestor was an existence he couldn't provoke. Even if he said it, Fang Liang wouldn't believe him. Fang Liang was determined to stir up trouble himself. Fang Liang said, "We have to suppress him. He's the saber arranged by the deity realm of the ruins of End, and he won't be the last." After the heavenly Tao restarted, the deity realm of the ruins of End has already planted 3 blades in the heavenly Tao. It's ridiculous. They didn't choose from all living beings but sent them from the deity realm of the ruins of End. Their intentions are already clear. Perhaps in their opinion, the current heavenly Tao is nothing to fear. There's no need to hide it. After all, the Tao ancestor is already gone. Hanju was relieved after understanding Fang Liang's thoughts. He was afraid that this fellow would collude with the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. The two of them chatted for a while more. When Hanju left, Fang Liang personally sent him to the entrance of the hall. After returning to the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The first thing he did was enter the simulation trial and fight the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. An hour later, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. He couldn't kill him. The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was not his match, but in the heavenly Tao, the immense providence of the heavenly Tao supported him. If Hanju killed him 10,000 times, he would revive 10,000 times. It was a little difficult to deal with. If Hanju became enemies with the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, he could only trick him out of the heavenly Tao. However, if he did so, he might be killed by the mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Hanju began to try to subdue the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, but he was too powerful and difficult to suppress. If Hanju used too much strength, he would kill him and start the revival loop. No, he had to think of a way to become stronger and capture the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage in the future. The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was truly too powerful. Even if the other sages joined forces, they weren't his match. Hanju couldn't allow such an existence to control the providence of the heavenly Tao alone. Hanju suddenly thought of the Great Tao Fragment. When he gathered another 9 Great Tao Fragments, he could create a Great Tao mystical power that was especially used to suppress enemies. He currently had 6 Great Tao Fragments and only had 3 left. As his cultivation level increased, the difficulty of triggering the system's choice also increased. The mystical powers he had created with the Great Tao Fragment were the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, the Great Tao of Extreme Origin, the Dark Nightmare, and the Primordial Divine Rage. They were all impressive opportunities. After confirming his target, Hanju continued cultivating. More than 2,000 years later, Hanju passed the 140,000th year but still didn't trigger the system's choice. It was probably only triggered once every 100,000 years. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived outside the 100-peak Immortal River. "I am Great Loose Heaven, and I have specially come to acknowledge the Master of the Hidden Sect." Great Loose Heaven's voice entered the 100-peak Immortal River, causing the disciples to be in an uproar. They were very familiar with the name Great Loose Heaven. If they closed their eyes and looked at the Heavenly Tao Providence board, they would see this name there. It was still in the top position. After Li Daokong, Shi Du Dao, and Fang Liang successfully attained the Tao, their names disappeared. They couldn't encounter any opponents for the time being. Of course, the more important reason was that the Heavenly Tao Providence board was already useless. All living beings did not care about it at all. Under the Fuzang tree, Xuan Chang'an asked curiously, "Why did he come to seek refuge with us?" Chu Shiren said, "Needless to say, he was played by a sage and had no choice. With his current status and cultivation, if he can't become a sage, why would he fight for providence? How can anyone in the immortal world kill him?" As the Supreme Buddha in his previous life, Chu Shiren knew too well. With a word from a sage, all living beings would fight even if they had to risk their lives. However, sages were not omnipotent. Hanju didn't reply. Great Loose Heaven knelt in front of the 100-peak Immortal River, looking determined to stay. The living beings witnessed this scene. News spread throughout the immortal world in the following decades and shocked all living beings. The hidden sect squeezed into the eyes of all living beings again. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate teased. "This Great Loose Heaven is really shameless, but it's useless. If you want to become a sage, you can't just submit to anyone unless it's the Tao ancestor. Sect Master Tianju nodded. They also felt bad about Great Lu's heaven, but they had no choice. They wanted to compensate him, but he didn't accept it and instead angered them. In the eyes of the sages, Great Lu's heaven thought too highly of himself. If he didn't become a sage, he would only be an ant floating in the mortal world. How many calamities could he survive? Without the help of a sage, the immeasurable calamity could obliterate him. Chapter 628 Tao Sect Sages, Determination, Change of the Demon Race. Chapter 628 Tao Sect Sages, Determination, Change of the Demon Race. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, you don't have to care about Great Lu's heaven anymore. Regardless of whether he can join Hanju in the end, you can't suppress him. There were only the sages of the 3 schools of the Tao sect in the hall. This was a small circle among the sages. Even if the Jia school, the human school, and the Chan school broke up, they were still connected inherently. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate nodded. I understand. No matter what, Hanju is also on good terms with us. Although the hidden sect was rapidly expanding, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate still had a good impression of Hanju. The situation of the forces in the immortal world was ultimately a small matter. Even if the hidden sect controlled the immortal world alone, they did not care. The calamity was a calamity for all living beings, but to sages, it was only a game of chess. In a game, there were losses and wins. It was normal. Tell me about Fang Liang. Why is he looking for you? Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked. Ever since he came to the Heavenly Tao, he had become more humane and not as cold as before. Sect Master Tianju said, Fang Liang is testing our relationship with the deity realm of the ruins of End. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate nodded. Heavenly Venerate Zondu narrowed his eyes. Then, what do you think? The 2 sages weren't fools and naturally understood what Fang Liang meant. Ever since the Dark Sage King died, they had objections to the deity realm of the ruins of End, but they didn't dare to say anything. Senior, speak first, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in a low voice. Sect Master Tianju also stared at him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu understood what they meant. The 2 sages did not dare to act recklessly and needed someone to lead them. After thinking, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, I was sent by a sect to manage the Heavenly Tao. I should have listened to the human school, but I was born in the Heavenly Tao. I hope that the Heavenly Tao will not be affected by the outside world. I hope that the Heavenly Tao will grow freely. I also don't want to see anyone wanting to destroy the Heavenly Tao. No matter who it is, if they dare to do this, I will definitely become their enemy. Even if my body and soul are destroyed, I will never regret it. His tone was very serious and even made one feel hysterical. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju were shocked. They were only testing him. They didn't expect Heavenly Venerate Zondu to be so determined. The 2 sages looked at each other. Sect Master Tianju gritted his teeth and said, we were also born in the Heavenly Tao. We also had great ambitions at the beginning of becoming sages, but before the Tao ancestor disappeared, the Heavenly Tao sages were all chosen from the Heavenly Tao. They were all ambitious, but after becoming sages, they discovered that things were not that simple. There was also the Great Tao outside the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was controlled by the Great Tao. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, since Senior said so, we can't beat around the bush anymore. That's right, we can't stand the deity realm of the ruins of End either. I even suspect that the Dark Sage King's backing is those mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End. They're acting. I even suspect that Nua and Fuxidian are not dead at all. Speaking of this, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was very angry. The deity realm of the ruins of End always wanted to restrict the Heavenly Tao's development. Every time the calamity erupted, the deity realm of the ruins of End would send news, specifying who would win. The previous heavenly race was arranged by the deity realm of the ruins of End. Sage Fated Secrets and Sage Janan obediently became dogs. What happened in the end? After becoming the Mad Sages, the deity realm of the ruins of End directly abandoned them and even snatched their primordial purple chi. As the saying went, the fox would mourn the dead rabbit. After the 2 sages died, the other sages couldn't help but have some grudges. This was also the reason why they did not become enemies with Hanju. They didn't want to be a blade that would definitely kill them. Besides, Hanju could help them protect the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, since you understand, I'll tell you the plan directly. The Heavenly Tao sages have to stand on the same side. Fang Liang should mean this. Li Daokong is Hanju's disciple. Don't worry, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, and Shi Dudao will be our targets. We have to pull them to our side. Sect Master Tianju frowned. The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage is so powerful. What if he's unwilling? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said indifferently, if Hanju can cripple a sage, so can we. The two sages were shocked. They didn't expect Heavenly Venerate Zondu to be so determined. I don't know what happened in the depths of the chaos. The deity realm of the ruins of En's killing intent towards the heavenly Tao is already very obvious. The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage is a signal. In order to support him, they even dare to attack the ancestor. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's expression darkened. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked, but we aren't the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's match. We can't kill him, but in the heavenly Tao, he can't kill us either. What we have to do is restrain him and not let him nurture a force. When Hanju has absolute confidence in killing the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, he will definitely attack. Hanju is very smart. He will protect the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said firmly, from today onwards, the three schools of the Tao sect will target the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage and the demons. If the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage dares to support the demons or other factions, the three schools of the Tao sect will besiege him. We won't give him a chance. Hearing this, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju agreed. After kneeling for 100 years, Hanju finally moved Great Loose Heaven into the Taoist temple. After seeing him, Great Loose Heaven was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly kowtowed. Facing a sage, what was kowtowing? It was not embarrassing. Hanju said, the sage positions are already full. Why do you feel that joining me is useful? Great Loose Heaven gritted his teeth. The sage positions are already full even without you. Hanju smiled, but the divine light on his body covered his expression. If I help you become a sage, what can I obtain? Hanju asked. Great Loose Heaven replied without hesitation, eternal loyalty. Oh, then do you mind if I plot against you? I don't mind. It seems that you're very determined. The sages have let me down. This is my only way. Instead of being a dog for the other sages, I'd rather be a dog for you. I can see your attitude towards your disciples from Li Daokong. I won't regret it. Sage, please give me a chance. Great Loose Heaven placed his forehead on the ground again. He trembled. Even a pseudo-sage couldn't suppress his emotions. In order to become a sage, he had lost all his self-esteem and face. If Hanju refused, not to mention him, the entire Loose Heaven sect and the Loose Heaven realm would become a joke in the myriad worlds. He was gambling. He could only gamble like this. Hanju said, go back and deal with the sect. Cultivate diligently in the 100-peak immortal river next. You can become a sage, but I need you to endure for a period of time. No problem. Great Loose Heaven agreed in surprise. Great Loose Heaven has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars. Hanju waved his hand and sent him out of the 100-peak immortal river. Great Loose Heaven's worship was both a good and not so good thing for Hanju. In his eyes, the game of heavenly Tao was not too important. He cared more about the power of sages now. On that day, a dignified voice resounded through the myriad worlds. I am the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. I was born in the Golden Crow Divine Clan and was once the first heavenly emperor of the demons. The order of the heavenly Tao has collapsed and the sages have changed. When I return, I will set up the order of the demons and set up the order of the immortal world. We heavenly Tao living beings should not only kill each other and fight for Providence. We should also be united and expand the heavenly Tao in the chaos. From today onwards, the demons must cultivate for the expansion of the heavenly Tao. I am willing to use my great providence to descend on the demons. All living beings can enter the demon race and enjoy the providence of the sages. Chapter 629 Repaying the Ancestors' Kindness. Chapter 629 Repaying the Ancestors' Kindness. Hanju had a strange expression when he heard the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's words. How righteous. In the past, the sages had always declared what they wanted to do in the heavenly Tao. The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage had directly raised his target to outside the heavenly Tao. How could the competition for power in the world compare to the power to expand one's territory? However, did the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage really think so? Hanju felt that it was impossible. The deity realm of the ruins of End couldn't send out only fence-sitters twice. It was already ridiculous for a heavenly Venerate Zondu to appear. The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage would definitely destroy the heavenly Tao and at least restrain its development. In that case, his declaration was only to rope in more living beings to join the demons and form a greater momentum. I am the human school's heavenly Venerate Zondu. The demons are no longer part of the heavenly Tao race. Struggling at death's door will only hinder the development of the heavenly Tao. From today onwards, the demons will be eliminated. If you see demons, all living beings can eliminate them. I am Fang Liang of the Heavenly Tao sect. The Heavenly Tao sect feels that the demons are an obstacle to the development of the Heavenly Tao and must be eradicated. The demons will immediately leave. Those who ignore the Heavenly Tao sect will be punished by the Heavenly Tao, and the cycle of reincarnation will not tolerate it. I am the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate of the Chan School. I am Sect Master Tian Ju of the Jia School. I am Chu Zilai of the Buddhist sect. The 5 sages spoke one after another, forcefully challenging the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. All living beings were in an uproar. The demons were still celebrating just now. With the backing of a sage, they would definitely rise in the future. In the end, 5 sages wanted to eradicate them. They were all in despair. How could a sage defeat 5 sages? Han Ju's impression of Heavenly Venerate Zondu and the other sages changed. This shouldn't be a self-directed act. It seemed that Heavenly Venerate Zondu really wanted to protect the Heavenly Tao. He looked up at the 33rd heaven. There was no battle. It was silent and strange. It was impossible for the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage to remain indifferent. Han Ju began to look forward to their battle. In the area of the Heavenly Tao, it was impossible for the Heavenly Tao sages to be killed. The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage couldn't do anything to the sages and would probably use the mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End. With the sages' powerful declarations, the situation in the immortal world changed. The demons were the most affected. Many races who had joined them left. For a time, the demons seemed to collapse. Jia School, in the Sect Master's Taoist temple. Huang Zuntian slowly put down the jade in his hand. Sect Master Tianju had already given him an order to eliminate the demons at all costs. Why is the battle between sages so obvious? Huang Zuntian found it strange. In the past, sages had always been plotting in secret. Unlike this time, they were all angry on the surface. Huang Zuntian had a feeling that something big was about to happen. He fell into deep thought. He wanted to contact Han Ju and understand the truth. Otherwise, if he rashly targeted the demons, Sect Master Tianju could withstand it, but he couldn't. The current demons had the backing of a sage. The sage couldn't kill Sect Master Tianju, but killing him was as easy as flipping his palm. Huang Zuntian felt a headache. He still wanted to cultivate well and increase his cultivation level. Huang Zuntian thought for a moment and still ordered the disciples to besiege the demons, but it could not be too big. As for contacting Han Ju, he couldn't for the time being. If Han Ju needed it, he would definitely take the initiative to contact him. If he contacted him now, it might let the unknown enemy find a flaw. At the same time, the forces supported by the 5 sages began to issue orders to besiege the demons. This matter couldn't be delayed. If it dragged on, the demons would think that the sages were just playing around. The demons' true end had just begun. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. He glanced at Great Loose Heaven in the corner of the Taoist temple. He was slightly satisfied. Great Loose Heaven's cultivation will was still very strong. Ever since he arranged the things in the sect, he had come to the 100-peak immortal river to cultivate in peace. All these years, without Han Ju saying anything, he wouldn't disturb him. Han Ju checked the emails. Your good friend Emperor Shao was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Yongdu has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has transformed into darkness and was enlightened by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure X129. Your good friend Heavenly Constellation Fian Celestial has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Fang Liang has stepped into the river of time. His soul has passed through the primordial era. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. The ancestor was injured. Han Ju was shocked. Ancestor Shishan was a transcendent Tao expert. Even now, Han Ju couldn't hurt him at all in the simulation trial. Han Ju silently used the derivation function to ask who had severely injured Ancestor Shishan. Karma Heaven. Great Tao Divine Spirit, formed by the Great Tao of Karma. Later, it was controlled by Ancestor Shishan and was deprived of the Great Tao origin. Therefore, it hates the Heavenly Tao. Because you stopped its plan to destroy the Heavenly Tao, it has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. It was him. Han Ju mourned for Ancestor Shishan. Being targeted by a mortal enemy was probably not as simple as being severely injured. Han Ju couldn't help but think of Dijin, Jade Bodhi, and 7 Tao Sage. Thinking about it, the four of them had a favorable impression of him. They must have a good relationship. He didn't expect them to stab Ancestor Shishin in the back. Ancestor Shishin's tragedy strengthened Han Ju's determination not to leave the heavenly Tao. He looked at Great Loose Heaven and said, "Cultivate outside the Taoist temple and explore the 100-peak Immortal River." Hearing this, Great Loose Heaven opened his eyes and bowed before leaving. He was also very curious about the 100-peak Immortal River, but Han Ju's Taoist temple isolated his divine sense and he couldn't spy on it. After Great Loose Heaven left, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune. He prepared to reinforce Ancestor Shishin. Coincidentally, Karma Heaven wanted to kill him. It would be great if Ancestor Shishin and Karma Heaven were still fighting. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease. He opened his attributes panel and emails and stared at them. 10 billion years, 100 billion years, a trillion years, 10 trillion years. Han Ju's mentality was still considered calm. Perhaps he had gotten arrogant. As long as he didn't spend more than a quadrillion years of his lifespan, it felt fine. His lifespan continued to decrease. 500 trillion years. 600 trillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Karma Heaven's Tao heart has wavered. Your enemy, Karma Heaven, was attacked by your good friend Ancestor Shishin and was severely injured. Han Ju immediately stopped. He sighed silently. Ancestor, I've returned the favor of your preaching back then. After resting for a few days, Han Ju started cursing Kundi. He would curse based on his hatred points. The higher the hatred points, the more he would curse first. There was no need to curse anyone below 3 stars. A month later, Han Ju gave Kundi and the chaotic deity a quadrillion years of lifespan each. The two mighty figures were cursed until their Tao hearts were damaged. Han Ju had an octillion years of lifespan. He didn't even spend a significant number now. He suddenly had a bold thought. Should he take out 10 quadrillion years to play? Even if he couldn't curse the chaotic deity to death, he could at least severely injure him. The moment this thought appeared, Han Ju's heart started to beat faster. Try. The chaotic deity had 6.5 stars of hatred towards him. The earlier he got rid of him, the better. Han Ju adjusted his condition for a few days and took out the Book of Misfortune again. Chapter 630 Fall of a Deity, Chaos of Order. Chapter 630 Fall of a Deity, Chaos of Order. Half a month later, Han Ju had already deducted nearly 5 quadrillion years of his lifespan. His eyes began to fill with blood. This was a huge gamble. A huge waste of lifespan. During this period of time, 3 emails appeared. Your enemy, the chaotic deity, has suffered damage to his Tao heart due to your curse. Because of your curse, the chaotic mental demon has invaded your enemy chaotic deity's Tao heart. Because of your curse, the great Tao of your enemy, the chaotic deity, has entered chaos. The power of order has begun to collapse. With another 5 quadrillion years of lifespan, the chaotic deity should be crippled. Han Ju gritted his teeth and persisted. There was nothing wrong with his body for the time being, but his lifespan had been deducted until his heart bled. 5 quadrillion years. Even the heavenly Tao probably did not exist for so long. Bear with it. If I can curse the chaotic deity to death, the other enemies will probably be shocked. Han Ju felt relieved. In terms of strength, he was inferior to the deity realm of the ruins of End. He couldn't be bothered to play tricks. No matter how powerful and how scheming you are, I will use this sinister method to break through. The chaotic deity sent you a dream. Do you accept? The chaotic deity sent you a dream. Do you accept? The chaotic deity sent you a dream. Do you accept? These notifications suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. He was stunned. The chaotic deity had already discovered that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Killing intent instantly burst out from Han Ju's eyes. Then, you'll die even more thoroughly. After grinding dozens of times, the chaotic deity no longer tried to visit him in his dreams, but Han Ju's curse was still ongoing. When Han Ju consumed nearly 8 quadrillion years of his lifespan, he saw 2 more emails. Your enemy, the chaotic deity, has suffered damage to his Tao heart due to your curse. Your enemy, the chaotic deity, used a Tao division divine technique to disperse karma and the chaos lost order. Han Ju's curse missed. This feeling was very strange, but it was also very obvious. He couldn't curse the chaotic deity, as if he had already died. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that the chaotic deity's portrait was still there. This fellow, not bad. Han Ju asked in his mind, what's the chaotic deity's state now? 160 billion years of lifespan will be consumed. Do you want to continue? Continue. The chaotic deity dispersed karma and his soul dispersed into the chaos. Although he didn't die completely, the threat he poses to you is temporarily nullified. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and felt comfortable. He looked at the Book of Misfortune. As expected of a freedom numinous treasure. How powerful. The Book of Misfortune was technically trash. Its only characteristic was that it couldn't be deduced by others. Its curse power consumed too much lifespan. If it was thrown to other living beings, they would probably treat it as evil and not dare to use it. Hanju nurtured it step by step until now. In addition, his lifespan was already terrifying, so it could have such an effect. Dijin sent you a dream. Do you accept? Another dream notification appeared. Hanju hesitated for a moment but still chose to accept it. His identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord might have been exposed, but he still wanted to act. As long as he did not admit it, it did not count. This was a dream realm above the sea of clouds. The scene was beautiful, the wind was gentle, and the sun was beautiful. Dijin stared at him and asked, "Do you know the Dark Forbidden Lord?" Hanju frowned. "Why do you ask? Are you really being cursed?" "Of course. What, you think I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord and want to blame me?" "I, Hanju, have always been in seclusion and don't take the initiative to provoke others, but I'm not afraid of trouble. If you insist on slandering me, I won't admit it." Hanju said indignantly, "Senior, you've visited me in my dreams several times recently. You've changed. You're always testing me. Have you forgotten that you wanted to fight for opportunities for me in the past? Why are you like this? What did I do wrong that made you dissatisfied? Remember, I didn't use your help." Hearing that, Dijin frowned. He sighed and said, "Something big has happened in the chaos." "What does the incident in the chaos have to do with me? Other than the last time I dealt with the Dark Sage King, I didn't leave the immortal world." Hanju was still furious. Dijin said faintly, "The chaotic deity who controls the chaotic order was cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord and died. Now that the chaotic order is in chaos, those restrained sinister devils will wreak havoc in the chaos. Even the restrictions of the ancient desolate will loosen." "Who is the chaotic deity? What evil devil? The restrictions of the ancient desolate? What's hidden there?" Hanju looked confused. It didn't matter if Dijin believed it or not. In his mind, he wasn't the Dark Forbidden Lord at all. He didn't know the chaotic deity at all. Dijin sighed, "I hope you have nothing to do with the Dark Forbidden Lord. Otherwise, you will be implicated." With that, Dijin waved his sleeve and the dream shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. Dijin's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Hehe, sages really knew how to change sides. Hanju couldn't be bothered to guess if Dijin believed him. In any case, he was hiding in the Tao field. He would curse whoever provoked him. He adjusted his state of mind and continued cultivating. In the deity realm of the ruins of End, at the top of a huge tower, more than 10 mysterious figures gathered in the hall. One of the figures said in a low voice, "He doesn't admit it." It was Dijin. It's normal for him to deny it. Didn't he just attain freedom? How can he curse the chaotic deity to death? That's right. The higher one's cultivation realm goes, the greater the difference. Even if a great Tao sage is defenseless, it's impossible for him to be killed by a freedom sage. Is the Dark Forbidden Lord really from the heavenly Tao? Now that the chaotic deity has perished, the Tao devils in the deity realm of the ruins of End have begun to kill without restraint. We still have to guard against the restrictions of the ancient desolate. Compared to the Tao devils, the existence in the ancient desolate is what we should be most afraid of. The other figures spoke. Kundi, Nuwa, and Fuxidian were among them. Nuwa sighed, "We shouldn't have sent the Dark Sage King to attack the heavenly Tao. I think the Dark Forbidden Lord should have nothing to do with Hanju. Only one person might be the Dark Forbidden Lord and is most suitable for his strength." All the figures were silent. Nuwa didn't say it clearly, but they all knew. Tao ancestor. They could visit Hanju in his dreams, but they couldn't deduce who the Dark Forbidden Lord was. There was only one existence that could make them so helpless, and that was the Tao ancestor. A tall figure said, "Perhaps the reason why the Dark Forbidden Lord targeted the chaotic deity is not to protect the heavenly Tao." "What do you mean?" Dijin asked. The tall figure said, "Legend has it that the Tao ancestor established the ancient desolate and suppressed all the providence of the primordial world in the ancient desolate, including the Bujo Divine Mountain, the endless sea of blood, the ancestral Magus' corpse, and the heavenly sect master. The Bujo Divine Mountain is Pengu's spine. The ancestral Magus is Pengu's blood essence. The heavenly sect master is formed by Pengu's essence soul." Everyone was shocked. "What, you mean that the Tao ancestor wants to revive Pengu? How is that possible? Has he gone mad?" "Indeed, the Tao ancestor seems to be afraid of something. If he's not a match, he can only hope to revive Pangu, the ancestor of legends, and seek a way out. If Pangu revived and discovered that we were plotting against the heavenly Tao. Panic and uneasiness began to fill the hall. Chapter 631 Chaos in the Deity Realm, Two Chaotic Fiend Celestials. Chapter 631 Chaos in the Deity Realm, Two Chaotic Fiend Celestials. After cursing the chaotic deity, Hanju's life became comfortable again. He didn't know about the changes in the deity realm of the ruins of End, but the immortal world was still stable. After being attacked by the 5 sages, the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage became well-behaved and did not take the next step. Under the siege of the various factions, the demons were torn apart. Later, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor announced that he would lead the Golden Crow Divine Clan to leave the demons. There was no king among the demons, and they were completely dissolved. The various demon kings and demon saints no longer called themselves demons. The demons declined just like that. The demons hated the various factions and did not want to join the famous race. Therefore, they began to use the name of the ancient race 100,000 years ago. The sages had no objections to this. They were enemies with the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, not the demons themselves. Time passed quickly. Year after year passed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju opened his eyes and stretched. The chaos did not affect the heavenly Tao. Everyone didn't even know what was happening outside. Hanju checked his emails and couldn't help but be moved. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil x 73629. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil x 2930. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan was attacked by an inauspicious evil x 90293. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by an inauspicious evil x 1594. Your good friend Heavenly Venerate Zondu was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil x 928202. So many attacks. Inauspicious evil, mysterious Tao Devil. Hanju noticed that Heavenly Venerate Zondu was also attacked. He looked up and discovered that Heavenly Venerate Zondu wasn't in the Tao field outside the 33rd heaven. He had probably gone to the deity realm of the ruins of End earlier. The deity realm of the ruins of End was in chaos. Hanju was amused. He didn't expect the curse to have such an effect. Although this matter would harm many innocent people, he couldn't care less. I would rather see others die than die myself. With the hatred of the chaotic deity, he would find trouble with Hanju sooner or later. In any case, the chaotic deity would die sooner or later. Once the deity realm of the ruins of End was in chaos, they would no longer scheme against the heavenly Tao in a short period of time. No wonder the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was so quiet. Sigh, I'm still the greatest contributor to the heavenly Tao. Hanju sighed. O Tao Ancestor, if you see this, you must remember my kindness and not scheme against me. After reading the emails, Hanju looked at the immortal world. Ever since Li Daokong attained the Tao, Hanyu had been considered to have graduated. Now, he had traveled the immortal world alone and his reputation had soared. This kid was already an immortal emperor. Not bad. Hanyu hid in a forest and cultivated. He didn't encounter any trouble for the time being. The current immortal world had already surpassed the immortal world from before the calamity. It was mainly because the sages took turns preaching the Tao, causing the cultivation level of the cultivators to increase very quickly. Who would have thought that 100,000 years ago, the immortal world was still barren? Hanju came to the second Tao field and started to pay attention to the Fey and celestial candidates. Yongdu had already left the Earth immortal world. Hanju calculated that this fellow was not in danger. He even obtained many great opportunities and had great providence. As for the other Fey and celestial candidates, only 2 were still alive. They were called Ren Gang and Yin Hongchen. Yin Hongchen was a woman. Her appearance was not devastatingly beautiful, and she did things extremely ruthlessly. She usually did not take the initiative to provoke others, but if she discovered that someone was a threat to her, she would definitely eliminate them as quickly as possible. Ren Gang was filled with righteousness and could easily make friends. By relying on loyalty, he could always turn the situation around. Hanju thought for a moment and visited the 2 of them in their dreams, teaching them a mystical power each. Just like facing Yongdu, Hanju didn't expose his identity. After making arrangements for the 2 of them, Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple to visit Marongqi, the Crimson Fox, and the heavenly constellation Fey and Celestial. Their cultivation levels increased very quickly. The spirit chi in the Tao field was even richer than in the immortal world. Hanju explained the Tao to them alone. The great Tao of extreme origin contained the profundities of all the great Tao and could allow them to gain some insights. 10 years later, Han Ju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River and continued cultivating. Dark Forbidden Zone. The evil Heavenly Emperor sat on a huge meteor and cultivated. Black chi surrounded him, and his aura was terrifying. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of him and knelt down. Your Majesty, the deity realm of the ruins of End is already in chaos. The 7 Dao sage was attacked by a powerful Dao devil and was severely injured. More and more living beings began to escape towards the heavenly Dao, the black shadow said in a low voice with excitement. The evil Heavenly Emperor slowly opened his eyes. He frowned and muttered to himself, looks like the chaotic deity has really perished. Who is the Dark Forbidden Lord? He's actually so powerful. He had once suspected that Han Ju was the Dark Forbidden Lord, or that Han Ju's master was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Now, he didn't think so anymore. Because the chaotic deity was too powerful. The chaotic deity who controlled the chaotic order was a true great Dao divine spirit. Even if the heavenly Dao sages came to the chaos, they had to follow the rules. With the death of such an extraordinary existence, the evil Heavenly Emperor first thought of the long-lost Dao ancestor. Only the Dao ancestor could kill him. Your Majesty, should we take action? This is the best opportunity for the heavenly court to recruit troops. The Black Shadow asked. The evil Heavenly Emperor said, there's no hurry. We'll take action when the deity realm of the ruins of End is completely chaotic. How about those little heavenly Dao? The Black Shadow replied, after the chaotic deity died, the inauspicious evil that restricted the little heavenly Dao all surged towards the deity realm of the ruins of End. The providence of the little heavenly Dao is rapidly increasing. Where's the ancient desolate? It's said that more than 10 transcendent Dao expert are guarding it. The inauspicious evil and the Dao devils are all rushing to the ancient desolate like mad. Your Majesty, what is hidden in the ancient desolate? The Black Shadow was very curious. The situation was too abnormal. The evil Heavenly Emperor did not answer, but his eyes revealed worry. By the way, recently, 2 heavenly Dao lifeforms have trespassed into the heavenly court's territory. I've already made a move to capture them. The providence of these 2 is not simple. They are very similar to the chaotic Fian Celestials. I don't dare to kill them easily. Your Majesty, please make a decision. The Black Shadow saw that the evil Heavenly Emperor did not want to reveal anything and changed the topic. Oh, chaotic Fian Celestials. Bring them here. Yes. The Black Shadow vanished. 5 minutes later, the Black Shadow appeared in front of the evil Heavenly Emperor. He waved his right hand, and 2 figures fell to the ground. They were Han Tuo and Yi Tian. The 2 of them were wrapped in a black aura and could not break free. Yi Tian cursed. What are you doing? If you want to kill or torture me, say something. Han Tuo looked around warily, his gaze landing on the evil Heavenly Emperor. The evil Heavenly Emperor's appearance was clearly not righteous, making him even more nervous. The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned when he saw Han Tuo. He waved his hand and said, Black Heaven General, leave first. Yes. The Black Shadow vanished again. Yi Tian also looked nervously at the evil Heavenly Emperor. He could sense that he was different from the enemies he had encountered in the past. Profound and mysterious. Han Tuo gritted his teeth and said, Senior, we just accidentally entered your territory. We have no ill intentions. Why are you holding on to us and not letting go? He had no choice but to bow his head. The evil Heavenly Emperor asked, What's your name? Han Tuo replied, My name is Tang Sanzang. Yi Tian glared at him. Taking advantage of me. The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled, and the terrifying aura around him retracted. He's really similar to that kid. Be it his looks or his mouth. The evil Heavenly Emperor's lips curled up slightly. He slowly stood up and said, Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. From today onwards, the 2 of you will serve me. Chapter 632 Number 1 Talent Since Ancient Times. Chapter 632 Number 1 Talent Since Ancient Times. Why should I serve you? Are you very strong? Yi Tian shouted unhappily. He had always been the one taking in subordinates. He had never been anyone's subordinate. Previously, in the Demons and the Divine Palace, the leaders had been polite to him. The evil Heavenly Emperor said calmly, I'm the previous Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court. I've already attained the Tao. Tell me, am I strong? The previous Heavenly Emperor. Han Tuo was shocked. The current Heavenly Emperor was Fang Liang, and Fang Liang was his father's grand disciple. Was the evil Heavenly Emperor a friend or foe of his father, Han Ju? The evil Heavenly Emperor seemed to see through his nervousness. Back then, before your father became an immortal, he was highly regarded by me. Your father even worked for me. Don't you want that? Han Tuo asked carefully, my father. Yi Tian was surprised. Wasn't Han Tuo's father long gone? That's right. It's Hanju, the master of the hidden sect, the evil heavenly emperor said calmly. Hantuo looked like Hanju. The evil heavenly emperor had just calculated the karma and actually couldn't deduce it. This meant that Hantuo had a powerful background and could only be related to Hanju. Yi Tian widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Your father is the sect master of the hidden sect. Why didn't you mention it before?" The master of the hidden sect was a legendary figure in the immortal world. He was on par with sages and had once saved the myriad worlds in the universe. He had endless merit. Hantuo smiled bitterly. "I only learned of it not long ago." He looked at the evil heavenly emperor. He was still a little vigilant, but the other party directly told him about his relationship with Hanju. He naturally couldn't lie. "Can you tell me about the past you knew my father?" Hantuo asked. The evil heavenly emperor smiled meaningfully and slowly sat down. "Of course, this has to start before the heavenly Tao was restarted. At that time, the heavenly court controlled the myriad worlds in the universe. Your father was only a nobody in a mortal world." Hantuo meditated and began to listen carefully. Yi Tian was also very interested in Hantuo's father and began to listen quietly. The evil heavenly emperor fell into a daze and recounted the past. After a long while, after the evil heavenly emperor finished speaking, Hantuo and Yi Tian were still immersed in the past. Yi Tian jolted awake and suddenly asked, "According to you, the sect master of the hidden sect only used a few 100,000 years to attain the Tao?" Hantuo also realized this, and his expression turned strange. The evil heavenly emperor said, "That's right. Hanju is only 30,000 years older than Hantuo. His talent is the greatest I've ever seen. No existence can compare to him." Hantuo's expression changed drastically. 30,000 years. If he was given 30,000 years, he might not be able to break through to the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Hanju, who was only 30,000 years older than him, was already a top-notch existence among sages. This difference. Hantuo smiled bitterly, deeply affected. He originally thought that he would become Hanju's pride. Now, it seemed that he had embarrassed him. Yi Tian was also shocked. He had always thought that he was the most talented, but compared to Hantuo's father. "Oh, right, I've calculated. Hanju's Tao attainment timing was close to your birth date. In other words, it only took Hanju more than 30,000 years to go from a mortal to a sage," the evil heavenly emperor teased. He was also shocked. This kid. The evil heavenly emperor knew that Hanju's talent was extremely terrifying, but after thinking about it, it made his scalp tingle. Even if the Tao ancestor was reborn, he still couldn't compare. Hantuo and Yi Tian fell into shock and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. The evil heavenly emperor did not disturb them. He had to calm down himself. Hantuo looked up and clenched his fists. "You've nurtured my father. Then, I'll serve you. Can you let me catch up to my father?" The evil heavenly emperor's expression did not change as he felt a little awkward. He was ashamed to say this. He knew his limits. It was impossible for his care for Hanju to help him attain the Tao. He himself had relied on the inheritance of the Dark Sage King to attain the Tao. The evil heavenly emperor said, "I can't promise you directly. Your father's talent is unheard of. However, if you serve me, you will definitely obtain a huge opportunity. The opportunity far exceeds your growth in the immortal world. The immortal world is still the chessboard of the sages, but there are existences stronger than them in the dark forbidden zone. Now that the chaos is in chaos, it's time to fight for the huge opportunity. The two of you have the potential of chaotic fiend celestials. I will confer you the title of heavenly generals. There will only be 3 heavenly generals in the heavenly court. Your status will only be second to mine." Hantuo and Yi Tian looked at each other and saw the anticipation in each other's eyes. Instead of messing around, it was better to follow the ancient heavenly emperor who had nurtured a sage. Yi Tian asked, "What's a chaotic fiend celestial?" The evil heavenly emperor looked at him deeply. "You are." Yi Tian was stunned. Hantuo was very calm. Yi Tian's potential was too ridiculous. Even if his father gave him a cheat, he almost couldn't catch up. Only the legendary chaotic fiend celestial could explain it. Wait, then, what was his father? Was he also a chaotic fiend celestial? The difference in potential between the chaotic fiend celestials was also great. Hantuo couldn't figure it out, but after hearing the evil heavenly emperor's story, he suddenly didn't dare to expect to surpass Hanju. He only hoped to satisfy him. 1,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and deduced Hantuo. This fellow had left the heavenly Tao for a period of time. His cultivation level had been increasing, but the dark forbidden zone was still very dangerous. After calculating with his fingers, Hanju's expression became strange. He deduced that there was a familiar Providence beside Han Tuo. Evil Heavenly Emperor. Providence was very mysterious. Not only was there Providence in the Heavenly Tao, but there was also Providence in the chaos. It was the Providence of the Great Tao. This kid, Han Ju suddenly discovered that Han Tuo's path was very similar to his. Along the way, he encountered the care of immortal Emperor Samsara and the Heavenly Emperor. However, the evil Heavenly Emperor was ultimately on the wrong path. Han Ju was still a little worried. I want to know what will happen if Han Tuo follows the evil Heavenly Emperor. Han Ju asked in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be consumed. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju's consciousness entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived at a huge meteor. Countless figures were standing around him. Not only on the meteor, but countless figures were also floating in the surrounding space. They were all dressed in black armor and surrounded by a black aura. They were all looking in one direction. Evil Heavenly Emperor. The evil Heavenly Emperor sat on a stone chair with a domineering attitude. In front of him stood 3 figures emitting a terrifying aura. Among them were Han Tuo and Yi Tian. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. He noticed that Han Tuo's state was like that of a freedom sage. His freedom aura was visible to the naked eye. Following the evil Heavenly Emperor, could Han Tuo become a freedom sage? Yi Tian said in a low voice, Your Majesty, we are ready. The evil Heavenly Emperor slowly stood up. The entire dark space distorted as a domineering aura erupted, sweeping through the dark forbidden zone. Immortal gods of the Heavenly Court, I have established the Heavenly Court for several eras. The Heavenly Court has unified the dark forbidden zone and swept through the deity realm of the ruins of End. We have destroyed the inauspicious evil, expelled the Tao devils, and protected hundreds of little heavenly Tao. You are my proudest soldiers. Now, an unprecedented enemy is about to arrive. We can't retreat. If we do, the Heavenly Tao will definitely be destroyed. Are you prepared to fight for the honor of Heavenly Court? The evil Heavenly Emperor's voice was filled with dominance, causing all the immortals of the Heavenly Court to reply in unison, I am willing to sacrifice my body and soul for your majesty. Chapter 633 Mysterious Powerful Enemy. Chapter 633 Mysterious Powerful Enemy. Hearing the shouts of the surrounding Heavenly Court soldiers, Han Ju had a strange expression. What happened? The Heavenly Court had begun to protect the Heavenly Tao. Several eras Han Ju thought that the evil Heavenly Emperor would be plotted against in a few years. He didn't expect him to still be able to sweep through the deity realm of the ruins of End. It seemed that the evil Heavenly Emperor had not completely turned dark. At this moment, Han Ju saw a light appear in the darkness behind the evil Heavenly Emperor. It quickly expanded and illuminated the dark forbidden zone. Han Tuo suddenly jumped up and took out a golden spear with black patterns. He roared hoarsely, He's here. Prepare for battle. A terrifying figure emerged from Han Tuo's body. It was the Dharma idol of a chaotic Fian celestial. Yi Tian roared at the sky. His body quickly grew taller and transformed into a terrifying figure that was 10 million feet tall. His upper body was like a human and his lower body was like a flood dragon. His muscles were like they were cast from iron. He had 3 heads and 6 arms and had a sinister expression. As his white hair fluttered, 4 vertical eyes appeared on his face. Han Ju saw that light rushing over at an extremely terrifying speed. The surrounding immortals of the Heavenly Court instantly turned into dust. The illusion shattered. In a daze, Han Ju saw that half of the evil Heavenly Emperor's body had also turned into dust. When he opened his eyes again, Han Ju's consciousness had already returned to reality. He frowned. Who was the Heavenly Court facing? Although it happened several eras later, when facing such an unknown opponent, he had to know in advance and prepare in advance. Han Ju liked to kill the terrifying big boss in his cradle. How dangerous would it be when the enemy came knocking on his door? I want to know who the enemy that the Heavenly Court encountered in the illusion was. Han Ju asked in his mind. It involves karma that surpasses the current limits of the system. It cannot be deduced. So powerful. Han Ju frowned. Could it be that the Tao ancestor had turned evil? No, it might be the mysterious existence that forced the Tao ancestor to disappear. Unable to figure it out, Han Ju could only give up. It was still a long time away. In other words, it was a good thing that Han Tuo followed the evil Heavenly Emperor. As for the terrifying existence he encountered in the end, it was not targeted at the Heavenly Court but the entire chaos. In that case, it was good to let Han Tuo follow the evil Heavenly Emperor. It could be considered making up for the fact that Han Ju didn't serve the evil Heavenly Emperor back then. I have to reevaluate the evil Heavenly Emperor. He should only hate the Heavenly Tao sages and still care about the Heavenly Tao. Han Ju thought. If the evil heavenly emperor didn't become corrupted, he could support that heavenly court. Hanju didn't have many true friends in this life. The evil heavenly emperor was definitely his best friend. Hanju was still a little happy to see the evil heavenly emperor's future. The evil heavenly emperor was not blinded by revenge. The more Hanju thought about it, the happier he became. He looked at Great Loose Heaven. In the past few years, Great Loose Heaven had already completely integrated into the 100-peak Immortal River. He was also cultivating under the fusang tree. It was worth mentioning that he was once good friends with Chu Shiren in his previous life. At first, the Great Loose Heaven was also shocked by the sect's foundation. The number of immortal emperors here was simply terrifying. Now, he had already completely taken on the identity of a hidden sect disciple. He usually did not put on airs when facing personal disciples. It's a waste to give him the Great Tao Purple Chi. The other personal disciples will definitely have objections. Hanju thought. Among his disciples, Tao Sovereign was still far from attaining the Tao. There was no need to mention the others. It took a long time for a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal to reach the Pseudo-Sage realm. It was even more so for an early stage and perfected Pseudo-Sage. How did the sages outside the Heavenly Tao break through? Hanju felt that the primordial purple chi was not necessary. There had to be another way. He would see in the future. Hanju continued to pay attention to the other outer sect disciples of the hidden sect. The Holy Mother sect had already become a top-notch force in the immortal world. It had more than 100 million disciples, and all of them were female. Their cultivation levels were uneven, and their forces even spread to some mortal worlds. Li Yao also became famous in the immortal world. With the Holy Mother sect's Providence, her cultivation had already reached the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm and was chasing after Tao Sovereign. Tao Sovereign had just stepped into the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm not long ago, but it was not so easy to become a pseudo-sage. His gaze landed on the 13th heaven. Ever since the dust settled on Meng Xiao's case, the heavenly race had become much more desolate. Many immortals and gods had joined the heavenly Tao sect. The various races in the immortal world were not convinced by the heavenly race. In conclusion, the heavenly race had lost the hearts of the people. Ji Shanshan seemed to be deeply affected. He had been in seclusion and did not save the heavenly race's image. After observing, Hanju retracted his gaze and continued cultivating. It was very difficult to cultivate in the Freedom Realm. Hanju couldn't relax. His goal was to catch up to the great Tao sages and surpass them. Spring passed and autumn came. The situation in the immortal world changed. Another 2,000 years passed. There were no longer any demons in the immortal world. The ancient race and the famous race were on opposite sides. The number of living beings was immeasurable. Hanju ended his seclusion again and opened his eyes. He habitually checked his emails. The recent emails were no different from the past. No information attracted him for the time being. It was worth mentioning that the outside of the heavenly Tao was still ravaged by the inauspicious evil and Tao devils. Hanju closed the emails, and his sage sense swept through the immortal world. He suddenly discovered that rolling chaotic chi was gathered on the east side of the immortal world. It was like a long bridge that disappeared into the darkness. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he couldn't see anything. He placed his gaze outside the 33rd heaven. At this moment, the sages were gathered in the universal hall as if they were discussing something. Even the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was there. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sensed Hanju's gaze and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, can you come?" Hearing this, Hanju hesitated for a moment but still headed towards the 33rd heaven. In any case, he was absolutely safe within the heavenly Tao. After entering the hall, the sages nodded at him. Li Daokong, Shi Du Dao, and Fang Liang were also there. Li Daokong and Fang Liang even stood up to welcome him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu gestured for Hanju to sit beside him. Hanju didn't stand on ceremony and sat on his left. Hanju felt a gaze. It was the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. This fellow was filled with the domineering aura of an emperor. He wore a dragon robe and was completely different from the other sages. He was very eye-catching. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "I just went to the deity realm of the ruins of End not long ago. It's in chaos. It's said that the chaotic deity who controls the chaotic order was cursed to death by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Those evil existences restricted by the chaotic deity have begun to wreak havoc in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Many mighty figures have already moved their Tao fields out of the deity realm." The sages were moved. Shi Du Dao was expressionless, but he was pleasantly surprised. The Dark Forbidden Lord was so strong. It seemed that his choice was correct. Heavenly Venerate Zondu continued, "The heavenly Tao is the only paradise. This will be our opportunity. I have decided to expand the Heavenly Tao and let the Heavenly Tao domain expand to accommodate more living beings. As time passes, it will also accommodate more sages. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned. Can we accommodate more sages just by expanding our territory? The other sages also found it strange. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, I think we can give it a try. All of you, review the history. Don't you realize that the world created by giant god Pengu has been shrinking? Every time the sages fight, the Tao ancestor will take the opportunity to split the Heavenly Tao heaven and earth. Where did those worlds that were split go? The sages looked at each other. Han Ju sighed secretly. This fellow really wanted the Heavenly Tao to prosper. For this, he even dared to question the Tao ancestor. Chapter 634 Animosity of the Heavenly Tao in the Ruins of End, Battling Heaven Sage. Chapter 634 Animosity of the Heavenly Tao in the Ruins of End, Battling Heaven Sage. In addition, from today onwards, the Heavenly Tao will be independent. It will no longer accept any help or interference from the deity realm of the Ruins of End. In the future, the selection of sages can only be chosen from the Heavenly Tao and not from the deity realm of the Ruins of End, Heavenly Venerate Zondu continued with an irrefutable tone. The sages all looked at the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage snorted. Aren't you from the deity realm of the Ruins of End? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, Indeed, but you and I were born in the Heavenly Tao. We can't forget our roots. I'll first declare that I'm severing ties with the deity realm of the Ruins of End's human school. From now on, the human school will be divided into the Heavenly Tao human school and the Ruins of End human school. The sages were moved. How ruthless. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was also shocked as his eyelids twitched. This was a declaration of war. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju. From today onwards, the Jia school will be divided into the Heavenly Tao Jia school and the Ruins of End Jia school. The Heavenly Tao Jia school will only serve the Heavenly Tao. From today onwards, the Chan school will be divided into the Heavenly Tao Chan school and the Ruins of End Chan school. The Heavenly Tao Chan school will only serve the Heavenly Tao. The two sages expressed their stand. Chu Zilai, Emperor Shao, and Heavenly Venerate Wufa were the same. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was silent. Han Ju's body was covered by divine light. No one saw his mocking expression. He wanted to see what the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage would do in this situation. Should he continue enduring the humiliation or overturn the chessboard? Fang Liang, Li Daokong, and Shi Dudao also looked at Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. The atmosphere became strange. Hee. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage suddenly sneered. As he closed his eyes, a terrifying aura erupted, wreaking havoc in the divine palace. You want to force me with your identity as a Heavenly Tao sage? Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's tone was sinister, and his words were filled with killing intent. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said calmly, Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage, are you fighting as a pawn or for yourself? You can choose. If you want to jump out of your brother's control, this will be the best opportunity. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage suddenly stood up, startling the other sages. He raised his right hand, and flames burned in his palm. A black bell emitting an ancient aura slowly rose from the flames. The sages took out their Dharma treasures and prepared to fight. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate mocked. Eastern Emperor, you want to kill a Heavenly Tao sage in the Heavenly Tao? How ridiculous. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage glanced at the sages disdainfully and said, Do you know why the deity realm of the Ruins of End sent me here? It's because your rebellious nature has long been exposed. When I fused with the Heavenly Tao, you had already failed. Boom. A terrifying suction force erupted from the black bell in the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's hand. The universal hall shook violently. The sages were shocked. They felt something being extracted from their bodies. What power is this? Chu Zilai said in anger, he's absorbing our Heavenly Tao providence. Once the providence of the Heavenly Tao was sucked dry, only one path waited for them. Death. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage laughed wildly. Do you understand how stupid you are? A pawn wants to jump out of the chessboard. Are you qualified? Boom. The black bell shook violently. The terrifying suction force was still increasing, preventing the sages from moving even if they tried their best. The difference in cultivation was too great. Han Ju stood up, and a domineering aura dispersed the black bell's suction force. The sages regained control of their bodies and flashed behind Han Ju. Shi Dudao looked at Han Ju's back in shock. So strong. The moment he stood up, he dispersed the suction force that made him despair. Fang Liang's expression was also very complicated. He had never known how strong his Grand Master was. The other sages heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Han Ju was here. In the hall, Hanju and Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage were on par. As their eyes met, the aura of the two sages rose steadily. The heavenly phenomena changed as dark clouds surged and the heavenly might surged. Everyone in the immortal world was terrified. Thousands of mortal worlds trembled. The Tao seekers cultivating outside the 33rd heaven fled. Only the cultivators of Chaotic City could continue guarding. Zhou Fan stood on the city wall and looked at the universal hall with a frown. The disciples of the various sects began to discuss what had happened. In the universal hall, Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage narrowed his eyes and said, "Sect Master of the Hidden Sect, Hanju, do you really want to stop me? Didn't you say that you won't be affected by karma and won't cause trouble?" Hanju said indifferently, "If you want to harm the heavenly Tao, I have no choice but to make a move. You've only just entered the Freedom Realm. Do you really think you're my match? If I dare to come, I will definitely be able to kill you." The Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage frowned. He was very afraid of Hanju. The deity realm of the ruins of En's plan had been destroyed by him time and time again. No one knew Hanju's true depth. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage wanted to continue speaking when Hanju suddenly attacked. The primordial judgment sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with it. Mystical power, unparalleled sword chi. The domineering sword chi instantly shattered the universal hall. The sages behind Hanju were also killed. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's expression changed drastically. He raised the bell to block, but he was still sent flying. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's robes fluttered as he stabilized himself with a terrified expression. This fellow's sword chi, has he really just entered the Freedom Realm? He stared fixedly at the vast sand formed by the universal hall. He saw terrifying Dharma idols slowly stand up and disperse the dust. The 9 Fian celestial Dharma idols above Hanju's head approached Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. The sages who were affected earlier condensed their bodies and retreated far away. They didn't expect Hanju to accidentally injure them in order to deal with Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. Li Daokong was also shocked. Sect Master was really ruthless. Hanju raised the primordial judgment sword. The 9 Fian celestial Dharma idols fused together and transformed into a terrifying force that entered the blade. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage took out the black bell. The bell rang, and all living beings in the world were stunned. The chaotic space distorted. Hanju suddenly felt a mysterious force crossing the river of time to target him. This feeling was very strange, but it did exist. Mighty figures could guard against enemies by attacking their past selves. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Detected that the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage has crossed the river of time and wants to harm the past you. Do you want to use the system to resist? Yes. Hanju saw the notification in front of him and chose yes. With the system around, he could focus on the battle ahead. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was something. He could actually harm his past self in front of him. The power of time was very difficult to show in the simulation trial. Hanju still underestimated Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's strength. Hanju waved his sword and slashed. The great Tao mystical power, primordial divine rage, swept out with the power of the 9 Fian celestial Dharma idols. The sword chi swept past Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying black crack that was unknown in the chaotic space tore open. Too fast. The sages couldn't see this sword chi at all. Even someone as strong as Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage couldn't react in time and was reduced to dust. Almost instantly, Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage condensed his body again. The heavenly Tao Sage was undying and indestructible. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's expression was extremely ugly. He raised the black bell and aimed its mouth at Hanju. Countless golden crows flew out from the black bell and surged towards Hanju. The sage Tao fields along the way turned into dust one after another. The sages watched from afar and did not dare to approach. In front of a freedom sage, heavenly Tao sages were like ants. Chapter 635 Calamity of the Heavens. Chapter 635 Calamity of the Heavens. The golden crow torrent unleashed by the black bell pierced through the 33rd heaven. The temperature of the entire immortal world increased rapidly, as did the mortal worlds far away. Hanju condensed the Devour Fian celestial Dharma idol. His figure was like a giant demon. He opened his huge black hole-like mouth and swallowed countless golden crows. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage cursed silently. Why can't I capture the past him? Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage frowned in confusion. He had relied on this mystical power to dominate the same realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Hanju didn't care what he thought. He condensed the imprisonment Fian celestial and the traversal Fian celestial, fusing the two powers into his body. Almost instantly, Hanju moved behind Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. The other party vanished into thin air, and Hanju traveled again. The two sages chased each other, their figures leaving behind dazzling afterimages outside the 33rd heaven. The sages were dazzled. Shi Dudao clenched his fists in his sleeves and gritted his teeth. What speed is this? No, it's no longer speed, it's Dao. That's right, Hanju and Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's movement was no longer speed, but Dao's judgment. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of millions of shadows appeared and occupied the void. Several breaths later, Hanju struck Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's back with his palm. The great Tao of imprisonment erupted and instantly imprisoned him. How can this be? Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was shocked. What great Tao was this? It actually made his freedom power unable to be activated. Hanju had already used more than one great Tao power. What kind of existence was this kid? Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage had no choice but to control the Black Bell to protect him. Hanju condensed dozens of chaotic Fi and celestial Dharma idols and surrounded the Black Bell. Boom! The Black Bell shattered and turned into countless stars that scattered as if a sea of stars had suddenly been born. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! His supreme treasure was shattered so quickly. Hanju killed Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage again. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage revived as well. Hanju imprisoned him again. He caught Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage in his hand, but he directly self-destructed, wanting to escape the great Tao of imprisonment. Hanju caught him again. The two of them continued the loop. Hanju had a headache. Just like in the simulation trial, he couldn't subdue Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage. Unlike other enemies, Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was in existence at the perfected freedom realm. Hanju's imprisonment power couldn't stop him from self-destructing. Hanju couldn't admit defeat. If he stopped, Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage would definitely become arrogant and think that he could do whatever he wanted just because Hanju could not. He had to beat this fellow up. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was in despair. He had self-destructed 1,000,000 times but still couldn't escape his fate of being imprisoned. Hanju was too serious. Although the sages couldn't see what was happening clearly, they could feel the powerful aura of the Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage disappearing and reappearing. This meant that he was completely suppressed by Hanju. Facing an opponent that he couldn't kill at all, Hanju persevered and didn't seem tired at all. The sages recognized him again. How ruthless! Who dared to provoke such a difficult enemy? Fortunately, they were not Hanju's mortal enemies. Even Shi Dudao was terrified. He wasn't afraid that the enemy was powerful and invincible, but that he was also so difficult to deal with. Being targeted by Hanju was definitely a nightmare. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was still reviving and Hanju was still chasing after him. After 10 million revivals, Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage couldn't take it anymore. Hanju, you're too ruthless. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage roared hoarsely. He self-destructed again. This time, he did not revive. Instead, he turned into countless flames that swept in all directions and quickly escaped the heavenly Tao. This mystical power was extremely strange. Hanju couldn't sense its aura at all. However, he could clearly sense that Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage had already left the heavenly Tao. He escaped. Hanju frowned. He couldn't find Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage even if he used the simulation trial. He was secretly unhappy. Previously, he had wanted to comprehend a new great Tao mystical power and suppress Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage before throwing him into the primordial heavenly prison. Unfortunately, this fellow was quite something. Hanju felt that he had lost a freedom sage and was very unhappy. He turned to look at the sages in the distance. Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage has already left. All of you, calm down. The sages nodded. As heavenly Tao sages, they could feel that Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage's position was already empty. Heavenly Venerate Zondu wanted to talk to Hanju, but he immediately left. After returning to the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju had just sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus when a notification appeared in front of him. Dijin's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Complete enemy. Hanju sighed. In the past, he had a good impression of Dijin. Unfortunately, this fellow's future was bleak. Will you live well if you offend me? Although Hanju was cowardly, he knew his limits. As long as he didn't leave the heavenly Tao, Dijin wouldn't be able to kill him and would instead be tortured to death. Hanju didn't curse Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage immediately. He could do it after some time. At that time, he would curse Dijin to death and let Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage wallow in fear and despair. Hanju closed his eyes and started cultivating. At the same time, The immortal world and the myriad worlds in the universe were still in various calamities. Even the aftermath of the Battle of the Sages was enough to form a calamity. The sages had no choice but to clean up the aftermath. Even so, countless living beings had died. The sages wouldn't blame Hanju for this. Instead, they admired him very much. If he didn't chase Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage away, all living beings would suffer even more casualties in the future. Immortal world, above the clouds. Hanyu kept casting spells. The rain fell and extinguished the heavenly fire in the human city below. These heavenly flames were extremely sinister. Unless one was at the Emperor realm, it was very difficult to extinguish them. The current human race was weak. There were only a few immortal emperors, and they couldn't go around saving people. Hanyu looked up and frowned. He thought to himself, who is it? They actually harmed our human race like this. His eyes burned with anger. Although he came from the mortal world, he had always believed in his human identity. During his travels in the immortal world, if the humans were in trouble, he would definitely help them if he could. This was also thanks to Li Daokong. When Li Daokong preached, he often instructed him that if he became stronger in the future, he had to take care of the humans. Li Daokong felt that the human race shouldn't be in such a sorry state. In the previous calamity, if not for the interference of the sages, the human race wouldn't have lost its identity as a heavenly Tao race. An hour later, Hanyu left to save the humans in the other cities. This was only a minority. Not only the humans, but the cultivators of the various races were also thinking of ways to save their races. The calamity caused by this battle caused the immortal world to fall into a short period of peace. In less than a year, with the help of the sages, the natural disasters in the myriad worlds were all eliminated. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and stretched. He said, "Come in." Outside the Taoist temple, Long Hao had been kneeling for 4 years. Hearing this, Long Hao stood up excitedly and opened the Taoist temple's door. After bowing to Hanju, he said, "Master, my cultivation level is stuck at the late stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm and can't increase anymore. Can you let me out?" Hao Tian said that he has a way to let me break through. Chapter 636 Heavenly God of Death, Descend to the Netherworld. Chapter 636 Heavenly God of Death, Descend to the Netherworld. Hanju didn't answer immediately. Long Hao had indeed fallen into a bottleneck. Not only him, but the cultivation speed of the other personal disciples had suddenly slowed down after entering the Zenith Heaven realm. It was very difficult for them to reach the pseudo-sage realm. Pseudo-sage was not something that could be achieved by cultivating diligently. The reason why Hanju could do it was that the system was the greatest opportunity. It was fine to let Long Hao out. Hanju happened to have an arrangement. After you go out, think of a way to unite the dragon race. Can you do it? Hanju asked. The dragon race had risen again and had already become a force that couldn't be underestimated in the immortal world. Long Hao was pleasantly surprised and immediately accepted the order. He didn't have the confidence to come and ask this time. He didn't expect Hanju to really agree. That day, Long Hao was sent out by Hanju. The reason why he agreed was because of the evil heavenly emperor. Now that the sages had announced the heavenly Tao's independence, the immortal world also needed more geniuses to show their support. Hanju hoped that the hidden sect disciples could occupy a large portion. After Long Hao left, the other disciples did not follow suit. Hanju called Su Qi over. Su Qi bowed respectfully. His cultivation had already reached the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm and even surpassed Tao Sovereign. The chaotic Fian Celestial's bloodline was not something that the chaotic physique could compare to. "How have you been cultivating recently?" Hanju asked. Su Qi replied, "Not bad. Thank you for your help, Master. You let me enjoy a top-notch aptitude experience." Hanju asked, "Do you have the urge to go out?" Su Qi had already grasped bad luck. He would no longer bring bad luck wherever he went like before. While Su Qi had yet to rise, Hanju wanted him to fuse into the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, even if Su Qi attained the Tao in the future, he wouldn't be able to enter the heavenly Tao. In this life, Su Qi had always been in the Tao field and had never entered the heavenly Tao. Hanju had obtained a lot of heavenly Tao merit before he attained the Tao. Hearing this, Su Qi said carefully, "If Master doesn't let me out, I won't go out." Hanju smiled. "Then, do you want to go out?" Su Qi was silent, not knowing how to answer. He had committed grave sins and did not dare to go out again. "It's fine to go out. You can help all living beings and make up for your sins." Hanju smiled. After Eastern Emperor Heaven Sage was chased away, the heavenly Tao next was considered united. They wouldn't scheme more than before. After all, Heavenly Venerate Zondu and the other sages had already announced that they would break up with the deity realm of the ruins of End. It was impossible for spies to act like this. Su Qi hurriedly said, "I'll follow Master's instructions." Han Ju immediately waved his sleeve and brought Su Qi to the 33rd heaven, landing in front of the Universal Hall. The door to the Universal Hall opened and the Master and disciple walked inside. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Su Qi with a strange expression. This aura, chaotic fey and celestial. Han Ju came in front of him and said, "The heavenly Tao and the deity realm of the ruins of End are about to become enemies. If the heavenly Tao wants to stay stable for a long time, it will definitely need to support its juniors. This is my disciple, Su Qi. You should have heard of his past. Now that he has been reborn, he was lucky to obtain the chaotic fey and celestial bloodline. I want him to fuse with the heavenly Tao. Think of how he can atone for the previous calamity." Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Su Qi deeply. He didn't ask where the chaotic fey and celestial bloodline came from. If the heavenly Tao wanted to become stronger, it had to rely on Han Ju. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice, "He has the aura of death on him. Why don't we confer him the title of Heavenly God of Death and let him control the dead in the world? He can be sent into the cycle of reincarnation to restrain Empress Haotu. The netherworld is the furthest from the heavenly Tao. Empress Haotu has often left the heavenly Tao recently. I have my doubts." He was very calm when facing Han Ju. Han Ju said, "Sure. I'll leave this matter to you. You can contact the other sages. Yes, I'll give my merit to your disciple and let him fuse into the heavenly Tao." "Thank you. You're welcome, fellow Taoist Han." Han Ju looked at Su Qi and said, "Stay here and wait for this senior to make arrangements for you." Su Qi hurriedly bowed. Han Ju disappeared. This was the first time Su Qi saw Heavenly Venerate Zondu. He was very nervous because the people who opened the Tao field here were all sages. Heavenly Venerate Zondu revealed a rare smile. "Don't be nervous. I'll tell you about the recent changes and let you understand the situation of the heavenly Tao." Su Qi nodded. After returning to the 100-peak Immortal River, a line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. "Heavenly Venerate Zondu's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6.5 stars. Another 6.5 stars. How sensible." Han Ju's favorability towards Heavenly Venerate Zondu also increased. Heavenly Venerate Zondu never plotted against Han Ju behind his back. He had the courage to face invincible enemies and even had his own principles and pursuits. Han Ju was still very satisfied to cooperate with such a sage. In the next few days, the other sages' favorability toward Han Ju increased one after another. It was probably because of Su Qi. The sages knew very well what a chaotic fey and celestial meant. Although they didn't understand how Han Ju obtained the chaotic fey and celestial bloodline for Su Qi, there was one more chaotic fey and celestial in the heavenly Tao, and there would definitely be another safeguard in the future. A year later, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice resounded through the myriad worlds. From today onwards, hidden sect disciple Su Qi will be conferred the title of Heavenly God of Death. He will control the order of the dead and guard the netherworld. This is the arrangement of the sages in the heavenly Tao. All living beings can worship the new Heavenly God of Death. Everyone was in an uproar. Heavenly God of Death. Another hidden sect disciple. How many mighty figures were hidden in the hidden sect? Netherworld. Yang Tiandong, who was dealing with the ghosts, was stunned. He smiled and muttered, "Junior Su Qi." He thought that Su Qi's arrival was Han Ju's arrangement and that he was sent to protect him. Recently, the netherworld had indeed been a little chaotic. Some mysterious and unknown existences attacked the ghost servants from time to time. He had also been attacked and still didn't know the other party's true appearance. That day, Su Qi descended into the netherworld. The gods and ghost servants of the netherworld went to receive him. With his cultivation at the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, Su Qi quickly convinced the crowd. He met Yang Tiandong and chatted with him, making the other kings of hell realize that they were on the same side. There were many kings of hell in the netherworld. All of them had their own forces and fought openly and secretly. Su Qi's arrival meant that Yang Tiandong was about to rise. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju had just started cultivating when a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. "Empress Haotu sent you a dream. Do you accept?" Han Ju remained silent. He was on good terms with Empress Haotu. The matter of Su Qi had indeed oppressed her. She was probably here to question him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Ju still chose to accept the dream. In the dream, the two of them appeared by the Yellow Spring. Empress Haotu stared at him and asked, "There's something wrong with Su Qi's aura. He has already become a chaotic fey and celestial." Han Ju said, "That's right. I accidentally obtained a fey and celestial body in the dark forbidden zone. Empress Houtu said meaningfully, snatching the chaotic fey and celestial bloodline is something that even the mighty figures of the primordial era can't do. Hanju, who are you? Are you also a chaotic fey and celestial? Hanju said, oh, you found out. Is the Tao ancestor still alive? Is he supporting you from behind? Empress Houtu changed the topic. Hanju remained silent. Empress Houtu was enlightened. I see. I will support Su Qi. The 6 paths of reincarnation belong to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is formed by my father, Pengu. I will also do my best to protect the heavenly Tao. You don't have to worry that I will betray you. I left the heavenly Tao because I was summoned by my brothers. Chapter 637 Supreme Power of Chaos. Chapter 637 Supreme Power of Chaos. Hanju asked in surprise, didn't the ancestral magus die? Could it be that the ancestral magus was like Dijan, an Eastern emperor, and did not truly die? Empress Houtu said, indeed, but I also heard their calls. Have you found them? No. Be careful, it might be a trap. Hanju reminded. Although Empress Houtu was not a heavenly Tao sage, her status in the heavenly Tao was very important. It would be troublesome if the netherworld was lost. Empress Houtu said, I know. I won't leave again. I sent you a dream this time mainly to ask if you arranged for Su Qi. If so, I'll instill the providence of the 6 paths into his body to help increase his cultivation and let him control the power of reincarnation. Hanju was surprised. Empress Houtu was so generous. As if sensing his gaze, Empress Houtu explained, I've been in this position for countless years. My cultivation level has not increased and I'm already numb. Su Qi is a chaotic fey and celestial. Perhaps under his lead, the cycle of reincarnation can go further. I don't believe the sages. I only believe you. The reason why I believe you is that I can sense the growth of the nether race. If the heavenly Tao needs a leader, you are the best choice in my eyes. Empress Houtu's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Empress Houtu's favorability toward Hanju was already extremely high. However, it had been rising and falling over the years. Now, it could still increase her favorability. It seemed that what she said was true. On careful thought, it made sense. If Empress Houtu was related to the deity realm of the ruins of End, how could she stop here? After splitting open the sky, how many batches of heavenly Tao sages had there been? Empress Houtu was still stuck here. Hanju said, I have no intention of becoming the master of the heavenly Tao. It's just that the heavenly Tao can protect me, so you can rest assured. I will do my best to protect it. Empress Houtu smiled in satisfaction. The two of them chatted for a while more before Empress Houtu cancelled the dream. Even Empress Houtu expressed that she wanted to protect the heavenly Tao. This time, the heavenly Tao had completely become united. Hanju sighed. Indeed, if he wanted the others to unite, he had to have absolute strength. If not for Hanju being strong enough, how could the sages be so united? Hanju had a sudden thought. He wanted to know what the outcome of the heavenly Tao would be if this continued. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju entered the illusion. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. An illusion meant a result. There would be no fixed outcome if they remained peaceful. In other words, the heavenly Tao would still face danger. Hanju opened his eyes and discovered that he was in front of the Universal Hall. Countless figures were standing in front of the Universal Hall. All of them emitted a powerful aura. Hanju glanced at them. Wow, more than 100 sages. The others were all pseudo-sages. How many years had it been since the heavenly Tao had developed to this point? Boom, the door to the Universal Hall opened, and Heavenly Venerate Zondu and a group of sages walked out. A few of them made Hanju feel unfamiliar. Li Daokong, Shi Du Dao, and Fang Liang were among them. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had a solemn expression. The other sages were the same. Are you prepared to face the supreme power of the chaos? Emperor Shao shouted in a low voice that resounded outside the 33rd heaven. I swear to protect the heavenly Tao. The mighty figures gathered near the Universal Hall replied in unison. This scene made Hanju think of the future of the heavenly court. Could it be that they were facing the same enemy? Furthermore, the heavenly court had lost. Hanju sensed something and suddenly looked up. He saw a pair of eyes appear in the darkness at the peak of the heavenly Tao, looking down at it. In front of these eyes, the entire 33rd heaven looked tiny. What a cold gaze. Even Hanju felt a chill in his heart. This was a suppression of cultivation realm. Hanju subconsciously lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the other party. If he was already like this, let alone the others. Everything is just fabricated. I want to create reality. A voice sounded. In an instant, a dazzling white light filled the 33rd heaven, causing everything to lose its color. The illusion shattered. It meant the heavenly Tao died. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. He had heard that voice before. A long time ago, it had pulled him into a dream and said the same thing. Illusion. Who was it? Han Ju frowned. This mysterious existence was definitely not born in the future. It might already be a powerful existence now. The heavenly court, which had swept through the deity realm of the ruins of End, could not stop him. The heavenly Tao that had formed its own rules was easily destroyed by him. That power was definitely not that of a transcendent Tao expert. It was definitely stronger. Han Ju was filled with pressure. It wasn't terrifying to have many enemies. What was terrifying was not knowing who the enemies were. Han Ju gave up and wanted to ask who the voice was. It involves karma that surpasses the current limits of the system. It cannot be deduced. Han Ju frowned again. Hurry up and cultivate. The Fiend Celestial Army's plan had to be sped up. Han Ju didn't appear in the illusion just now. What did this mean? Han Ju guessed that he should have been frightened away or restrained. If it was the latter, it meant that the other party was not alone. No matter what, the other party couldn't come for the time being. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind. His Tao heart was as stable as a Buddha, and he quickly entered his cultivation state. In the dark forbidden zone, in a place where meteors gathered, two figures quickly interwove. All sorts of mystical powers shattered the meteors, creating a huge commotion. In the distance, the evil Heavenly Emperor and the Black Heaven General floated in the air and watched quietly. Black Heaven General suddenly sighed. As expected of the chaotic Fiend Celestials. They are indeed powerful. They don't spend any effort cultivating their mystical powers. Their combat instincts are also extremely strong. Evil Heavenly Emperor smiled. They will be the capital for the heavenly court to rise. Black Heaven General, as a senior, you have to guide them more. The three heavenly generals will not change. If the three of you can unite, the deity realm of the ruins of End will sooner or later be trampled under my feet. Black Heaven General hurriedly replied, of course. I won't be jealous or suppress them. The evil Heavenly Emperor did not reply and continued to watch Han Tuo and Yi Tian fight. At this moment, a crack appeared on the evil Heavenly Emperor's right side. An eye appeared in the crack and stared at him. Your Majesty, I discovered that a little heavenly Tao had been broken through by the inauspicious evil. Should I accept the living beings of this little heavenly Tao? Come, connect them to the dark domain. You will be in charge of settling them down, the evil Heavenly Emperor replied. His gaze did not leave the two of them. Yes, the crack shrank and the voice vanished. The evil Heavenly Emperor turned around and disappeared after saying, I'll leave them to you. Don't disappoint me. Black Heaven General hurriedly bowed. In the immortal world, another 1,000 years passed. These 1,000 years were extremely exciting. The sages preached the Tao in the Tao field one after another and even took in many disciples to travel the heavens and teach Tao techniques. The sages after unity were still very impressive. In just 1,000 years, with their help, many prodigies appeared in the immortal world. The providence of the heavenly Tao had greatly increased. Not only that, but the sages had also established chaotic cities at the edge of the immortal world. There were already 9 chaotic cities now. It was worth mentioning that a race had been rapidly rising in the past 1,000 years. Human race. With Li Daokong's help, the self-imposed human race rose again. Chapter 638 Heavenly Tao Era, Laozi is the Dark Forbidden Lord. Chapter 638 Heavenly Tao Era, Laozi is the Dark Forbidden Lord. The human school still hasn't forgotten their roots. Han Ju, who was observing the immortal world, sighed and smiled. Every time he entered seclusion for 1,000 years, he would look at the immortal world. Li Daokong's care for the humans comforted him. However, what really satisfied him was the actions of the sages. They were all thinking of ways to increase the strength of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the sages no longer cared about the conflict between sects. They preached the Tao to all living beings and did not force them to enter their sects. With them managing the heavenly Tao and making it stronger, Han Ju could cultivate in peace. His gaze landed on Han Yu. This fellow was helping the human race. His status in the human race was now second only to the human emperor. Even the human emperor was polite to him. Han Yu, who had traveled the world alone, finally settled down. He also married and had children in the human race. Han Ju didn't care about Han Yu's children. Their bloodline was too far apart. The reason why he liked Han Yu was that he looked like him. To be honest, he didn't have much feelings for Han Yu. It was worth mentioning that Long Hao actually started hanging out with Han Yu because of his appearance. This brat isn't controlling the dragon race. What's he doing there? Hanju muttered to himself. He didn't want to warn him. If Long Hao went against his will, he would just expel him from the sect in the future. In any case, the evil heavenly emperor didn't care about his youngest son. Hanju closed his eyes again and entered cultivation. Time passed quickly in the peaceful immortal world. 10,000 years passed like a dream. Hanju was finally close to breaking through to the mid-stage of the freedom primordial chaos realm. He hadn't broken through for nearly 30,000 years. He was really not used to it. His potential was still lacking. Hanju sighed secretly. Of course, he was just joking. His breakthrough speed could revive the dead Pengu out of anger. Hanju opened the emails to check. The immortal world was too peaceful, causing him to almost relax. He had to look at his friends to calm down. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil x 8,920,312. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by an inauspicious evil x 44,032. Your disciple Zhou Fan obtained the Tao in your enemy's 7 Tao sage's dream. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Shi Du Dao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong x3. Your disciple Su Qi has absorbed the providence of reincarnation and stepped into the pseudo-sage realm. Your good friend Heavenly Venerate Zondu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Ancestor Shishin has comprehended the great Tao and created a world. The last time he read the emails was 2,000 years ago. During this period of time, the deity realm of the ruins of End was still very lively. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's curse attracted Hanju's attention. He hoped that it was not a curse within the heavenly Tao. Below, he saw Ancestor Shishin splitting open the world. Hanju frowned. After Ancestor Shishin created the world, his stance might change. Just like Li Mui from before, he began to focus on his little heavenly Tao. However, Ancestor Shishin had yet to return. He couldn't affect the heavenly Tao for the time being. Ancestor Shishin was the strongest existence in the heavenly Tao. Other existences at his realm couldn't enter the heavenly Tao, while Ancestor Shishin lived outside the 33rd heaven all year round. He was equivalent to a heavenly Tao sage. As he read, all sorts of opportunities and breakthroughs dazzled his eyes. From the emails, it could be seen that the immortal world had begun to bloom. It had welcomed the most dazzling era in history. In the past, during peaceful times, sages did not appear. In the past, when sages appeared, a calamity descended. A mighty figure of the Chan school declared that this was the heavenly Tao era. All living beings focused on developing the heavenly Tao, indicating that the goal of all living beings in the heavenly Tao had shifted from internal strife to expanding the heavenly Tao. In the heavenly Tao era, sages occupied a lot of space. However, under the intentions of the other sages, the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage was worshipped by all living beings. Statues of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage were erected in the myriad worlds, bringing Hanju a huge amount of faith and transforming it into providence. Regarding this, Hanju didn't absorb the providence. Instead, he suppressed it in the primordial world and kept it for future use. He didn't want to fuse with the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao really couldn't block the attack one day and was destroyed, Hanju would definitely escape. After reading the emails, Hanju began to deduce who was cursing Heavenly Venerate Zondu. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So much. It had to be a great Tao sage. Continue. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind and in front of him was Kundi, great Tao sage, immeasurable emperor, founder of the Buddhist sect. Because you severed his karma with Chu Zilai, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. This fellow. Hanju raised his eyebrows. He was about to sharpen his blade. After the chaotic deity pretended to die, the deity realm of the ruins of End was in chaos and the heavenly Tao was not disturbed for the time being. Therefore, Hanju didn't continue cursing. However, Kundi attacked Heavenly Venerate Zondu at this moment. He had to suppress him. He could even use this opportunity to mislead Kundi into thinking that the Dark Forbidden Lord was lousy of the human school. The more Hanju thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He wasn't afraid of causing trouble for him. After all, Laozi was the first disciple of the Tao ancestor and his strength was unfathomable. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Kundi. 5 days later, his lifespan decreased rapidly. Of course, compared to his overall lifespan, it decreased like a turtle crawling. Deity realm of the ruins of End, Thunderclap Monastery. Kundi found Jia Yin and said in a low voice, "The Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing me again." Jia Yin frowned and let him meditate and circulate his energy. Is he testing us, or is he going to kill us? Jia Yin asked. The Dark Forbidden Lord had the strength to curse the chaotic deity to death. If he was really targeting him, Kundi would definitely suffer. It was precisely because the Dark Forbidden Lord was too powerful that Jia Yin believed that he didn't come from the heavenly Tao but from the depths of the chaos. He warned Kundi not to provoke the Dark Forbidden Lord again. I'm not sure, Kundi said with a dark expression. He looked angry, but he was extremely panicked inside. Even the chaotic deity couldn't stop him, let alone him. Jia Yin asked, why did he suddenly start cursing you? Did you do something? Facing Jia Yin, Kundi did not hide anything. After knowing the reason, Jia Yin cursed him. Why are you cursing Heavenly Venerate Zondu? Not to mention the Dark Forbidden Lord, who can you provoke? Although Laozi's been in seclusion, Zondu is his only personal disciple. He will definitely protect him. Kundi was extremely aggrieved. He gritted his teeth and said, could the Dark Forbidden Lord be Laozi? The reason why I suspected it was Hanju previously was that he was ruining our plan. However, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's betrayal means that the human school is suspicious. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had just descended to the Heavenly Tao and became friends with Hanju. I even suspect that Hanju is supported by the human school. The new sage of the human school of the Heavenly Tao has also joined Hanju. Heavenly Venerate Zondu doesn't mind at all. Jia Yin said faintly, so what if he is? Don't you understand? The point is not who the Dark Forbidden Lord is, but that he can kill us. Kundi was silent. Jia Yin sighed. Ever since you left the Heavenly Tao, your Tao heart has inflated and you've lost your previous vigilance. Kundi said indignantly, then, what should we do now? He's still cursing me. Jia Yin stood up. I'll go find Laozi. If he really wants to curse you to death, I can't help you. Chapter 639 Killing Another Powerful Enemy, Panic Caused by the Forbidden Lord. Chapter 639 Killing Another Powerful Enemy, Panic Caused by the Forbidden Lord. Hanju cursed Kundi while staring at his attributes panel. He had already lost 500 trillion years of his lifespan. Because of your curse, your enemy Kundi's Tao heart was damaged. Hanju hesitated. Should he just kill this fellow? Kill. Wasn't 6 stars of hatred points a clear sign? Hanju gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned sinister. The Book of Misfortune emitted a black light that shone on his face. He looked so terrifying and evil. Hanju's lifespan decreased rapidly. 1 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Kundi developed mental demons. 2 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Kundi's Tao heart shattered and his cultivation fell greatly. 3 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Kundi has abandoned karma and is completely entranced. Your enemy Kundi was sealed by your enemy Jia Yin and his cultivation turned into nothingness. The moment the last email appeared, Hanju's curse missed. It made him feel as if he had suddenly stepped on air. Hanju put away the Book of Misfortune and asked in his mind, how long will it take for Kundi to recover his cultivation? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? His value had decreased so quickly. Hanju was in a good mood. It's immeasurable. At least, it takes longer than the time it took him to cultivate to his current realm. He was crippled. Hanju smiled. Although he didn't curse him to death, he had at least killed a potential enemy. 6 stars of hatred was too blinding. Hanju's interpersonal relationships were ranked according to hatred points. He had to stay vigilant. Enemies were more important than good friends. After all, his enemy might take his life. Hanju rested for a few hours and quickly entered his cultivation state. He wanted to break through as soon as possible. Outside the 33rd heaven, Universal Hall. The sages gathered. Other than Hanju, even Empress Houtu was among them. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had a strange expression as he said, I just learned something. He looked at Chu Zilai. Chu Zilai was expressionless and surprised. Could it be related to him? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked, is it good or bad? The other sages were also nervous. Ever since they had broken up with the deity realm of the ruins of End, they had been guarding against sudden attacks. Fortunately, it had always been very peaceful. Heavenly Venerate Zondu took a deep breath and said, the ancestor of the Buddhist sect, Kundi Sacred, was cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord and died. The sages widened their eyes. The Buddhist sect had always been a major force in the immortal world. Its legends were even widespread. Who was Kundi? He was the Tao ancestor's disciple. The sages also knew that an ancient mighty figure like Kundi was very likely already comparable to the great Tao. Such a powerful mighty figure died just like that. Chu Zilai was moved and secretly shocked. Ever since he had been subdued by Hanju, he had lost his karma with Kundi. For this, Kundi had even cursed him in his dreams, without the bearing of a senior. Chu Zilai really didn't expect him to die. Shi Dudao was the happiest among them, but he didn't show it. It was the Dark Forbidden Lord again. How strong was he? Li Daokong asked. What's the Dark Forbidden Lord's attitude towards our heavenly Dao? Why does he want to curse Kundi to death? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, I'm not sure about the Dark Forbidden Lord's goal, but there's one thing that shouldn't be wrong. The Dark Forbidden Lord supports the heavenly Dao. My master told me that Jia Yin found him and begged for mercy on Kundi's behalf. Jia Yin thought that my master was the Dark Forbidden Lord. During this period of time, Kundi had been pretending to be the Dark Forbidden Lord to curse me. I just didn't say it. Heavenly Venerate Wufa snorted. I was also cursed, so it was done by Kundi. That Dark Forbidden Lord might not necessarily support the heavenly Dao. He just can't stand Kundi's impersonation. It's also possible, no matter what, the Dark Forbidden Lord isn't targeting us, right? Heavenly Venerate Zondu nodded with a smile. Back then, when he chose to support the heavenly Dao, he had been under immense pressure. He didn't expect things to go smoothly. He only needed to manage the heavenly Dao well. The powerful enemies were all blocked by other mighty figures. What does your master think of the heavenly Dao? Fang Liang suddenly asked. The sages couldn't help but look at Heavenly Venerate Zondu. Heavenly Venerate Zondu had indeed mentioned his master just now. Didn't he say that they had already broken up? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, my master, Laozi, has been cultivating in seclusion. He's not in charge of the current human school. My master cultivates the Grand Supreme Heartless Tao and does not support the Heavenly Tao, but he will also not support the deity realm of the ruins of End. However, the fact that he can tell me this is also a good signal. If I can rope my master into the Heavenly Tao camp, the Heavenly Tao will be safe. My master is the #1 person below the Tao ancestor. As long as he gives the order, the mighty figures of the deity realm of the ruins of End will not dare to act recklessly. Speaking of him, Heavenly Venerate Zondu's tone was filled with respect. The sages did not say anything. They wouldn't question Laozi's strength. However, it might not be a good thing if he descended into the heavenly Tao. At that time, wouldn't the heavenly Tao be the heavenly Tao of the human school? The reason why they were united now was because they had a common enemy. If Laozi joined, there would be no powerful enemy. Shi Dudao caught the gazes of the sages and smiled mockingly. He suddenly felt Li Daokong staring at him and immediately retracted his smile. HMPH, this brat. Shi Dudao was furious when he saw Li Daokong. This fellow came to fight with him whenever he had the time. It was really annoying. Emperor Shao said, the ancient desolate's seal is about to break. I can already sense the aura of the primordial devil race. Primordial devil ancestor. He was suppressed by the Tao ancestor in the ancient desolate and was the first batch of prisoners. Empress Haotu said, reincarnation can also sense the ancient desolate's aura also. She hesitated for a moment before continuing, are my brothers also sealed in the ancient desolate? I sensed their call earlier. The sages were moved. The ancestral magi had not completely perished. Impossible. I saw the deaths of the ancestral magi with my own eyes. They don't have souls. Heavenly Venerate Zondu shook his head. He suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked, what's wrong? What did you think? Heavenly Venerate Zondu frowned. Could the mighty figures who died in the past be sucked away by some great mystical power and suppressed in the ancient desolate? Currently, we only know that the Heavenly Sect Master and the primordial devil race are suppressed in the ancient desolate, but in fact, the ancient desolate is very big. It's even wider than the deity realm of the ruins of End. Such a huge territory should have many mighty figures imprisoned within. The methods of the previous Tao ancestor are unimaginable. He hid the truth of the primordial purple chi from us. Could he also be hiding the secrets of the ancient desolate? The sages also frowned. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, in that case, could the Dark Forbidden Lord be the Tao ancestor? Or someone under the Tao ancestor? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked, if he's the Tao ancestor, why did he design to release the cage he created? It didn't make sense. The sages looked at Fang Liang. The Tao ancestor's avatar was here. Fang Liang's expression darkened. It was unknown what he was thinking. Seeing his expression, the sages' hearts skipped a beat. Empress Haotu suddenly said, I previously received a dream from father when I was cultivating. Her words shocked the sages. Empress Haotu was an ancestral magus in the past. Who was the ancestral magus father? The world creator, giant god Pengu. Chapter 640 Curse Fee and Celestial, Transcendent Rule. Chapter 640 Curse Fee and Celestial, Transcendent Rule. What did your father tell you? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked carefully. Heavenly Venerate Zondu also stared at her. Empress Haotu had a complicated expression as she said faintly, he said that the chaotic calamity before the creation of the world is about to make a comeback. At that time, it will be even more terrifying than the 3000 chaotic Phi and celestial era he was in. The universal hall was silent. 3000 chaotic Phi and celestial era. The sages felt a chill. The current chaos also had the existence of chaotic Phi and celestials. These chaotic Phi and celestials were all supreme existences that surpassed the 3000 laws and were unrestrained. However, there was only a number of chaotic Phi and celestials. They were all tenacious existences who had survived the Phi and celestial era. Did Empress Haotu mean that these chaotic Phi and celestials were about to trigger the chaotic calamity? Chaotic calamity, great Tao, immeasurable calamity. The sages thought of the words left behind by the Tao ancestor before he vanished and felt even more terrified. Their ability could only protect the heavenly Tao. If the great Tao calamity affected the heavenly Tao, could they withstand it? I need the jade slip of creation. Senior, please help me find it. Fang Liang suddenly said. His expression was solemn. The jade slip of creation was a supreme treasure used by the Tao ancestor to attain the Tao. It was comparable to the giant god Pengu's heaven-opening axe. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked, what for? Fang Liang said in a low voice, let the heavenly Tao break through and expand to devour the chaos, thereby stopping the great Tao immeasurable calamity. When the Tao ancestor chose me, he mentioned the ancient desolate. He said that there was an extremely terrifying power hidden in the ancient desolate. The reason why he disappeared was to find a way to resist that power. For this, the Tao ancestor did not hesitate to transform into billions of Dharma idols and walk through the chaos. He was one of them. Now that the seal of the ancient desolate is about to be broken, the terrifying existence that the Tao ancestor is wary of can come out at any time. At that time, not only the deity realm of the ruins of End, but the heavenly Tao will also die. The sages were all shocked. Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked in a low voice, is that true? Fang Liang said, I, Fang Liang, swear to the heavenly Tao that if I lie to you, the providence of the heavenly Tao will dissipate on its own. The sages did not say a word and fell into deep thought. This conversation shocked them. They realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Other than resisting the deity realm of the ruins of End, they had to be wary of existences of a higher level. In the depths of the chaos, a ball of black aura was surging and gradually becoming larger. The black aura gradually turned into black flames, and a pair of bright red eyes suddenly opened in the fire heart. Who am I? Hanju Misfortune, Dark Forbidden Lord. The black flames emitted a hoarse voice. Hearing it carefully, it was actually somewhat similar to Hanju's voice. The black flames produced a powerful suction force, stirring up a strong wind and forming a huge vortex. Chaotic chi from all directions surged into the black flames. As time passed, the black flames grew larger and larger. After an unknown period of time, when the black flames were larger than a world, a figure flew over. It was a green-robed Taoist. He stood on a wooden sword with his hands behind his back. The green-robed Taoist suddenly stopped and looked at the black flames. What a strong aura of misfortune! Misfortune is invisible and colorless. Why is it condensing here? The green-robed Taoist muttered to himself. Raising his right hand to deduce, his face suddenly turned pale. The distant black flames suddenly rushed towards the green-robed Taoist at an extremely fast speed. The green-robed Taoist glared as his robes fluttered. A terrifying aura blocked the black flames, causing his speed to decrease. HMPH. Who cares what you are? Since you're an evil creature, I'll kill you. The green-robed Taoist smiled disdainfully. Countless vines grew from the wooden sword under his feet and quickly surrounded the black flames. Flowers of different colors grew from the vines. 10,000 flowers bloomed at the same time. Beams of light shot out from the pistol, piercing through the black flames and causing them to be riddled with holes. The black flames roared venomously. The green-robed Taoist frowned in thought. The black flames suddenly exploded, turning into a black mist that filled the air. Then, it shrank towards the green-robed Taoist at a greater speed. The green-robed Taoist waved his hand, and dharmic powers erupted. It was as if the sun had exploded. The scorching dharmic powers caused the chaotic space to boil, but the black mist swept past his dharmic powers and quickly drowned him. In the black mist, the green-robed Taoist panicked. What's going on? What power is this? It can actually imprison space. The green-robed Taoist kept casting spells as he roared in his heart. A strange sneer came from all directions as if thousands of ghosts were laughing at him. The situation was terrifying. 100 Peak Immortal River. 732 years had passed since Hanju finished cursing he was cultivating when lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that you caused the birth of the cursed Fee and Celestial. Because the cursed Fee and Celestial is filled with hatred and jealousy towards you, you have the following choices. 1. Go to the depths of the chaos immediately and kill the cursed Fee and Celestial to prevent future trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, and a creation spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from the cursed Fee and Celestial. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju was stunned. Cursed Fee and Celestial. What the hell? Could it be because he had cursed too many times? Hanju didn't make a choice immediately and cautiously used the derivation function. I want to know how the Book of Misfortune is related to the cursed Fee and Celestial. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The power of the Book of Misfortune has touched upon a certain transcendent rule. The cursed Fee and Celestial itself is the grudge of the primordial chaotic Fee and Celestial. It was born because of the fluctuations of the transcendent rule. Its mission is to capture you, kill you, and replace you. The cursed Fee and Celestial cannot find you through the Book of Misfortune. So ridiculous. What is the transcendent rule? It involves karma that surpasses the current limits of the system. It cannot be deduced. Hanju remained silent. He asked, can the cursed Fee and Celestial enter the heavenly Tao? Not for the time being, unless he becomes a heavenly Tao life form. The second question did not deduct his lifespan. Hanju asked again, can I use the Book of Misfortune to kill him? 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The Book of Misfortune can't kill the cursed Fee and Celestial. It can only provide the cursed Fee and Celestial with a stronger power. So perverted. Hanju was shocked. Can the cursed Fee and Celestial kill me now? Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the cursed Fee and Celestial had yet to become powerful. It was just that its identity was special and was only worth 100 billion years. He couldn't use the Book of Misfortune to curse the cursed Fee and Celestial, and Hanju couldn't leave the heavenly Tao. He could only wait for it to attack. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune with a complicated expression. Transcendent rule. There are rules higher than the great Tao. Hanju thought silently. He thought of the future that had developed. Could the supreme power that the heavenly Tao and the heavenly court faced be related to this kind of transcendent rule? Suddenly thinking of something, Hanju asked again, how long will it take for the cursed Fee and Celestial to attack the heavenly Tao and find trouble with me? 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. According to his speed of becoming stronger, it will take him about 3 billion years to forcefully enter the heavenly Tao.